Good morning. Welcome to RC Racing TV. You're joining us here for the King of Clubs, the final round of the series for 2021, being held at the Adur circuit in sunny Shoreham, down on the south coast of the UK.
It's windy, Shoreham, that's for sure.
It's windy. It's I don't know. It keeps on coming over kind of warm and yeah, it's a little bit exposed here. Track's dry at the moment though. If you can see.
Hope it's staying that way.
Yes. It looks a little bit patchy on the screen actually that you can see, but that is not a sign of a damp track. That is a result of the club flattening out and grinding off some of the bumps that did cover the circuit. Seems to be fairly successful as well. Cars look a lot less affected by the bumps. Just getting ready now for heat number 8 of round 1. Heat number 9 this will be, which will be the Formula 1 heat. So we've got Paul Ellis, Aidan Gale, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis and Andrew Thorpe taking part. A few less F1 cars this time out than there were at West London. Got a few drivers racing at the BRCA Clubman's event at the coastal circuit in Ipswich this weekend as well. Still a decent looking entry though. Just getting ready for the F1 cars to set off.
I mean, we got 5 or 6, isn't it?
We've got 5 F1 cars.
5. Well, you could direct Ash. We got Ash. The big change this week is that Ash is on the camera, not John. So Ash on the camera. But you could direct him with some sort of situation, like actually naming the cars as their designs. But I'm not sure if his F1 recognition is that good, actually.
I think some of these, some of them predate him probably as well. They're more our era.
Oh, that bad, eh?
I'd say. There's 5 cars. There's what appears to be a red 5 out there as well.
I thought I'd drop of water then. That's very worrying.
There does appear to be a red 5 out there.
It's good for me, good for you.
Yeah, we know what we're doing. We just had a brief track repair.
Well, they put some...
there was a flag that was looking dangerously like it was about to fall onto the main straight. Just getting ready now for the F1 cars to leave the line.
Here they go.
There you go.
I'm looking at the wrong screen there. That'd be an instant problem. I'm looking at half a minute behind there.
So car 1 leading away, and car 1, rather confusingly, the red 5 car that we were expecting. So car 1 leading away with the Williams livery.
As you can hear, the wind getting up. I think we're going to have a windy day, so you may have to enjoy the excitement of our wind-swept and wind-blown microphones.
Yes.
So who is that leading?
The car number 1 is Paul Ellis. Paul Ellis running down the main straight now, just through the sweeper. Just tucking it into the infield. It's a really nice circuit actually, this. There's a good mixture of high-speed corners and some sort of lower speed chicanes, changes of direction. Really tests the car out. Straight is deceptively long. Paul Ellis seems to have pulled out a fairly big lead already. Just watching him.
Oh yes, he's got a proper old Cannon Williams there.
It's a proper old Cannon Williams, yeah.
So where are we now? We're circa 92, aren't we? 91?
This is like 91, 92. Well, it's, I'm going to sound proper nerdy. It's 92 at least because it's got an all yellow airbox. 91 was...
Realistically, you don't sound proper nerdy. I'm not sure what I'm employing you for.
Well, there would be that. So it's 92 stroke 93.
No. But if you drop back one car, Ash, you then got a car which has got a halo on it. Though actually doesn't have any... Looks like a general... It's definitely rain in the air now.
There is water in the air, which isn't going to help, particularly with the F1 cars, rear-wheel drive. Yeah, there is a car that we're following at the moment. This one doesn't have a halo on it. This is probably not the best choice of colour. That's asphalt silver to camouflage it nicely. But heading down onto the main straight now, struggling to get the power down a little bit. Again, these cars being rear-wheel drive, quite affected by the bumps. Need to get the car quite straight, as with any pan car. Doesn't necessarily ride bumps particularly well. Let's drop back one car further to the McLaren liveried car, the current McLaren livery, the orange and blue car.
I'm looking at the wrong screen the whole time. This is why I keep getting things wrong.
Okay. Just heading down the main straight now. And a little bit erratic on some of the corner exits. I don't know how much the moisture's affecting them yet. Who's that? That is car number 4. So this appears to be Jonathan Ellis that we're running with. You can see some of those bumps that the car's suffering with very slightly offline. Just running through 'em a little bit sideways, a little bit of a slide. It's quite interesting actually, that corner coming onto the straight, and you'll see this more with some of the touring cars a bit later on, particularly when they bolt new tyres onto the car. All through practice, if you're running old tyres, you're quite comfortable hopping over that curb there, coming onto the straight. And one of the problems that you can get when you bolt on new tyres is they've got a tiny little bit more side bite, so you go hopping over that curb, and previously a tyre that would have, or a car on old tyres that would have slid slightly when it landed, it digs in and bites, and over it goes and you traction roll. So just seeing Jonathan parked in the barrier there.
Who have we not covered so far?
Who have we not covered so far? Just trying to identify what have we got. We've got 4 runners, so the only one we haven't covered is the one that's just about to come out onto the main straight now, which isn't necessarily a livery. It's kind of I guess what a modern BMW livery would look like. This one does have a halo on it. So you can see car just starting to get loose. I am definitely starting to feel a little bit more moisture in the air. So I think we might be getting wet at some point.
It's not supposed to rain.
No, it's supposed to be dry, but it's not as wet as it was at Halifax last weekend.
Was it very wet, was it?
It was very wet. That was very, very wet. In fairness, it only rained twice over the course of the weekend.
What, all day and all night?
Once all day Saturday and once all day Sunday. But yeah, it wasn't.
Oh, the old one's the best.
Absolutely.
And the only ones we know.
Indeed. We've already started on them this morning, but yeah, definitely starting to feel more spots of rain. I'm going to retreat slightly under the marquee.
The problem is we've moved our we're not actually under the thing, are we?
Well, I can be.
We're going to need to move, aren't we?
Well, I'm all right.
All right, love. I mean, don't mind Ash getting wet, that's fine.
But keep the camera equipment good. So, yeah, so after trying to cook the cameraman last time out at West London.
Now trying to melt them with water in a kind of a witch type way.
Paul Ellis taking the win there then. He's got to zoom in on his car. Yeah, he's got a red 5 on the nose, so there we go. It's got to be a 92 Williams with Mansell.
Yes. So hello to Puppies. Hello to Frederikos Wenger. Hello to Alan T. And KH Evolution. So they're saying no sound. No sound.
No sound?
No sound. There's sound coming out. There is sound, I'm sure there is. There is sound in my one. There is sound. That might have been from when we had the thing set up earlier. That may be an old message. There's certainly sound now. So I carry on trying to avoid getting water into the gubbins, because that would never be a great thing. It's not really, it's kind of just sitting there being a bit, it really looks very unpleasant in the distance, like it's going to have a really good old go at raining.
It's coming over from the direction of the railway track, isn't it?
Brilliant.
It's
just what we need.
us.
Just what we need. So next up is Heat 10, which is the first of 2. We're on a bit earlier than we thought we were going to be, because they're running a bit later. Normally come at the beginning of round 2 of qualifying. We're now in, this is proper raining now, round 2 of qualifying. So I need to change that to say Heat 2, which is always fun. Right, okay.
Just getting ready for the Tamiya Junior E Heat then.
Yes, get ready for
This
the
is race number 10.
hurrah! It's wet race actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
this will be a challenge for some of the juniors. Archie
Challenge for
Matthews,
me.
Finley Lanaway, Oliver Woodall, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb, Maverick Adams, and Harry Standing. These are the junior drivers, so these are the slightly more experienced of the Junior E racers.
Yes, if you've done more than 10 races, you get promoted from the beginner Junior E to the not quite so beginner Junior E.
You do. We have the rookie racers up next. So these are the slightly more experienced guys.
If you've been reading, I think, Car Magazine or on Autocar Online, they had a couple of the journalist kids raced at West London.
They did.
And they've had put some very nice sort of items out.
There's some good platitudes there for the racers.
Yes, not enough for me though. No, we didn't get mentioned by it very much. It was very disappointing.
We got mentioned on the live stream, and the fact that we didn't recognise that they brought a ringer in for them, which probably means that the ringer wasn't that good.
Yeah, that's the key point. Because if you're suddenly doing 22 laps, you go, "Oh, I recognise that."
He'll probably
ringer.
kill me for that because that's Marcus Askell that was the ringer. So
how was he a world champion? Was he a world champion of?
I think he was a Tamiya world
Oh,
champion.
a Tamiya world champion.
I believe at some point. So
we've got Finish's precipitation here, which isn't helping.
we have, yeah. It's kind of it's in the air, isn't it? It's not raining, but if you stand out there, you're going to get wet.
Yes, I'm doing that now.
So you're getting wet.
We're on the main camera, aren't we?
We're on the main camera.
Excellent.
Yes.
So you can direct that, and I'll just keep the boxes just sitting there, keeping dry.
Keeping dry. So what are we running with at the moment? The purple-coloured car number 1. This is Archie Matthews that we're running with as he comes through the chicane. In fact, 1 and 2 having quite a close battle. So Archie Matthews and Finley Lanaway. Great battle going on between these two at the moment as we come out onto the main straight. Through the sweeper. Saw Finley looking for a move there up the inside. That sweeper's a little bit deceptive, actually. There's a, and you'll see the lighter coloured section in the middle of it, a bump that was ground down, and geometrically you'd want to drive that as one.
Oh, a geometric bump, blimey!
Geometrically, you'd want to drive it as a.
You're right, I would.
One consistent arc as the corner, one consistent radius, but
Get you.
The bump can unsettle the car, so you're actually better off driving it at 2 sort of 90 rights, as it were. Is geometric going to be the word of the day? A bit like equidistant was.
Could
last
be,
time.
yeah. I mean, I'd like to point out that I would like to sack my weather forecaster out, which is still not saying it's raining.
Okay, I'm pretty certain it's raining.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's just because you're sitting there hiding.
I'm hiding. I'm hiding under the gazebo. It's dry under here.
It's like a camera, hasn't been. That's sitting out there in the water. Both of them are, aren't they?
They're not getting soaked though. It's not hammering it down with rain.
No, it's just damp.
Still running with the leader, 2.5 minutes in at the moment. Let's see if we can find one of the other cars. In fact, let's move the focus back one car onto the car that's just rolled. That was, in fact, our leader, I think, car number 2. It was our leader, Finley Lanaway. That's just dropped him out of the lead, and it will drop him back into second place. But let's see if he can put on a bit of a charge and catch back up to towards the front of the field.
It's got a chance.
Yeah, Oliver Woodall's not a million miles away, actually, out of that as well. So Oliver one car back, the sort of blue, pinky purple coloured car, the sort of Smurf blue coloured car. Let's see if we can drop back. There we go. That's the car we want to be following there.
One way of finding it.
Well, we've got him. He's the one who's now on his roof. We're not having a lot of luck every time we pick up a car.
It's a bit of curse of the camera. It's always a bit of an example, isn't it?
Absolutely. So he's just on his roof testing the coefficient of friction of Lexan versus tarmac.
It's quite scratchy. You can go quite a long way on your roof, to be honest. We've all done it.
Especially around here as well. Well, any track that they race nitro cars on, you get that nice slide across the roof. And
especially now, there's a bit of water on the top of it.
Absolutely.
Be a lovely emulsion of yuck.
Yeah. And it grains nicely normally into your freshly painted body shell on its first lap.
Excellent.
You'll get a nice, nice gravel rash drained into it. Not that that's ever happened to me.
No,
of course.
never.
No.
Just to see what happened. So we've got 4 rounds of qualifying, 2 rounds of final stage. The final round of the King of Clubs. We'll be crowning various champions in the various classes. We've got a pretty good turnout, apart from 30.5 Blinky. It looks a bit thin. got some good modified action coming up with Chris Granger and Ollie Jeffries and Harley Eldridge and Zach Smith racing against each other at full speed.
Yes, look very good so far. Ollie just got round 1 from Chris earlier on today, just whilst we were getting set up.
Well, he did the whole thing in West London. In the finals, we had the Chris of old came back and...
He did, and actually last week as well at Halifax in the wet, particularly the first final. Great race between the pair of them as well. So it's not just at the King of Clubs that they're racing closely together. These two, there's absolutely nothing between them. Archie Matthews still leading this just as we come to the end. So the seeding system works. Car number 1 is...
sure, just the
you tend
person
to
who got there first.
Well, you tend to get this by the time you get to the end of a season. The handicapping system and the seeding system tends to play itself out, and actually the qualifying, you don't see that much variance, or as much variance, once you get towards the end of a championship season, because it's a reflection of what everybody's been doing all year anyway. So the quicker guys tend to start more towards the front.
So that was Heat 10.
It was Heat number 11 now, the rookie race.
The rookie race. This can be go one of two ways, can't it? Really?
It can.
Normally it goes the one way. In fairness.
Well, these are the drivers that have done less than 10 races throughout their career.
Oh, it's career now, blimey.
Career, indeed.
Competitive races.
Competitive races. 10 competitive races throughout their career. Poppy Hyde, Reece Watts, Elliot Griggs, Amelia Adams, Frankie Fletcher, James Binney, Ellie Smith, Phoenix Timms, Seba Okamoto, Lewis Onions and Ryan Knight. We potentially have 11 drivers.
Potentially have raining as well. It's raining quite heavily, actually.
Yes, it is, isn't it? It's getting wet.
How are you doing up there with the camera, Ash?
It's spitting.
It's not really... It's very irritating, this, because literally up until we went live, it was dry. And now it's not.
Pretty much the moment we turned the camera on,
it's gone wet.
It's got wet.
But there's not really much getting onto it. I don't know what to do. If everything explodes, you no longer have pictures. You know what's happened. Why can't I see anything from Ada anymore? Well, all the cameras are blown up.
All the cameras are blown up, and it's got very wet. Just getting everybody out on the circuit. It's that really fine rain, isn't it?
It's just damp, basically.
It's horrible when it's like this. Especially when you're up on the rostrum as well, and you can start feeling it. It's not a covered rostrum.
And you're just getting damper and damper.
Well, it's weird because you don't know, like when you start feeling it like that, you don't know what effect it's going to have on the car either. You turn into a corner and you're never quite sure exactly the effect that it's going to have on you. Everybody setting off, bit of a jump there for some of them. Who are we following at the moment? So car 1, Poppy Hyde, I don't think got a start. I think this is Elliot Griggs that we're running with out front at the moment. Although I think that was car number 3, Amelia Adams. So the blue, yellow and white car.
Oh. Quite often you say the word "oh" because it's you see, at the corner of your eye you see a car disappearing at an angle it's not supposed to be at. So yeah, so this is just at the end of the first round. This is the guys who haven't actually done more than 10 races.
You could be right on both counts,
yeah.
In fairness.
There's some very nice, some interesting lines. There's 2 now taking the Nitro pit lane down the straight.
It's acceptable.
Who are we with at the moment then?
We are with at the moment car number 3. That is Elliot Griggs, I believe. It is Elliot Griggs. No, sorry, Elliot Griggs is car number 2.
Where is he on the track? All right, is it back?
He's just coming out onto the main straight now. So past a few of the other cars.
Around the big corner.
And he's about to. Oh, yeah, he's
in the grass.
He's in the grass. Ended up on the grass.
Happens to us all, fairness.
It does. Let's see if we can pick up. Car number 8 looks quite interesting actually. Car number 8 is Phoenix Timms, the orange
truck.
And purple
truck thing.
Yes.
It appears to have the weird thing about it is because it's exactly the same wheelbase, exactly the same chassis as all the others. It just looks completely different because it's a truck, and now it's broadside on the straight. This could be a disaster. It's not.
Oh, he's got it going again. That's sensible.
Oh, yeah, and he's got back his... yep, there we go.
There we go.
Understeer. And oversteer.
And oversteer.
That's commonly known as a combination of very little grip and beginner throttle control.
Yeah, a little bit over enthusiastic there on the throttle. Some good air there that we've just seen on screen.
Yeah, excellent.
That was our erstwhile leader as well, Elliot Griggs.
Is he still leading?
He is, I believe. They make these tough, don't they?
I think they have to. Yes, it's Griggs from Hyde, from Knight, from Adams.
Ellie Smith running in 5th place at the moment. Let's see who else we can pick up. I think we've got the... who's that that's just been on their roof? Oh, in fact, upside down on the... now in the barriers on the straight. You see who we have picked up now. Let's just pick up the car that is parked on the barrier.
So it's the Subaru, the car number 6.
A bit of Dukes of Hazzard towards us there.
That's Ellie Smith.
That's an interesting line, actually. Straight across the...
Save some time going that way, I can tell you.
Well, if you land on your wheels, yes. I'm not sure there isn't some sort of steering damage to that car, actually. It doesn't appear to be tracking completely straight. It wouldn't be a huge surprise. It has taken a few impacts. Let's see who else we can find. I think someone's just lost a dip out drive by the looks of it. Seeing something go rolling past us.
Here comes a diff out drive.
Here comes a diff out drive. Let's have a look at the... Let's pick up this white and purple car, car 11. In fact, I think it might be. It's Ryan Knight.
Quite soon the track's going to be quite wet.
It will be. And it will be quite entertaining when we get to some of the more powerful four-wheel drive cars. When we get to the 13.5.
Well, we start with 13.5s, don't we? When we start round 2 in the second, we'll start with 13.5s. That's 17.5, sorry.
17.5 we start with. 3 heats of 17.5, 2 of 13.5, 1 of modified. The rain really coming down now.
I think we need to move this whole table that way.
I believe we do.
So we're going to commentate whilst moving a table.
Yes, to you.
To me. Okay, let me just make sure we don't take a wire with us we shouldn't. Let's keep going. A bit more on a wire. Here we go. Okay.
Okay. Okay, that is successfully moved.
Means you can't sit over the edge and... oh, that's gone very frame rating. That's not good.
Not ideal. Car being placed down in the sweeper.
That's a problem I was of my own causing there. As we moved it, we knocked something. So there you go. Hopefully pictures are resumed to their previous level. There's like a bit of rain to ruin things, is there?
Absolutely not.
It's got some wind now, so now the rain is blowing into various areas you don't want it in, which is never good.
Yeah, it's coming in sideways, isn't it?
Greetings from RC America Doe Oval Racer. Hello, Bob Thorpe from the pits. Hello to Neil Martin. Hello, Andy 911 UK. We all move on, and I've got a towel. It's not doing an awful lot, but it does actually mean now that I can actually look at the correct thing and change. There is water still coming in across the whole lot.
It's properly windy, isn't it? Now,
it's just blowing it through. I don't want to about these cameras. I did. It's there. Probably not. Do you want to talk about yourself for a second, James?
Yes, absolutely. So that was the conclusion of round number 1 here at sunny Ada. Always sunny down here on the south coast. Something gone slightly wrong with the weather forecast. Just about to begin round number 2, which will be the first heat of 17.5. Scott Hargrave, Bryce Little, Guy Dean, Trevor Little, Casey Granger, Ben Webb, Pete Timms, John Widley and Dave Michael. Set to go for round number 1 of... heat number 1 of round 2.
Right now, it says qualifying 2, heat 1 as well.
And of course, this is really everybody's first opportunity to experience a wet track.
The joy of the wet.
The joy of the wet. The joy of the wet on a track that they race nitro cars on. That's a different challenge as well. You get all that nice oily emulsion making its way up through the pores of the circuit.
Oh, very good.
Makes the curbs really slippery.
You couldn't hear anything I said then. I was agreeing with you in a kind of a lively way. Just waterproofing the main camera so you can watch on our mini camera here, which also needs waterproofing in fairness.
It does, but nice low shot here through the chicane.
We will go back to the actual camera shot in a moment.
Yes. A bit of impromptu waterproofing going on.
There's often impromptu waterproofing in fairness.
This chicane actually quite interesting to get through, particularly in the stock classes, the lower powered stock classes. Trying to carry the speed through there.
Back.
Camera is back. Okay. Let's see who we can.
Oh, I see what I've done. I made a mistake there. I thought I was 1 and you were 2, and I turned you down and me up, which is the completely opposite way it should have been.
That's not good. Casey Granger, though, having started last, he stormed through the field. So the white and pink coloured car, he's just about heading out on. He was just going to be heading out onto the main straight. He's had a converging of destinies with another
vehicle involved.
Another vehicle involved, but Casey just heading through the sweeper now. Casey, of course, son of Chris. We had a chat with a pair of them at West London.
We did. I had a chat with them earlier. I'm glad to see that Casey is getting exactly what he should do, which is Dad's hand-me-downs.
Yes, in terms of body shells, yeah, absolutely.
And tyres.
Yes.
Let's keep those consumables down on a reasonable level.
Oh, of course.
Tiny sheets are wet now.
I mean, what did you ever get to the point though where you were having the hand-me-downs from
James? No, he never got that level. Luckily.
Okay.
He still races. Well, I haven't raced for a year because I race indoors and has been indoor racing for a year. Hopefully, get back to in the end of September, and then he'll be joining me again, and we'll both be unable to remember what we're supposed to be doing after a year and a half off.
It's easy.
You have heard that idea?
It's like rising a bike.
It's like riding a bike, yes.
It's like rising a bike.
The last time I drove a radio controlled car was for the Channel 5 show, the Gadget Show.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which was a unmitigated success. No, it was all right. It was a bit of a problem. We went to a sprint circuit doing an electric car versus a Porsche Taycan.
That was a Kerber, wasn't it?
Yeah, couldn't see I was up on a platform 10 metres up. It wasn't 9 metres up, but it wasn't enough. You can't see a proper sized circuit. I was impressed how well the radio range worked. Wasn't impressed how well my eyes worked.
No, that's Kerber's not a million miles down the road from me. Anyway, running with Casey Granger still at the moment.
Is he leading?
He is running second at the moment.
Who's winning? Tell me who's winning.
Guy Dean is leading. Car number 3. Let's see if we can identify car number 3 out there. Car number 3 is where is he? He must be by. I can't see a car number 3.
That's 2.
Is he the?
Is he the green one?
I think he may be the green one.
That's 1.
That's 1. That's 7.
It's going well, this, isn't it?
It is.
It's the first chance not to get a number right. 9, 6, 4. There doesn't appear to be a 3.
There doesn't, no.
Well done. There's 2 5s, that's why.
Okay. Casey now has taken the lead again.
From the other 5.
Yes. So we can only presume that one of the 5s is Guy Dean.
Yeah, drop back one car to the mauve, blue and white car, which I think also has 5 on it. No, that's car 2, that is actually. So the 5 fell off just a second ago. This is car 2, I believe. He says very confidently it is car 2. So that is Bryce Little, who's running a bit further down.
He is. Very Mark Reinhard inspired body
shell as well. Yes, he's been inspired well, I can tell you.
He has.
I'd be inspired by Mark Reinhardt to do all sorts of things.
It doesn't look much like Mark Reinhardt on track at the moment, in fairness.
No,
but a little bit of practice.
It's very hard to impersonate a 4-time world champion, in fairness.
Well, it is, yes.
Hang on a second, I'm going to get past you because I'm now going to go and just prevent the other camera from getting too wet. In this wonderful world of why the hell is it raining after we set up and everything was fine.
Because, of course, that's how it works.
Yes. But as it's not massively windy, I'm just going to do that, you see.
Drape a towel over it.
The towel's lightly damp, so it's got some weight about it now, you see.
Moist.
Yes.
We have a moist towel.
Moist towelette, yes. No, it's a full-size towel. It's not a towelette, to be honest.
Well, it's a tea towel, isn't it?
No. It's toweling. It's not tea towel.
It's not tea towel.
Tea towel being kind of dry, crusty, pointless stuff. It's actually a tea towel.
Casey Granger still leading this one then, and it looks like he's going to take this as we come into 5 minutes.
So they split him and Harry up this time.
They have. Harry is appearing next in the
Heat 2.
Yes. That'll be it.
That's the one. It's stopped raining, honestly.
Of course it has. Now you've waterproofed everything.
Well, that's fine. That's all right then. That means that we've actually achieved what we needed to achieve. We've convinced it not to rain anymore.
Yes. Although weirdly, you do get a situation where tracks they go greasy when they're not when it's not properly wet, when it's no longer properly raining. So we'll have to monitor that over the course of the day. See how it goes.
Stu Cartwright says, fabulous commentary, hunt the car. Well, that is what we spend our entire time doing.
Absolutely. Just trying to find out what's going on.
The only time you don't have to hunt the car is in large scale, because the numbers are so large, you can actually find things.
In fairness, it's once we start getting towards the top heats and you have sort of recognisable colour schemes and liveries, they tend to be a little bit easy.
Very cocky thing to say before we start losing those cars as well.
Well, there is that, but talking of hand-me-downs and race paint, I can see that Harry Jeffries appears to be in the same boat, and he's running.
Hopefully it's not a boat. I mean, it has been raining a bit, but you don't need a boat. That's kind of really pushing the boat out, pushing the requirements out, I think.
Little bit of understeer.
Has it actually really got into the tarmac or not?
I don't think so, because the light patches are still light. So it still looks like there's damage.
And there is wind as well.
Yeah, sorry about that.
He's got every gag out today.
But quite a few green and white cars out there.
So we got in this one we have Dave Clift in 1, Mark Payne in 2, Chris Blackburn in 3, Mark Passingham in 4, Ross DeLander in 5, Harry Jeffries in 6, Luke Jury in 7, Chris Seldrick in 8, and Jody Simmons in 9.
Harry Jeffries bringing the average age of this heat down quite substantially.
By about half.
Yes. There's some experience on that rostrum.
There is, and I've forgotten to change the number to 2 as well, so you better talk to yourself while I do my basic housekeeping I've failed to do.
Okay, Dave Clift will be off first, the white and pinky purple coloured car. Let's run with him from Mark Payne in second. We were just chatting with Mark earlier, actually. He was trying to improve his car by adding a little bit of droop to the rear of the car.
That'll be his age.
Just as they head through the chicane for the first time. Quite a close battle, actually, looking at this, between Dave Clift and Mark Payne. Those two just edging away. A little bit of over-rotation on Mark's car. We're running with Dave at the moment as he rattles across the chicane.
Reinterprets the chicane, that's for sure.
Yeah, you can actually take a surprising amount of those curbs without it unsettling the car too much. Mr. Payne out of shot has got it very wrong, going backwards off the end of the main straight through the sweeper. Dave Clift quite comfortably out in front. Let's move back to the gaggle of green, just coming out onto the main straight now. So Ross DeLander is, I believe, car number 5, the first of the green coloured cars, helpfully with no number on his car. Mark Payne is the one behind him, car number 2. We know that. Mark Passingham is the one who's thrown in a dash of purple into his green and white.
I got a dash of purple.
A hint of purple.
Just that hint of purple that makes everything so special.
It is. His car's disappeared out of shot, but we're running now with Mark Payne trying to get past Ross Delander. Or in fact, we're running with Ross, watching Mark Payne trying to make his way past. Mark has made his way past. And Mark, backward. That was good style points. Mark doing some donuts for the crowd through the sweeper.
Well, it pays to entertain, you know. You get more airtime, don't you?
You do.
Wind gets up.
Wind really picking up now.
Dry off those brief amounts of water we had earlier.
Does. Mark seemingly got that right through the sweeper now. So just, you don't want to back off the throttle too much at the end of the straight, and you want to avoid the curb because it unsettles the car and unloads it. Let's just watch him once more. He's got that quite nice now. Let's see if we can pick up Harry Jeffries' car. So the Ollie Jeffries colour scheme. The car just coming underneath us now.
Pink and white and yellow. There he goes.
Harry got himself out of the bottom heat at West London, actually, didn't he? Moved himself up a final, and looks like he's going fairly well at the moment, running fourth in the race.
That was very useful, getting knocked back into position again, wasn't it?
It was.
It's happened to us all, and it's always nice when it does. Normally, you yell at the person who hits you when you've got yourself out of shape and they've taken you further around. When they knock you back, you never say anything, do you?
You don't. You also feel terribly guilty if you come out of it okay. It was your mistake.
I'll be really honest with you. I don't remember much terrible guilt in any of the things I've done.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. In fairness,
I always feel it evens itself out over a number of years.
Over many years. But Harry going well at the moment. Actually, Harry's car looking good out there. Looking quite well balanced. A little bit of understeer, but always makes the car easier to drive. Quite a sensible thing. A little tap at the rear, but he's been sensible there. Just swapping some paint with blue and orange car. I'm not sure who the blue and orange car is. Is that Chris Sheldrake that he's running with?
It's a big race he's going on with. It's when he comes towards me in a second. They are overly hitting each other, those two.
Harry's done a sensible thing though. He's just backed out of it, and
it is the 3 car, so it is actually that of Chris Blackburn.
Chris Blackburn, okay. Leaders just coming up to lap them now. So this will be Dave Clift.
Oh!
Nice. Gravel rash onto the body shell.
Oh, he's going to get a bit of help there. That was generous marshalling.
That was. He's not gained any time, but he hasn't lost an awful lot.
Which you would normally do if you were skidding on your roof for some way.
Yes. It's generous marshalling there.
We've all done it.
We have.
Especially for the youngsters.
Yes. Unless they're on to beat your time, and
then
of course they get put back on the track exactly at the point that they came off.
Give or take 3 or 4 metres the wrong way, yeah.
Well, yeah.
And after you've kind of looked at the car, he says, yeah, it's all right still, yeah, it's fine, yeah, and put it down, yeah.
Well, let's pick up our leader, Dave Clift, as he comes around to cross the line. He is the white, pink and purple car, just going sideways through the chicane. And he has made the extra lap, no one else has.
By 800ths of a second.
So Dave Clift down the main straight for a victory lap. You know, this is the worst feeling in the world as well, when you make it through the split for that extra lap and then crash.
Yes, and you get an X lap 27 or something. Yeah.
Yes, you get a really slow finishing time. Again, not that I've ever done that.
No,
of course not.
Never happens to any of us that way.
No, of course not. Not speaking from experience at all.
That was Heat 2. Heat 3 is the top heat of 17.5.
Yes, Glenn Westwood going very, very well first time out. But we've got Ben Kane, Glenn Westwood, Dan Morey, Michael Chapman, Tim Langdell, Billy Kavanagh, George Munns, Malk Hall, Dave Ringsall, and Gareth Hobson. Not sure they're all here.
There's a lot of rain. I think some pre-entries may or not actually be here. I don't know. What do you know?
Yes, I believe that's the case. I think it works a new thing for this year, but well, not a new thing for this year. I think some people have been pinged at quite short notice, and
oh dear,
had to isolate.
Damn pingage.
Yes.
Frank got pinged. our cameraman Frank got pinged, so he couldn't do the karting last week.
Okay.
That was his excuse anyway.
Did that have anything to do with the weather?
No, it was not. It was all right actually. No, he showed me he actually sent me a picture. I didn't believe anyway, but he still unsolicited sent me a picture of his ping.
Okay. That's
I'm a very tough boss, you know. Yeah. We don't. They don't all get put up in 4-star airport hotels, you know.
No, absolutely. It was quite nice. Free upgrade as well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what did the club room give you?
I'm not sure because I didn't see what a normal room was, but
Uh-huh.
they have their own floor. The 4th floor was the club rooms.
Do you get free food at the club room?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
Just a free another floor. A floor of clubbage.
Yes, the club floor.
Exciting. So you've got Ben Kane, Glenn Westwood, Dan Morey, Michael Chapman, Tim Langdale, Billy Kavanagh, George Marnes. And it's all changed around already now.
It is Glenn Westwood leading away down the main straight. Glenn, looking like they painted the roof and then forgot to do the rest of it.
Well, that happens.
And sort of just backed it all with white. So. Down the main straight. It's quite funny actually because Glenn's car wasn't. It didn't look immediately quick. If you were stood trackside watching it, the car that you would have said that was very, very quick was actually one car back, car 5, Timmy Langdale. His car looked absolutely fantastic, though he just let Ben Kane through. So Ben on the march now. He is He's about a quarter of a second behind Glenn. These two Aldershot Club members.
So we haven't got Dave Ringsill or Mount Hall, who have entered but not taken part.
No, can't see them out there. I'm sure I've seen Mount Hall around today, though.
Perhaps he got pinged really late, just actually here.
Well, whilst he was here. Dave Ringsill's definitely here. Perhaps it's the wet that's put him off.
Would put me off.
Not wanting to
Has
run.
put me off, in fairness.
Glenn Westwood leading this from Ben Kane. We're running with Glenn at the moment. Let's see if we can pick up Ben Kane. He is the orange, white and purple coloured car. He's just coming out on towards the main straight now through the sweeper. Down the straight, these are the 17.5 powered cars. So don't have that sudden lurch of speed as they go out onto the straight. Tend to run pretty tall gearing. So 17.5 class, all about the conservation of speed rather than outright power.
I need to conserve my speed.
It's a different challenge carrying the corner speed. You just, particularly through corners like this chicane, you can see it rattles the curbs there. Just trying to keep the car moving, not scrub off too much speed. If that lets you pull a slightly taller pinion gear, plays itself out in terms of straight line speed. You don't want to hit the brakes too heavily. See, nicely hopping over the curbs there from Ben. Very experienced driver. Starting to come up towards some traffic. And actually just seen a spin for the leader, so Ben's going to be in front now, just as they start making their way through. Ben will be leading by dint of the fact that he started off third. So started out 2 seconds behind the leader and is less than 2 seconds behind. Looks like Ben's lost a body clip at the front, actually. I've just seen the wheel arch pop up. No cars in between Ben and Glenn now. Ben Kane leading this one from our round 1 winner, Glenn Westwood. Dan Morey up into third with car number 3.
Lots of controversy, of course, at West London about this particular class when we got to the finals. A number of cars failed their voltage checks. So we ended up with lots of cars not taking part in the finals.
In the second final, yes, absolutely. I think that was sort of a byproduct of the heat on the day. When the temperature goes up, the internal resistance of the batteries drop. And if you're pushing it fairly close to the limit, the sort of 8.409, it's very easy to move to 8.41 and fail, go over the limit.
I remember at the beginning of LiPos, I used to fail all the time because I had a rubbish charger.
Yeah,
and then when I got a good charge, I didn't fail anymore.
No, but I think the temptation is that now people know that sort of what the limit is. That it's that 0.9.
Yeah.
They try and push it up to that limit, and it doesn't take an awful lot to interrupt the equilibrium.
Oh my lord, that's a whole new statement.
It is. Been consulting the Thesaurus.
Thesaurus, yes.
Thesaurus. Got a new Thesaurus actually.
Have you?
Yes. It's terrible, and it's terrible.
Yeah, it's quite a long setup for that one for not much.
It was, yeah, for not a lot of payback. Ben Kane still leading this one. We're running with him as we're just coming up into the last 25 seconds, so we'll stick with him till the end. Down the main straight once more. See, pulls like a train.
What, so it arrives a bit late?
Well, yes. May see that in the back of shot a few times actually over the course of the day, and Intercity 125 come rattling past.
It's not an Intercity 125, it's some local down the south. It's down the coast of Sussex train, isn't it?
Yeah, okay.
Oddly, there were 2 or 3 of them. I've not seen one for ages now. Perhaps they're frightened of the rain as well.
Perhaps. Are they like buses?
No, they're trains.
Okay. Fair enough. Slightly different. Top heat then of 17.5 done. Ben Kane takes that round from Glenn Westwood. So Glenn in a good position with a 1 and a 2.
So we're now into heat 4, and it's the first of our 13.5. So a bit more oomph, a bit more speed, a bit more power.
A bit less control.
That's possible, obviously. Well, it is a bit less of me because I'm going to go. I need to go and do something. But everything's ready. It's on Ash's camera.
Okay. Ready for this first 13.5 heat. We've got Charlie Colby, Tim Timms, Victor Georgiev and Mark Smith. Just the 4 cars out there for this one. So a bit of a reduced entry in 13.5 this time. Slightly more powerful. Still running Blinky. Still in the Blinky class. Means a fixed output from the speed controller. In fact, we look like we've got a ringer out here as well, because Morgan Williams is out there. Just waiting for everybody to get parked up on the line. Coming in towards 10 seconds. Charlie Colby running off second, running with Morgan Williams, our leader. Very Ronald Volker inspired body shell. He's down the main straight through the sweeper for the first time. Morgan a little over enthusiastic on the throttle there. Charlie right back with him. In fact, Morgan gets out of it, lets Charlie go. And Charlie then aims himself at the barriers coming onto the main straight. Tone suggesting none of them are improving at the minute. That's not unexpected with the slightly damp conditions. They had a dry track for round 1 and of course fresh tyres as well. Morgan just about leading this one from Mark Smith running in second place. So Mark Smith is the orange and white coloured car. That's the 3rd car on circuit. Let's pick him up. There we go, that's him. The reason that he's running second whilst being in 3rd place on the track, he started out, he's just put it on its roof coming out onto the main straight. That's going to drop him back. He started out, or qualifying runs on the clock. So if you start 2 seconds behind a car and you're running 1 second behind them on track, then you're actually 1 second in front of them on the clock. Let's pick up Charlie Colby as the moisture starts falling from the air again. He is the white and green coloured car on the main straight now. Charlie just heading around trying to close down Morgan.
Still raining in the wind, you know.
It is. There's definitely precipitation out there.
It's almost like we're living in a cloud.
Yes. Just running around with Charlie Colby at the minute.
Oof.
He started out 1 second behind Morgan, and he is currently... well, in fact, that's not quite an accurate reflection because Morgan made a mistake after he'd crossed the loop. So let's see what happens this time. A bit over-enthusiastic on the throttle from Charlie there. Got his car a bit sideways. What is there? There is pretty much exactly 2 seconds between them, which rather coincidentally is about the length of the main straight. We'll say the length of the main straight, the straight part of the straight.
The straight bit.
The straight of the straight. It's deceptively long, the straight here, because you actually get on the throttle pretty much as you exit the hairpin coming onto the straight, and certainly in the lower powered classes, when it's dry and you have full traction, you can be on the throttle all the way round. So let's just have a look as we follow Charlie's car round. So you can be flat out on the throttle from there, not like that and sideways, that's the moisture in the air. But you can be flat out pretty much all the way around to that point there that you've just come past. So around sort of 2/3 of the outer loop of the circuit, you can stay on the power. Morgan demonstrating his mastery of the wet conditions. Let's pick him up with the all blue coloured car. He's drifting that car nicely out there. She's down the main straight through the sweeper. Front end on that car looking nice and positive. One minute left to go. Morgan leading this one fairly comfortably. Front of that car tucking in nicely without suffering from over rotation. So it looks like he is not being adversely affected by the wet conditions. Just keeping it sensible. Wait until the car's in a straight line before getting on the throttle. That's when you really notice this slight bit of moisture on the circuit. That you get on the throttle.
Given it full throttle, and now I'm facing entirely the wrong direction.
Indeed. Looks like he's still got a fair amount of traction across the curbs as well. They're just keeping it sensible. The problem Morgan's going to have is when you're not in the top heat, it can be or when you're quite a lot quicker than other people that are in the heat with you, it's quite difficult to judge your own pace and sort of where you should be, and you can think that you're going around quite comfortably.
Yes, that's the problem, isn't it? You don't end up self-limiting.
Yes, to a degree. You think that your car's quite good, and then you end up in a
Train.
In a final above. There's a train, indeed.
Just so people that we didn't get on shot in time, but just so people that might think there isn't really a train, there is a train.
There is definitely a train. That was the penultimate, or the first heat of 13.5. Yes. Well,
one of two.
It was the penultimate one.
It was, and the first.
Yes.
And the one before last.
Yes.
More use for thesaurus there.
Absolutely. What else do we have now? What do we have now? We have the top heat of 13.5.
I see they're going to combine these into one single final.
Well, what have we got? We've got
10.
We've got 11.
Oh.
Ooh. That's not going to be fun, is it, for whoever's 11th?
Gets a nice drive around his own.
He's going to have a nightmare marshalling, though. Ash Whiffin, Marcus Askell, Billy Fletcher, Liam Hendy, Ricky Copsey, and Bailey Graves. That's not an ideal start, putting it on its roof.
Oh, it is a better start when it's actually not the actual type of the start of the race. Oh, it's brightening up now.
It is.
Yeah.
Getting ready for the modified.
Yep. Bags coming off the other camera, so we're going back to the mini camera. This constant battle of bags. And the wind.
Looks like Billy Fletcher is
Bags
dropping
off.
out.
I'm going back to the main camera again. Oh, I'm there.
Okay, Marcus Askell leads away. From Liam Hendy. Liam, the local driver.
For local people.
Local driver for local. It's a local track for local people.
There are only 4 cars going around.
There are only 4 cars going around, indeed. Billy Fletcher
Rather than
has
6.
Yeah, Billy's dropped out. I haven't
Copsey.
seen Ricky Copsey
Right.
today. Bailey Graves is the minty-looking car.
In mint condition.
Yes, looks mint. Marcus Askell is the white, yellow, and blue coloured car. The yellow, white, and black. Is that black or is that dark blue? It's very dark blue. Is Liam Hendy, and Liam's now leading. So battle for the lead on the main straight now. So if we move our focus back 1 car, that is our leader, Liam Hendy. Just starting to edge in on Marcus. Ebbing and flowing as they head round the circuit. Liam having done many, many laps around this Ada circuit. In fairness, I think Marcus has probably done a few over the years as well. See, Liam's got the confidence, though, to rattle over some of those curbs. Marcus seems to have stemmed the flow slightly, though. Gaining time in different parts of the circuit. Liam's car looking a little bit better through the chicane there that we have the fixed camera located at. Marcus a little bit better on some of the high-speed stuff as we go out towards the main straight. So a bit of a better change of direction on Liam's car. Just saw there through the chicane. Marcus actually now back in front. These two started out 1 second apart, and there's barely 1 second between. In fact, they are identical on times as they cross the line. So now 1/10 of a second between them. Liam leading this one from Marcus. Marcus looks like he has pulled a gap very, very slightly. And Ash Whiffin still in with a sniff of this as well.
Sniffing with Whiffin.
He is. No, Ash's car just a little loose at the rear. That's just dropped him back very slightly. Marcus seems to have dropped the hammer now and has pulled away from Liam. In fact, Ash having done the fastest lap of the race so far, but top 3 all within half a tenth on their hot laps. Only 4 cars circulating on track, but they are pretty, or certainly the top 3, fairly close to one another on the clock. Bailey Graves having a bit of a lonely run.
So what happened to Billy Fletcher? He broke down in the warm-up, did he?
Yeah, his car was doing donuts. I would imagine he has some kind of problem with perhaps a front drive shaft.
Yeah.
I would think, looking at how his car was behaving. With the double jointed drive shafts, these touring cars tend to run in the front. If you pick up any kind of a problem with them, you don't get drive to both front wheels. And with a spool in the front of the car, there's nothing to take any of that action, so it just does weird stuff. So, condition of the drivetrain fairly critical. Bit of a strange thing, really, running solid axle in the front of a car.
The number of ways in which these scale machines don't quite match the real world.
Yes.
I mean, they do use spool. I mean, they do use spools in a lot of it, though, on ovals on the whole, they use a spool.
It's more used in the rear, though, isn't it?
Yeah, really, well, it's very little four-wheel drive track racing because the inherent understeer, they haven't... they've always kind of shied away from the weight of the understeer, whereas obviously, you know, because the power to weight is so much greater in a RC car, four-wheel drive's always been the way to go.
Yes. And it's a bit of a bodge around the fact that you'd normally... Given the choice, you'd run a slightly harder tyre in the front of the car, but given that control tyres are all the same, a spool is a bit of a bodge to get around that fact.
I think four-wheel drive track racing cars, I can think of the Audi touring cars, which ran for about 2 years, and that's about it. I mean, there were the failed experiments in the late 60s in Formula 1.
There was, with the Cosworth.
The FF and the
McLaren had one.
They all had one, I think, for a while.
Yes.
And it didn't work.
I think Matra had one.
I can't think of any. Thing apart, obviously, that brief touring car Quattro period. Obviously, they completely dominated the wonderful world of rallying. But, yeah.
Well, that's traction limited, isn't it? So that's always going to be a...
obviously, if you know of a four-wheel drive class of some sort, you need to press record for this one, Ash.
So this is the modified Heat. About to go. Ollie Jeffries taking this one last time from Chris Granger. So we have Ollie Jeffries, Chris Granger, Zach Smith, Harley Eldridge, Ollie Meggett. Perhaps he's brought your jacket back, Nick.
Had a long chat with Ollie, actually. There was no mention of jacket. It's a coat. It's not a jacket.
Okay, sorry.
It's very important.
It's a coat.
I think it's very important we differentiate there.
It's a coat.
Jacketing. It's a coat.
It's a coat. And
Elliot's here.
Elliot Harper is here, yes.
We're just watching.
Yeah, well, Elliot's retired.
Does Elliot just mechanicking for Ollie?
I guess so, yeah.
Elliot! Hello. All right? Yeah. What do you... Well, it's not. This is our knock-up kit. You should see what we had last week at the karting.
Ollie Jeffries going to lead away from Chris Granger. Ollie running his race paint.
Take the leader, Ash.
Chris Granger not running race paint. Quite ironic, actually. His son's running race paint, but Chris isn't.
Well, so we found those extra 4 grams are really important.
Yeah. Although, given the frequency at which new body shells are being tested and released,
yes.
Running a practice paint job tends to make a little more sense. Harley's leapt from the gate this time as well, actually.
Really?
Harley's, yeah, Ollie's leading from Chris and Harley. Oh, Zach Smith's up there as well.
Ah, you see, it's everyone's go.
But, well, top 4, after 2 laps, are covered by 0.3 of a second. Really, really close between the top 3. Just watch them flick through that chicane. Harley and Zach actually running what look like very similar coloured body shells. They are slightly different. Harley's is a pink coloured body shell. Zach's is a fluorescent red.
Useful.
Yes, but to all intents and purposes they look the same on the stream.
Drop back to the pure white car, Ash. That's Chris.
This is Chris Granger.
Yeah, doing some lapping at the moment. There's 5 cars, 7 cars. Let's start again. There's 6 cars taking part. 4 are all of a speed, and there's a couple who are not quite as quick. It's Charlie and Ollie.
Yes. And that must feel like they're on the motorway, watching, on the motorway on a moped, if you could be, just watching everybody come rattling past.
Well, if you're the motor with a moped, you deserve everything you get.
Well, absolutely. Chris got the magnets on, trying to close in on the back of Ollie. See his car lurch with that modified power as he gets out onto the main straight. Of course, these cars as well can run turbo and boost on their speed controllers. So
Even more go.
even more go. Even more power if they want it.
Drop back one more, Ash, to Harley.
Right, this is Harley's car, the pink coloured car that we're running with at the minute.
So Harley, of course, who ran Ollie very close at Colchester. In fact, was unlucky not to win after a strange Heat 2, Final 2. And then was a little bit off the pace, really, in West London, where it became just the Ollie and Chris show. And you want to see how good that was? We have the video of the second final, which was a cracking race. That's available on RC Racing TV.
It did actually
YouTube
look like
page.
there was only 2 cars in that race, didn't it? When they, it did have that appearance. Zach Smith running in, third place. He's 1 car behind Harley, although in front on the clock. Zach is, how far is he off the lead? He's about 2.5 seconds off the lead as we come into 3.5 minutes. So, looks like Ollie Meggitt is about to be lapped by Ollie Jeffries, and Ollie gets right out the way. You definitely don't want to be that person who fires the leader off.
Not when the leaders are doing 60 miles an hour, that's for sure.
No. That would be a plane crash. And Ollie gets out of Chris's way as well. So if we pick up the leader again, the white and pink and yellow coloured car just coming off the main straight now. Ollie leading this one by, what's he got? About 1.25 seconds from Chris. So very, very close between them still, but it's just relentless. Ollie just keeps on edging forward and edging away. Must be really frustrating for Chris. Just that close, but just watching him edge forward, edge away.
Yeah, it's 1.4 seconds in real terms at the moment.
Yeah. Just keep chipping away at it, and
Another 700ths that time round.
It's nothing, but it's everything. And it's just consistent. It's every single lap. But like you said at West London, it appeared early on that Ollie had a similar advantage, and then by the time we got to the finals,
These ever-changing conditions, who knows, James? It could be.
Absolutely.
I'm going to stop recording now if I started recording. It's very, very tedious. You can stop recording now, Ash. So that was the single modified event.
It was. Just getting ready now for the first of the Tamiya GTE. Well, it's the only Tamiya GTE heat.
Yeah, this is a Tamiya adult heat, effectively, because the other 2 Tamiya heats are beginners' heats.
They are. Who have we got then? Tim Harrop, Carl Matthews, Steve Adams, Carl Osborne, Martin Reeder, Gavin Lanaway, Harry Hontzer, and Mick Hendy and Mike Griggs.
As the wind picks up. The forecast was for wind, not for that rain we had earlier.
Or perhaps the wind brought the rain in.
Well, it wasn't invited, so it shouldn't have come without being a proper invitation.
Watching everybody head round to the line on their warm-up lap. Bit of a voyage into the unknown, having had that shower of rain, just wanting to feel what you've got underneath you. It's a horrible sinking feeling when you've got a nasty car, knowing that you've got to drive that for the next 5 minutes. Hello, Chris. Yes. Chris Granger there, just going out to Marshall.
Far too chirpy, if you ask me.
Yes. Going to see, I think, Tim Harrop leading away with the Alitalia liveried Alpha 155.
Oh, I love that car.
Did they have a race in that livery in period?
No.
No, I'm trying to think.
Well, it may have done, actually. It may have done in Italy, didn't race in that.
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
trying to
UK.
remember. It's more normally associated with Lancia rally cars, isn't it? But
If you've got the sticker set in the car, go for it, right, if you ask me.
yeah, I'm not sure. There you go. If anybody out there knows,
Someone will know.
someone will know. Did the Alpha 155 ever race in Alitalia livery in period, sort of early mid-90s? There you go. That's a challenge for you for a Sunday.
Challenge everyone.
For a Sunday, sort of early, late Sunday morning. Let's see who is running second. The Alitalia car is leading. Martin Reeder is running in second. He's on the, I believe he's the Ford GT with the retro antenna tube.
Hey.
Just coming through the sweeper now.
Is he actually using a retro radio is the question, though?
I don't know. I'm
unlikely.
not sure.
You stick your head round. Is there an aerial that on the...
No.
There we are.
So,
Just gone full retro for us.
running with Martin Reeder at the moment. Our second place man.
There's a mixture, isn't there, of MTCs and Tamiyas here, isn't there? Or was the MTC next? Or is it some body shells that look a bit MTC? I don't know.
Martin Reeder actually looking like he's closing in a little bit on Tim Harrop.
No, it's MTC next time round, so just some body shells that look a bit MTC-ish.
Yeah, there aren't any MTCs out there. MTCs are...
Micro touring cars, aren't they? Or mini touring cars?
yeah, they're mini touring cars, which is like a touring car, but like, well, mini-sized.
Yeah.
So it
Dramatic description there.
they're a bit Ron Seal, aren't they? They do what they say on the tin, effectively, for MTC. Well, I mean, I suppose you could race a Tamiya Mini within the MTC class.
You could?
Yeah, you could. They fall within those dimensions. A wheelbase between 210 and 225 millimetres, I believe.
Thank you very much. Stu Cartwright asked us 13 minutes ago how many mods are running, and the answer to that was 6, wasn't it?
Yes.
So, but then again, in the last 13 minutes, you've seen those 6 game rounds. You would probably have to count those up yourself, Stu, but there we go.
Let's see if we can find Steve Adams out there, car number 3. Car number 3 is the Castrol liveried NSX, the green. Well, I think he got slightly the wrong colour red, but he's on the main straight now. I don't ever remember it being a sort of metallic burgundy. I think it was more of a bright red. I could be wrong though.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's been known.
No, never.
Absolutely.
We pride you on your accuracy.
Ooh, oh dear. Steve's car looks like it's being relatively sensibly driven.
That's what you can ask for, really, isn't it?
He's not troubling a huge number of apices,
Yeah, well, you know.
but equally he's not putting it in the grass.
I think it's overrated, Apices business.
Well, absolutely. Oh, I don't know. There we go. He hit one literally and sort of over-rotated backwards off the circuit. That's the danger, and that's where you lose the time. This carpet grey, these carpet silver cut, or the sort of...
There's 2 of them, aren't there? Yeah, you pick those 2 up, back to do it together there, going down the in front of the rostrum. There's 2 grey cars, Ash.
Not really the most photogenic or telegenic colour scheme, is it really?
I'm not sure it's the easiest to see either.
Well, it depends how good...
Oh!
Well, clearly not.
So car 6, was it?
That was car 6. Oh, I thought that was an excellent bit of parking that he was about to perform there on the barrier.
Lan away.
It is quite strange actually when you're on the rostrum with these blue, but it kind of looks like you're looking at a swimming pool, as stupid as it sounds. It's quite certainly in the UK it's unique as a colour scheme for a circuit with the blue
no
inlays.
other blue tracks, blimey.
No, not in the UK.
That's surprising me.
Not that I've and well, certainly any of the sort of national stroke clubman's level tracks that we visit. I'm struggling to think any others that have a green's the usual colour if there is one. Like faux grass. At the GTE Heat, we're now up with the MTC Heat, which MTC standing for Mini Touring Car, which are touring cars but mini.
Mini, yes.
As we'd identified. Got a few ringers out there. Ollie Payne and Sean Batt, expecting them to be quick from the off. Wind picking up again.
Yes, we were predicting this wind. We're enjoying this the sound of wind on our microphones for most of the rest of the day, I'm afraid.
It does affect the cars quite dramatically as well, actually, believe it or not. Especially if you get like a crosswind in the middle of the sweeper, can upset the cars. And as for trying to drive a 17.5 down the straight into a headwind, forget it.
They never get there.
No. No, it's a strange circuit for that because there's sort of there is some protection and banking around, but equally there's gaps as well. So you suddenly, it's a bit like, well, the opposite effect of driving down the motorway on a windy day. When you pass under a bridge, you sort of you feel the steering stop pulling, and it's kind of the opposite of that. It's you're suddenly the car will feel like it's pulling off to one side just as it hits a crosswind. Ollie Payne going to lead this one off then. The white and pink coloured car. Sean Batt running in second place with the, I think that's like a martini sort of inspired livery he has on his car. Ollie's car looking a little bit leery there, so Sean having taken the lead. Ollie's got some motor in that car.
Is it a free motor, this one then?
It's they're limited, I believe. There's a motor list that they can run, but I don't know. Sean's got some motor as well. Are we actually seeing drafting down the straight there? Because whoever's behind looks like they have an immense amount more horsepower. So are we seeing the lead car punching a hole through the air?
Well, perhaps it's tailwind shouldn't really work, should it? Yeah, well, away he's going, Ollie, now, isn't he?
Yeah, perhaps, but Ollie... in fact, I think Tom Dadswell's going to be leading this. He is leading this one in third place, the all-orange coloured car. Mainly because Ollie and Sean have been knocking 7 bells out of each other, and Tom's just there picking up the pieces. This our leader then. Tom reinterpreting the chicane.
There's a lot of that.
There is. I think once you've done it once, you sort of realise... Well, I mean, we can see it here, but you can see how flat that is. And you can sort of see it from the low shot.
I think I'd be slightly track limiting people at the moment. Whoops, bad luck for the leader there.
Perhaps.
Well, I think certainly if you steal too much of the second part of the chicane, it's absolutely track limits as far as I'm concerned. I go for the second bit here. Where's it come through?
and both of them observing the limit.
Yeah, they're not. It's pretty obvious people are trying to go around it. I think what happens if you click the first one, you're up in the air, therefore you have no steering.
Yes, and you understeer out through the second one.
And as John once said with a four-wheel drive car, he said, it doesn't matter how much grip a four-wheel drive car's got, if none of the wheels are on the ground, it's got no grip.
That's a very accurate observation.
It is
from John.
Completely unarguable with that none of hover cars don't steer well with their tyres.
Well, it's funny you say that, actually. I mean, remember the very famous, I think, where was it, Argentina 2012, the Elliott Boots whip, with the how he managed to straighten that car out with the steering.
Yes.
So you can
that's
actually...
momentum, that's not actually the steering, that's not the aero set doing it straight, that's
yes.
That's using the actual gyroscopic forces of...
Whether the cars are ever airborne long enough for that to take effect, I don't know. Probably not.
That's a good point.
But it is technically possible to control the attitude of the car when it is in the air, but yeah.
I'm not sure it is with these touring cars. They're not really designed for it. It is obviously absolutely possible with the off-road machines.
Indeed, yes. A function of the diameter of the tyres.
A lot more momentum on the tyres, yeah, a lot
yes.
more centrifugal, centripetal force, should I say.
Yes. No doubt the effect will be there, but it will be much, much reduced.
I think if you get one of these things in the air, you're just panicking and desperate for you to get back on the ground again.
Yes, quite often.
Ollie Payne's taking the lead. Sean Batt second. Dadswell, who we're with, is in third, not by a lot, but that has dropped off. It's certainly Ollie's now.
Let's pick up Ollie as he's just gently touched the curbs as he flowed through the chicane nicely.
Ollie onto the main straight now. And at the end of the track, Ash, coming back underneath you. Orange and white. Did he actually win a European Championship in the end in 12?
He did. He won the Stock Euros in 2018.
He was there or thereabouts.
Yes. So, yep, he did indeed win that. Now more modified class runner. He made the A final at the Worlds in Milton Keynes as well. So
yeah, you didn't make the A final. You were too busy being ill.
I didn't make any final, did I? I was. Well, I had no voice on the Sunday.
Thanks to Scott and Muzz for taking over.
Absolutely. Yes, I sort of saved our lives. I was not well.
And I said, "Oh, you're gonna, yeah, I'm sure we'll get you some stuff to do in the future." And then there's been no future.
There has been no future since.
Muzz has gone off to do real racing, isn't he?
Has he?
Yeah. I think so. Not Muzz. Is it Muzz? Yeah, I think he's doing, isn't he? Was it Muzz? Oh, I'm getting all confused now with different people.
I don't think Muzzy's doing real racing.
Who is doing real racing?
Tom Cockrell's doing.
No, and Lee Martin's mechanic's doing it as well.
Okay.
Who is? I thought it was Muzz. Is it Mark Musgrave? It's not, is it? Oh, I don't know. It is very, very brain damaged I am at the moment.
Being here today for you is like pulling teeth, is it?
Well, that's already been done, unfortunately. Yes, that Thursday yankage is still particularly sore.
Sore point.
Yeah, they took 2 out, that was why. But even sore won't have to pay for the flipping implants they had back in them.
Wisdom teeth?
No, just destroyed old teeth. I'm a very old person, and eventually they just gave up the ghost.
Can you afford to lose any wisdom teeth?
I can't afford to pay for these ones as it is, so... nothing to do with intelligence.
What have we got next? F1. So we've got 5 cars out there this time. Back to where we started last heat, or last round.
Mm-hmm.
Wind's picking up again.
It's going to make it a lot. You can hear a lot of this as you're listening. Of this wind sockage going across our microphones. I get the thing. It's a case of trying to get ourselves out of the way of the wind occasionally, but of course it does pick up from all sorts of angles.
Paul Ellis, Aidan Gale, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis, and Andrew Thorpe.
Oh, I've lost the mice now. Where's there is?
Looks like Paul Ellis has got a slightly wonky wing as well on his
Not
car.
a wonky wing.
Well, I don't know. I mean, is it just me, or does it?
I would just think it probably is just you, but you know.
No, that's definitely a wonky wing. That that looks like it kind of looks like Yuki Tsunoda's backed it into a wall somewhere.
Well, that tends to happen regularly.
It does. Normally followed by quite a few expletives.
Yes.
He's definitely learnt the language from mechanics.
Well, you know.
Paul Ellis leads away down the main straight. Wonky wing and all. Perhaps it's DRS.
Ah, good point.
No, that's definitely a wonky wing. Oh, and we've lost a flag.
Oh yeah, that's a major point at the back of the track there. We're down a flag.
Down a flag. We haven't got a marshal out there actually that could rescue that, but let's
If
drop
it
back.
stays there, it's all right.
Yeah, should be okay. Let's drop back one car to the sort of BMW-ish.
Let's knock. He's off the track.
He just parked it in the grass, so that's not ideal. Oh, there we go. There's another one just to keep the marshal busy.
It's like that is like London buses.
It is. Although it parked at his feet, rather.
Well, rather than actually ramming him in the foot, you mean?
Yeah, that's always much appreciated. Paul Ellis then has disappeared into the distance and in fact is not a million miles off of lapping the field. Let's pick up the McLaren liveried car, the orange and blue coloured car. He looks to be making some sensible progress at least. That's car number 4. That is Jonathan Ellis. So the Ellis family appear to be running the historically accurate liveries out there. One retro, one current.
Jay Grimster, who at some point recently said the track's looking damp. It's not actually. It's just the concrete looks damp when it's at. So the track surface looks damp when it's not, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's where they've tamped down and ground down some of the bumps that were present on the circuit, and they're the sort of lighter coloured bits are the areas that have been. I think they must have ground it down.
The darker bits. That's yours, by the way, in the wind. You have to do that, you see.
Okay, sorry.
Because you're holding yours a lot further away from your mouth than me, you see. That's why.
Okay.
And see, now you put it closer, you're going to have to work out the sound balance again now.
Okay.
But yeah, we were talking about wind on the mics. But yeah, so when they grind down the bumps, it's given a lighter appearance, which makes the standard track look like it's wet.
Yes.
Which it's not.
It really isn't. The bumps did used to be quite a big feature of this circuit, and affect even how you drove it, particularly in the sweeper, which we will get to in a moment when we just come back onto the. Okay, we're not having much luck navigating the straight. Let's pick up our leader again, Paul Ellis. He's just about to come underneath us. We can see this part of the track was like a washboard, but looks relatively smooth now. But as we come down the main straight and through this sweeper, you'll see a light coloured patch in the middle of it there. Now, that used to be fairly critical and affected the way that you would drive that corner, because you had to straighten up the steering effectively. That bump would unset the car if you had steering lock applied, even though you really wanted to drive that as one constant radius corner. It's just smoothed everything out and made it a nicer track to drive. It's always a compromise. If you've got to deal with bumps and need the compliance to deal with bumps on the circuit, then it affects how stiff you can have the car, so you can't quite carry as much corner speed. Always used to be progressive shocks. Always used to be quite a big thing around here. They were quite transformative to a car running. Certainly on a touring car, running progressive shocks made quite a big difference. With a pan car, you tend to have to run a flatter centre shock in order to cope with it.
There's 2 we've lost now. We had 5 to start with.
Down to 3. Guaranteed podium.
If this was the final, but it's not.
Yeah. Paul Ellis looking like he's going to take this one. He's 2 laps. Well, yeah.
I think he has won it because there's only 17 seconds to go.
Well, okay. So he's
already won.
Already won and taken the round.
And on hard tyres as well by that white banding.
Yes. Larger diameter as well, actually.
Whereas
larger wheels there.
Whereas the McLaren's on softs, I see.
Yes, red sidewalls.
And it's finished. So that was Heat 9.
It was.
We now go to the juniors, which should provide some action at least.
This the more experienced junior class.
So 4 rounds of qualifying and then 2 finals. Short break between the heats and the finals.
Archie Matthews, Finley Lanaway, Oliver Woodall, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb, Maverick Adams and Harry Standing are drivers for this rookie race. Sorry, not rookie, junior.
They've done more than 10 competitive races. So they are now considered able to carry on going, I suppose.
I'm trying to think if I've ever done 10 competitive races.
Well, that's a good point, actually, yeah. I've done many.
The term competitive does a lot of heavy lifting there, doesn't it?
Yeah, I've done 10 races. I've done thousands of races competitively. Yeah, not so sure.
Yeah. Quite refreshing as well, seeing a choice of body shells out there. I know it's a beginner's class, but they're kind of running what is supplied with them rather than a conversion.
Going for that maximum aerodynamic benefit.
Yes.
If I haven't got the absolute latest, I'm just not interested. Who's off first then?
Who is off first? I think it will be Archie Matthews.
Archie's off first. The purple and white.
With a hint of green, I think that is on the.
You're right. Not a common combination.
No.
Is that green? Is that actually green paint or just green on the clips? No, it's a little green stripe, isn't it?
It is. Yes. That's.
It's GTR or GTR. It's got GTR grille at least. I'm not sure if it is a GTR. Nissan.
Yeah, it is. It is a GTR LM, I believe.
They never raced Le Mans. For those of you who are up with full-size motorsports, Le Mans is next weekend. It's of course moved to August due to the pandemic.
Are you there?
No. Second year in a row we're not there, unfortunately. We're doing all remotely. There were far too many stipulations about how you're supposed to do your business. And there's only so many tests any team can take one. So yes, unfortunately, yes, we're doing it remotely again this year. Hopefully, we'll actually get back to some tracks at some point in the near future. I think the near future is going to be 2022, unfortunately. Second place car is we drop back to the blue car, which is second, Ash. Now, if you get up tight and close on the car, you'll be able to see that actually it is a driving advert for the very popular multiplayer game Fortnite. So not only is this racer obviously a racer, he's also spent his spare time with an ever shrinking land base trying to kill people. I'm not sure if you can actually see that sticker quite close up. I'm going to challenge Ash for super close up, Ash. Super close up. Come on, man. Come on. You can get closer than that. Apparently you can't.
Allegedly not.
No.
Apparently not.
No. All right. Well, I'll let you off on that one now.
Yeah.
I can see it's Fortnite.
It does. He's not a million miles off the lead either, is he?
No, he's second.
He's in second. This is Oliver Woodall that we're running with at the moment.
Less than a second in real terms behind.
He is.
In fact, I thought he might even be closer this time.
He does definitely look like
Oh,
he's...
did that.
That's
It's got an over rotation, didn't it?
No, that's going to drop him back. Although the leader's done it as well. I'm just trying to work out actually the wheel arches on the car of the leader.
Are we calling it illegal?
I'm not sure if that's black paint or if they're... well, they certainly won't catch if they're cut out with that.
No, it's paint.
It's paint, yeah. It is a painted section, yeah. Always freaks me out just having a darker coloured section there. It looks like you've got a massive body tuck. Certainly, gap between the front two seems to be pretty much constant.
Yeah, it's a second basically.
Well, it's
Oh,
much
it'd
less
be
than that now.
Yeah, they're coming together. Last time over the line, the actual gap was just down to 0.3, and I think that at this point, the second place car is going to be broken car in front of us. At the 6, it's got a broken wheel.
Yep, car number 6, Maverick.
Maverick Adams has he's got 3 wheels in his wagon.
He has.
Oh, the top two are right. They decided to have a race, which is great news.
A little bit of over rotation there, a little bit of enthusiasm, over enthusiasm.
It's a single heat race, so it doesn't really matter. They aren't really qualifying. Every race can be a race. Every event can be a race.
It can. And this is for the juniors. It's all about having fun.
Yeah, that soon stops.
Racing people, it's good fun. Reverse engage
Bit
there.
of reverse. That's always a great thing for when you're a marshal. Oh yeah, great. You've got reverse. Thanks for telling me that as I run full speed.
Yep, as Nick's identified, quite often these cars not running reverse, certainly in the more powerful classes. Nice function to have for beginners, but most of these forwards and brake only. What have we got? 40 seconds left.
Reverse actually isn't allowed in most classes. It's actually specifically banned.
I'm not sure there's many rule books that specifically outlaw it, but
it's outlawed from EFRA electric events.
From EFRA stuff, is it? Okay. I know in the BRCA stuff it's quite heavily frowned upon, and most of your fellow drivers would probably take you behind the roster and have a word with you if you were to use it in a race. Yes, I don't think it's specifically outlawed.
Well, of course, there's no way to do it. Because you can't do reverse on the IC powered cars, so
Not easily.
Well, it's not because they don't want you to fool the marshals, because they don't want you to reverse it back into the traffic.
Yes.
If you've ever done sim racing, you'll realise it happens a hell of a lot.
Yes. There is also a competitive advantage to be had by not having that extra board on there, that extra relay that will switch the speedo into reverse. You can have a very slight cut in the on resistance of the speed controller. That
was the back in the day when I was starting, the early 80s. That was a big thing. That do you want reverse because you're going to hit things and marshals weren't very good, or do you want to have a bit of extra power? And I kind of think, well, the extra power I'm going to get against one marshalling point is it's the other way around.
Yes.
So I actually ran reverse all through my initial career up to the end of the 80s.
Your initial career. When did you make your comeback?
I don't know, about 2001, I think.
Okay. So the flag being retrieved. You'll see it appear on shot in a moment. Come walk through shot. There we go.
Oh, there we are. Yeah, because I did sort of 7-10 years of it, and I did a couple of years of karting, which was just an excuse to get injured and lose money. And then I did nothing for a while. I just did that thing you do when you're, early 20s. You go out and talk to girls and have life, and then, suddenly I had a life and thought, I need to escape from this. So
I want to get away from it.
Yeah, so
a bit of escapism.
And then obviously after not very long after that, James was old enough to be escaped with me, so it became and that's it. So yeah. And then, due to a ridiculously weird set of circumstances, we ended up filming it because that was never the thing. And then we've obviously been doing that for the last 15 years this year.
Wow. 2006
was the first thing we did, which we recorded, which was the 2006 World Championships, which Andy Moore won.
15 years ago, Matt. That's.
And obviously we've not done an awful lot this last couple of years, but this is still our third, fourth event this year. We've got another one in 2 weeks' time, so we'll do a few. And Yeah, 15 years been doing this rubbish now. I haven't learned a thing, really.
No.
Actually, I have learned to set the kit up really quickly, in fairness.
Well, that always helps.
And then I've also learned to sit there being annoyed when it gets wet.
Having set it up quickly. Just getting ready then for the final heat of round number 2. Tamiya Junior E, the rookie class. Those drivers who have done less than 10 races.
Competitive races.
Competitive races throughout their career. You can see though already that a couple of these drivers seem to have the basics of controlling the vehicle pretty well. Car 3 leading at the moment. In fact, I think that's car 2. He just has the wrong number on it. Which always helps.
The car literally just crashed underneath our camera there. It was quite amusing. I actually had him on camera as he crashed.
As he drove into the barrier.
I mean, let's be honest, we have all been there. We've all been beginners.
We have.
Though I did my beginning in the street because there weren't tracks in those days. Touring cars like this didn't exist until, what, 1995?
Yeah.
Touring car tracks as such. It was all off-road in those days. And you just drove it around a field for a bit.
But then that was all the wide touring cars. They were converted buggies, weren't they, in sort of the early 90s, and it was it was sort of mid-90s, wasn't it? Mid to late 90s that these scale touring cars.
Well, the 98 thing was not a world championship, even though it was held at a world championship meeting.
It was that's David Spashet's famous half world championship, isn't it? Which yes, David Spashet, 4.5-time world champion.
And then the 2000 was the first one, and that was won by who?
At Tsuchihara.
Very good. 2002?
Surikan.
Yeah, go on, do the surname. 2004?
Reinhard.
There we go. Yeah. It's easy after that.
This is like a reverse Sebastian Vettel thing. Did you
it
see
is,
that?
yeah.
That was
I did it myself in my head, and I got it wrong about 1956. I got the Fangios and the Farinas and the that bit I didn't get right. So I got the first 5 or 6 years I had wrong.
Counting back is hard.
But I'm absolutely fine up until all the way back to about 58. I think 58 was Hawthorne. Then I think it was 7 and 6, but it was 7, 6, 5 and 4 was Fangio. And I just thought it was 7 and 6 was Fangio. Then somebody else, and he did 2. I didn't realise he did them in a row.
Yeah, he did 1 in 51 and then 4 in a row.
Yeah, so I had that's where I got. So I was all the way back to about 50. So I wasn't good as Sebastian. I was all the way back to about 55 before I got it wrong. 56.
Yeah.
I knew who won them, but not in the right order.
Yes. Yeah. If you're asked to name all of them, you could name them all. But yeah, the order that they won them is a little bit more complex.
No, it's impressive because I think it was pretty much just asked. I don't think he had any prep, whereas I'd already had to think about it.
I did like Kimi Räikkönen's effort.
As soon as I get it right, I can stop.
Yeah. Oh, okay. And then deliberately got the next one wrong.
You say deliberately.
No, he did.
Why say Barry Manilow won?
No, he because he'd already named himself. It was 2006 that he got wrong, and he'd already named himself as 07. So
got Fernando wrong. Good God.
He did. He got Fernando wrong. So yes, it was quite surprising how far back quite a few of them didn't get.
No, some of these youngsters live very sheltered lives, They probably get back as far as Schumacher and then don't know what happened before that.
I think Mick was quite keen to get back as far as his dad.
No, Dad won, then Dad won, then Dad won, then Dad won.
Yes.
Then it was Hakkinen twice, Villeneuve, Hill, and my dad again twice more. You see, that's how you want to do it.
Pretty much. And then before that, Prost, Mansell, Senna.
We can do it. It's fine.
We can. Where are we at? 4 minutes into the run. Ryan Knight leading this one. Car number 10. Let's see if we can. Wind definitely picking up out there. See if we can spot car number 10 out there. Anybody circulating quickly? In fact, Elliot Griggs with car number. Well, it's car number 2, but thinks it's car number 3.
It's a confused car, is it?
He'll be the one on its roof. Yes. Ooh, and he's leading, but doing his best not to. just coming out towards the main straight, and it's the well, I guess that's a Williams Renault inspired livery as well. Sort of yellow, it's
got that look about it.
It has got that look about it. Of course, being a junior, that will be far, far in advance of his time.
In fairness, I think Fernando Alonso's in front of his time.
That's kind of that's kind of scary, isn't it?
Well, he's a junior. He's probably under 10, so he's just clips the back of the Vettel area. And that's it.
Well, we're pretty close now to getting. Wasn't Tsunoda born like 3 months before Raikkonen and Alonso's first race?
Tsunoda's is the first driver born in the 2000s.
Yes, but I'm sure he was born like three or 4 months.
Yes, the start of 2001 was when Alonso and Raikkonen started. Yes.
Yeah. So.
Because I was there in those days.
In Australia.
Yeah. The thing that Matt found this week or last week of an interview I did with Alonso back in the US Grand Prix in 2001. I had no recollection of it, but it's weird how stuff I've done turns up occasionally. Obviously, it's all very, very old now.
There is a very famous one of you. That was at Monza, wasn't it?
Made Michael Schumacher cry. That's
yes.
true. Yeah. The water fight turns up as well quite a bit. Canada, that was.
That was
Eddie Irvine and Mika
Hakkinen. Pops up on occasion.
I know.
That was the end of round number 2.
Oh, I get to change both things now. Right, round 3, Heat 1.
So round 3, the penultimate round of qualifying.
So we're just over halfway of qualifying.
We are.
And there's 2 rounds of finals. It's very exciting. You get the racing start soon.
17.5 Blinky touring car. Scott Hargrave, Bryce Little, Guy Dean, Trevor Little, Casey Granger, Ben Webb, Pete Timms, John Wildley and Dave Michael. We've actually got 3 people in this race who've got 2 Christian names.
That's ridiculous. Just showing off.
Well, Pete Timms is...
No one needs 3 Christian names.
Well, no. But
it's an over-propensity of Christian names. What's the point?
Well, I've got 2, I suppose.
You have actually, yeah. It's more the Scottish
well, I suppose
Stuart.
technically you kind of.
Nah, Damon. The way I spell it isn't the first name.
You've got the wrong spelling.
I've got the Germanic spelling. No, my name wasn't spelled. My name was my family. The name was changed, like many names in the First World War, to make it less Germanic.
Did you have an umlaut?
No, it was DAMMANN, and they took an M and an N off.
Okay.
And it looked less like, because the First World War, people used to beat up Dachshunds. You know that?
Beat up Dachshunds?
Yeah. There's a lot of anti-German feeling in the First World War, unsurprisingly. Well, not unsurprisingly as it was, and Dachshunds got attacked.
Okay.
Exactly.
That seems a little harsh.
That's what I thought.
Casey Granger looks like he's leading this one. Diving for the lead there, but not making contact. Does make contact there. So contact between the 2 leaders, and we've got one car on his roof in the sweep onto the straight. That's not a nice place to be. Marshall doesn't appear to have spotted him.
Oh, great shot there.
That was, and he's lost his rear wing.
Oh, that's not going to handle very well now then.
No, so I think that was Pete Timms.
Cars do not handle when the wings on them. It's a really weird thing because people say, "Oh, it's not going fast enough for aero to have an effect." But you take the wing off the thing, and it's just not going to even get close to being on the track.
I think it's drag more than aero as such, than an aero effect.
I think it's an aero effect
that it has. Although if you ever see the cars running on in fact, like it was earlier with the water in the air, you see vortices appearing.
It works.
It's
not supposed. There's some sort of things like aero doesn't work under 25 miles an hour, which these cars most of the time are under 25 miles an hour. But it certainly does. It does work as the wind picks up even more.
It does. Just hanging onto the gazebo, just in case it doesn't. Really don't want to see it doing a Mary Poppins impression. And
what with you hanging on to it? We've lost our commentator. Where? Don't know. He's somewhere. He's blowing somewhere across the English Channel right now.
He's heading across. Last seen
going in the opposite direction. Most of the people coming across the channel, in fairness, but
well, heading for France.
We'll get you back on a dinghy for £4,000.
Bargain.
Yes.
Who have we got leading this? Guy Dean, one of the people with 2 Christian names. Car number 3. Let's see if we can find Guy. Where's car number 3?
But he hasn't got number 3 on the car. That's been the issue the whole time, isn't it?
Quite possibly. Well, there's a 4. That's Casey car. Recognise that. There's a 2. There's a 6.
He's already done his 6th lap.
Yeah, you're right. There's no car with a number 3 on it, which doesn't help.
He's just gone across the line now.
That would put him as
He's
the
either the gold one, the bronzy one. I don't think he is the bronzy one, or he's this multicoloured one in front of the bronze one.
Well, they've separated now, so is that?
Yeah, it's that. It's the multicoloured one.
It's the multicoloured one.
Get the multicoloured one. Ash about to go on the main straight now. Mainly yellow. That's our leader. Theoretically, car 3. Has he got no numbers, or has he just got?
No, he's got the wrong number on there. He's got a 5 on there.
Oh, we've had this problem before, haven't we?
We have.
Why have they not sorted that out?
So car number 3 masquerading as car number 5.
Oh.
Leading. Taking interest. That's got some horsepower in comparison to some of the other cars out there.
It's also got some very heavy rearward bias in its setup that isn't really working particularly well.
He is experiencing quite a lot of over rotation. Possibly looks like the diff is quite heavy when he gets on the throttle.
I think that often at this level, what causes over rotation is the nut behind the wheel. And there's 2 reasons for that. One, just being too aggressive on the sticks, and the other is having too much rate dialed in.
Yes. Quite often it's not rake as such. It's
Rate, not rake.
Oh, rate, as in dual rate. Okay.
You've got too much wheel movement.
Yes.
And that just upsets it. I mean, you feel you need it to get round the tighter corners, but you actually, what you do is you just upset the thing during the...
Well, what happens is you go past the tyre slip angle, you start the tyre sliding, and then when you back off the throttle, it suddenly bites, and you have too much lock applied, and round it goes. And
Yes,
you're
it's
going back
very, very annoying.
You are. You're coming back. You're going back from whence you came.
It's one of the more annoying things about trying to balance 12th cars, actually, trying to get enough front end without the thing being snappy.
Yes. And not experiencing
Which was
over rotation.
also, I don't know, I haven't run 12 for a couple of years, but it was way worse once you went to water-based additive.
I think it's easier to
The oil-based additive gave you a little bit of slip.
Yes.
Which meant that you could actually balance the thing better, because you haven't got much chance in the 12's got to balance it. Because you've got, but
quite surprising. Have you ever seen a slow-mo video of a 12 scale? If you slow it down, how much move? I mean, a car that feels absolutely nailed and planted. When you actually see it in slow-mo, how much they move and how much they slide.
But I know that it getting that balance between enough front end and not being unpleasant was way more difficult with water-based additive.
Yes. The other thing is that as the additive goes into the track, I think the oil base tended to form a bit of a slick and actually drift offline slightly. The water-based stuff doesn't. It's in a much narrower line.
Yeah,
in a much
and
narrower
I'd like to
area.
point out, I realise the problem is me and not the rules, because it's the same for everybody, but I would just say that it was a little bit easier on the oil base.
It affected the competitive balance of the field.
Yes.
I think. I was certainly much more competitive on oil-based.
I think because we've pointed out, if you've got as you narrow the racing line, people need to be more precise. And there's a lot of us who can get within 5% of the racing line, but if you need to be within 1% of it, it's not really where we're at.
Yes, I think.
And obviously, I know you're a little bit quicker than me, so I wouldn't like to talk for you. But
no, that's an accurate assessment. That it's just that last little bit of accuracy and repeatability.
Yeah,
I think that's the thing. Is like most of us can drive a hot lap. It's the ability to do it consistently and repeatably, and you notice it as you go up the motor classes as well. That by myself I can drive a modified powered car around the track, but then when I'm asked to do it with 10 other cars or 9 other cars on circuit, all of a sudden my mental capacity is completely consumed with getting my own car around the circuit, and when you're running with a bunch of other 17.5 cars, your spatial awareness tells you what other people are doing. Always remember at Nitro meeting, actually, at Halifax a few years ago, and it was a practice day, and I was helping pit for someone, and David Spashett was up on the rostrum as well, driving his own car around. And he was about half a lap away from this guy that I was pitting for. And as he came into the pits and just asked for an adjustment to the engine, David shouted down to me what was wrong with this guy's engine and the adjustment that it needed. And that really brought it home to me, like how much how much mental capacity that these guys have got, that he could tell me what was going on with someone else's engine and the adjustment that it needed making.
What, just from the sound of it, was it, or?
Well, presumably he'd passed him at some point out on the circuit whilst he was going around. But to identify like what someone else's car is doing, that's impressive.
Well, Britain's greatest racer by success level.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's just quite instructive to see what's going on. At the front here, we've got David Clift and Mark Payne going away at the front of the field. David had looked a little bit quicker than Mark early on. We know Mark's been fiddling with his droop slightly, and looks to be trying to make a pretty bold effort at hanging on. Although, in fairness, Dave Clift looks probably a little more comfortable. Mark's car maybe getting a little bit of over-rotation. Dave Clift's car, the white, pink and purple coloured car.
I just got a message from Ian Ford in Australia, who's telling me the reverse is outlawed in IFMAR and Australia and Raw as well. So,
okay.
Obviously he said that some time ago, but I hadn't read it.
That's fair enough. Mark Payne now to the front. Dave Clift having had a accident. So let's pick up Mark Payne's car, the white and green coloured car, one car forward. So this is quite interesting, and actually David Clift slips it through and carves through the traffic like a hot knife through Lurpak.
Blimey. I hope you're being paid for that.
What, paid in butter?
I'll take anything, mate, you know. I'm not proud.
Other brands of spread are available.
Oh, they are. There's so many types of things, but you know, this is the thing. You see, you live in this modern day. I live with a bunch of vegans. My wife's a vegan. Stepdaughter's a vegan. Ash has gone bloody vegetarian. He's let me down massively recently. So I don't get to see butter anymore these days.
I can't believe you're not bitter.
And I am. But there we go. I'd like to point out he is here all week and tip the waitress and try the veal.
Yes. Well, you can try the veal.
Exactly. No, yeah.
Mark Payne hanging on to the back of Dave Clift. Dave Clift just out front of shot as we approach 3 minutes. Back quarter of a second between them. Dave Clift just leading. Dave is cutting through the traffic. He's a little more incisive with the car than Mark is. But it's ebbing and flowing between them. No one's sounding like they're improving from round one. Wouldn't necessarily expect it. They're on older tyres at this point.
Because it's important. They're only racing against each other in this round. It's round by round qualifying.
It is round by round qualifying, and of course there's
very, very little. Sorry to go across you. There's very little left now, which is fastest time drive. I'm pretty sure that it hasn't happened because it didn't happen. That one of the last bastions of fastest time drive, which was touring cars in large scale, moved away from that 2 years ago. It's been moved away in every EFRA class. Is it still single fastest time for 12th in the UK?
It is, yes.
Which is a terrible idea, but there we go. That's about the only thing left, isn't it?
It is. I mean, it's...
They are dinosaurs in that class, though.
Absolutely. The demographic of 12th scale is
107 years old.
Yes.
Well, that's not quickly fair because obviously Ollie Payne's probably one of the top drivers. He's about 19, but apart from him, they're 107. I remember in my 12 days trying to get some quite, non-progressive, just useful things through. They all got bashed back. They wouldn't even have the beeps for when you're improving. They voted against the beeps for when you're improving.
Yeah.
It's
it's quite a mental. It is. Do you take much notice of them when you're driving?
Yeah,
you can hear it or
yeah.
not. And like the other cars that are around you, it's
if you're not improving, then especially because we know it's a single fastest time event, if you're not improving, then you've got less reason to hold someone up. If we assume we're all sporting.
Yes.
But there was some ridiculous reason why you couldn't change the beeps, and there's another ridiculous reason. And much as I enjoyed 12th, I don't miss the people who ran the 12th Nationals. Well, that's not fair. The people were fine. It was the organisation committee that was the problem.
I think it's quite a lot better now in terms of that. And of course, dates for this winter's 12th Nationals released.
Well, it's good that everyone who's happy to deal with that now. I mean, I'm sure I haven't done. I can't say anything because I've not raced the 12th National for, I think, 3 years. It might be 4 actually now.
Yeah, it's there's some challenges still.
It just became very stagnant.
There's been quite a few more sort of recent additions to the class, I think, and a lot more people picking it up. It's become.
No, it's a great class. It's great cars, and it's obviously there's a progression through 30 and halves. I recommend anybody do the 12th Nationals. It's great fun, but you have to understand that as it's organised in the 1970s.
Yes. Yeah, it's improving.
I'm glad you say that, James. As I haven't got any recent experience, I'll say no more. Apart from the fact that I found it a massive, frustrating experience when I was very much into it in the 7 or 8 years ago.
Yeah, it's definitely improving. Just seeing Timmy's car being taken out. A bit of diff warming going on there.
Oh, hello.
For Timmy.
Warm me diff, darling.
Warm me diff.
You're right. Yeah, I'm going to warm me diff.
No, it's a valid thing to do to get consistency from lap 1. Just run a bit of load through it and free the diff up. Bring whatever viscosity fluid you happen to have in there.
Well, I'm so old. Last time I ran these things, they had ball diffs. Just off we go.
Top heat set to go. Glenn Westwood going to lead off.
It says Ben Kane's lead off here. I don't know if I'm right though.
No, it's in number order.
You're right. I should never try and contradict my expert. I bring you down all the way from the Midlands to be the expert, and I contradict you.
That's all right. Picked up how it works. This is Glenn Westwood's half-painted car.
Which half's painted?
The top half. The bottom half is sort of. He kind of ran out of inspiration. That was. He painted the roof. It was sort of masked up the roof, and then got to like lunchtime on a Friday, I think. And
yeah, just two sets.
Yeah, that'll do.
Just 2 sets of tyres allowed for the entire meeting here, so they will almost certainly run one set through all 4 qualifiers, won't they?
Pretty much, unless you were right on the bubble of a final. So if you were 10th, 11th, or 19th, 20th, that kind of position, and had the opportunity to launch yourself up with a good final round, you might want to take that risk. You're a bit of a sitting duck in the final. If you're safe in a final, you would rather say you'd rather lose a grid spot and have fresh tyres for the finals. I think than going to gain 1 or 2 places. So really, the only reason that you'd run a fresh set for round 4. It's mathematically a nicer solution because you're running 3 and 3 on them. But yes, 2 sets limited for the day.
I was chatting to some of the karting guys last week. They've got tyres are obviously a huge expense there as well.
Yes.
They have classes now where you have 1 set of tyres for 3 meetings.
Well, new tyres are faster, but I think one of the advantages, one of the things that racers have found with this sort of generation of tyres that they're running is you can get representative runs up to sort of 10, 15 runs on them. They're maybe not quite as quick, but they don't completely transform the car. You can kind of feel that a car will feel a little bit sharper and a little bit more alive on fresh tyres, but it's not completely out the ballpark when you run. When we were sort of talking 4 or 5 years ago, you had the first run was demonstrably faster than anything else, and then you got to like 3, 4 runs and they were done. They were bin fodder. So it's been a positive development with where we've ended up with tyres that we can do representative runs on. Glenn Westwood still leading this. Let's pick up Tim Langdell now, who is the white, orange and purple coloured car. He's just going through the sweeper off the main straight now. Tim, local driver. Car fires through the chicane really nicely. Really crisp change of direction on that, as he looks to close in. And in fact, he can't be a million miles off the lead. He's chasing down Glenn Westwood. Started out 1 second behind him, and Tim is now, what is he, 4 tenths behind? I would imagine he may end up in the lead very briefly as Glenn goes through the traffic. Couple of improvements can hear on the beeps. So despite being third run tyres, they are improving.
Would that be down to the fact that this is the first sort of proper dry run?
I think it was dry for round 1, but it would be still quite dirty. The track would be quite dirty. So yeah, this is the first run where they've had representative track conditions.
It's a train, by the way.
There is. Lead 2 still knocking lumps out of one another in terms of lap times. And in fact, they're identical. They are exactly 1 second apart, having started 1 second apart. And I've got a funny feeling Timmy's going to be leading this now. Timmy is leading this one by half a tenth. Amazing that we can see half a tenth. So we're running with our leader at the moment. Just in the front of the shot is his nemesis, Glenn Westwood.
Nemesis.
Nemesis.
At Alton Towers, obviously, I have to say that. And they aren't sponsored with that either, really, thinking about it, so I shouldn't have said it.
Timmy now definitely less than 1 second behind Glenn.
Talking about
really
sponsors?
difficult.
Sorry.
No, I was going to say, really difficult when you're in Glenn's position, actually, when you're there, because trying to judge how big 1 second is, it's always easier to be the chaser.
It's the big second, yes.
Yes. Trying to be the chaser rather than the chased. All Timmy needs to do is keep it on its wheels through the chicane, which he does, and crosses the line.
0.3 of a second he got that by.
He did.
So yes, still so just thank you to Tamiya, Tamiya E, Schumacher of course, MB Models, and of course the entire organiser of King of Clubs. This is our third round we've done. Enjoyed it very much. It's the final round of the season. There will be at some point in the future, I've no idea how far, a documentary series based on this.
There is.
But I've no idea when that's coming out or on what channel it'll be on.
I believe it's Netflix, isn't it?
No, it's a Netflix star documentary. Doesn't mean it's on Netflix.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. So
basically it's now a watchword to how you make something.
Okay.
I mean, it might be on there. I'm not saying it's not going to be on there.
Well, it's kind of. Is it going to be like Drive to Survive? Are we going to get nitro noises dubbed over?
Well, I might have to, you or I might have to do retcon commentary, which never works.
Well, we can make something work. We'll figure it out.
Like you're absolutely really excited about someone coming 11th. But look, it's Barry coming 11th. That's an amazing performance. Because when it was live, you were still talking about the bloke who won or something, you know.
Well, make it sound entertaining. 13.5 class now.
That's what Will Thingy Boys. What was his name? Who's it? What's the guy that's all the re-commentating on?
Will Buxton.
Will Buxton, yes. Will Buxton, not a nice person. Did you know that?
Well, I mean, Drive to Survive, it's quite funny how they pick bits of commentary or bits of communication between drivers.
Yeah, but then they redub everything for the thing. Will Buck, I don't know, I could tell you about Will Buxton, but I probably shouldn't do it in open air.
Okay.
But suffice to say,
I'm sure there are many stories.
it's not really even a story, it's a fact. But it's a long time. It wasn't a long time ago. It was about 6 years ago. So he might be lovely now.
13.5 set to go. 3 cars out there. Morgan Williams.
Oh, is this Heat 5? No 4. Good. I'll
This
change
is
the number. That's
4.
fine.
Morgan Williams, Charlie Colby, and I think that is...
We're down to 3 now, are we?
Mark Smith. Yes. Tim
This
Timms.
is a massive sort of erosion of the 13.5 class today, isn't there?
There is. Pretty huge drop-off.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to run 2 finals.
No, not if there's only...
8.
Yeah, because Ricky Copsey's not here either, so yeah, there were 5, so yes, there could be only one final. Even if Tim Timms takes part, then there will be...
I hope Tim does take part. Tim.
Tim Timms. Tim squared.
Yes. Double Tim.
Double Tim.
How many Tims do you need? I want double Tim.
Well, although I suppose if you multiply Tim by Tim, you multiply 1 by 1, then you only get 1 Tim. But then if it's 2, you get 2 times 2, so it's 4. So actually you'll get like an exponential increase.
So would it be Tims?
Well, yeah, because then if there were 3 of them, you'd have like 3 times 3, so you'd have 9. So
Tim. Tims.
So you'd have an exponentially increasing curve of Tim.
Wouldn't be logarithmic then.
No, this is getting. In fact, he's joined us out on the track now. He's
fed up with talking about him, and now wants to be in the race.
So, well, I think this is him out on the track.
Well, there's a 4th car out there, and it's not Victor Georgiev, so it is in fact Tim Timms 2 laps down.
Yes,
which is hard to say quickly.
And the driving. It's bad to looking at the driving style of the car, the manner of the car. It looks very much like a car that Tim is driving. Well,
do you know Tim then?
Yes, I know Tim. I'm not sure driving is that he's bending it to his will. I think is the.
It's a recalcitrant little filly, and he's going to make it do his things to do.
He is. Morgan's kind of checked out at the front, as he has done. Oh no, Morgan's just put it on his roof. He's lost a wing end fence as well, actually.
Has he?
Yeah, wing end fence has just fallen off.
Blimey. So let's we go to someone else, Ash. Just choose somebody else.
Let's pick. Should we pick Charlie Colby, the white and green coloured car?
We've got the one behind. We've got the orange and white car.
Okay.
Which the one now coming underneath Ash at this point.
Okay, that will be Mark Smith. Mark's car looking fairly sensibly driven again. That's got some good pace. Doesn't appear to have a pair of goalposts on the front of it, rather than they're quite long.
Obviously didn't have the pliers ready. The side cutters weren't quite ready for
You can't use pliers and side cutters.
What can you use then?
There's proper tools for cutting body posts.
Yes, I know, because you get charged like £100. If it's a Huddy tool, it'd be 750 quid for something that costs £1.
It's
Spring
optimised.
Steel, you know. No, it's not. It's just stuff.
It's optimised.
I must admit, I have a little bit of a problem with Huddy. Not anything to do with them. It's just they produce supposedly a race kit, and then they produce hundreds of pounds of options you need to have. I understand the business model, but it's not really fair.
It depends on whether you absolutely need them.
Well, their adverts always are. Barry's driving your X-Ray T422, and these are the bits that Barry has. It's like 9 extra kind of hop-ups. You think, well, with Barry's having them, they're obviously the standard kit's not any good, or as good as it should be.
Yeah, that's a difficult thing. It depends what it is.
I mean, if it's a thing where it's a carbon piece replacing a plastic piece, which isn't load bearing, you go, fair enough, that's just a bit of bling. But if it's a completely different drive shaft system or a rear steer, you're going, well, that's not really on.
No, drive shafts are a fairly big. I think the move to bearing supported drive shafts on the certainly on the front of the car, which make for a smoother plunge.
Because I don't know. I think that when you buy a new kit, I don't think it comes down to how much it costs. I want an X-Ray, I want a Schumacher, I want an automatics, and if it's 420 or 460, you don't care.
No, I take
and
the
if
same
it
point
actually
of view.
and if it actually had all the bits of 460, rather than not having the bits of 420, then have to try and source from somewhere else and work out if they're worth it, and it ends up costing you 475 because it's got an extra. Thinking that's not really the way to do it. I think you should have everything you need. All right, fair enough. 6 months in or 9 months in, they've worked out something better for the platform, and you get a new XYZ, which is how Schumacher tend to do it. Go, fair enough. But actually having the hop-ups at the same time as a new kit. You're not Tamiya, you're not selling bearings. This is a proper race kit. You're supposed to be able to drop it down and go, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a difficult it's a difficult one to I guess it's judging what is essential and what isn't.
But that's just me. I'm just thinking of a selection of semi-controversial things to say today, I think. Heat 5 about to go out, that's not controversial.
Be getting hate mail.
Who from? From Martin.
If you get anything with a Slovakian...
Martin and Mary having a go at me.
If you get anything with a Slovakian postmark on
it... I won't be walking away from any sponsorship, that's for sure. Because they don't.
Make sure it doesn't tick.
I mean, the thing about it is, they do make very good stuff, and this is more. I'm more frustrated with the way they try and maximise that rather than that. So there's not no one can say the stuff isn't good.
One of the biggest things that they brought to the industry is the quality in terms of fit and finish of their parts, and I think up until probably 5 years ago, theirs was probably one of the only cars that you could. This will sound stupid, but you could assemble it rather than build it.
Yep, I know what you mean. Entirely.
It was, it was like a piece of flat pack furniture from IKEA or something like that you could just, you could take a wishbone or any other part. If you broke one, bolt another one on, and it would fit exactly the same. With most other brands, you might have to just file something slightly or fettle it, or so as a consequence, I think more people ended up with a better built car.
No, I agree. Certain manufacturers, beginning with A, who had the marketplace, the kits were awful quality. Yeah. Certainly the touring car ones, it wasn't quite so bad with the 12 cars, but the touring car, because they had less parts, I think. But in fairness, the 12 cars, considering the most intelligent part of the 12 cars was their front end, which they designed, it was on the whole built awfully, but there we go.
Well, typically, I mean, that was normally replaced with a Xenon front end anyway, which the plastics and everything, it was a pattern part, but yeah, it made life an awful lot easier. Watching at the front, Marcus Askell leading this one from Liam Hendy, running with Marcus on screen at the moment. The well-built X-Ray car.
It was well designed, but he might have been built awfully. You don't know, do you?
I'm sure Marcus's car will have been assembled well. You've got Liam running in second and Ash running in third. I'm not sure what chassis Liam's running, actually. I know a couple of years ago he was running a Destiny, but...
Density.
I don't believe that is now a Destiny. Ash running an Automatics. Ash is in fact leading the all-white coloured car with the purple decals. So he is closing in on the back of Marcus. Ash leading, looking a little bit more comfortable as the traction increases.
Hello from Orlando, Florida. Says, get me some. That was about 20 minutes ago. Ian Ford says the X-Ray business model is a disgrace. Well, I didn't quite say that, but He says every 9 months releases the hype of a new model. Fit and finish is mint and quality, but we get sucked in because RC guys will do all the new stuff and want the best. Well, I haven't got an issue with them issuing a new car every year if it was every bit you needed in the kit.
Yeah, it's a difficult one. I mean, I guess most touring car racers would tend to have a fresh kit every year, and then the previous year's kit becomes their wet car.
Well, not Australia, doesn't rain.
Well, that seems, certainly in the UK, that seems to be the way that most people would go, and that you use your slightly baggy car that could probably do with a few bits. I mean, there is always a new car syndrome. Whenever you put a new car down on the track, it always feels much faster. There is an argument to be made if you were to put down a fresh example of the car that you've been running for the past year.
Exactly, yeah.
That wasn't baggy and full of slop.
It'd probably be even quicker because you actually knew how to set it up.
It depends how much changes there are. I mean, there's certainly in the past couple of years, I think the difference between like the T4 20 and the 21 is pretty minimal. The big change was going mid-motor with the 20 car, which was, I mean, that was a movement that was kind of brought back by Automatics a few years ago.
All life's a circle.
It is. There's nothing new. I mean, if you look at, well, I mean, Schumacher had the basic layout with the, effectively with the Axis back in,
I know,
like 2000 and...
No, 2000.
2000-ish, yeah. Yeah, they had the mid-motor layout at that point. And there were a few mid-motor cars around that were pretty competitive at that point as well. So absolutely, it all moves around and migrates. Marcus Ascot leading this one from Ash Whiffin. There is 1/10 of a second between them.
Wow. No,
we're running with Marcus at the moment. Ash is the all-white coloured car. Just coming through underneath us now. So I started out 2 seconds apart.
Oh, bloody hell, I got dust just blew right in my eye. Oh, I can't see a thing, sorry.
Billy Fletcher's actually launched himself up to the front now. Of course, Billy missed the last round. That wasn't intentional in missing the last round, but it's put himself on fresh tyres.
Fresher, yeah.
Fresher tyres. So the gap between Billy, Marcus and Ash, they're actually covered by...
Which one's
Ash
Billy?
has dropped back a little bit. Billy is the plain white coloured car.
Right at the moment, okay.
Well, there's two plain white coloured cars.
Ah, right. That's always useful.
If we move to the last of the all white coloured cars, so back one car, there, that one, just as we come across the line, Billy's going to take this, I think, actually. Let's just see, as they cross the line, Billy just gets it by quarter of a second. There we go. That's in fact that's Ash's car on screen with the Automatics decals on there. Long body post on the front as well with Ash.
You Automatics in touring car?
I am.
You Automatics in 12?
I am.
The 12 car looks really interesting.
It's very interesting.
Does it show any massive advantage over the standard designs? Because they've been trying to reinvent the wheel in 12 for God knows how many years. Haven't managed to do it, have they?
Certainly, the running that I've done with it so far, I've only run it at a club level. Although at the Tamworth club, so there's some pretty.
That's quite good club level.
There's quite good club level. It seems to be. It's very, very easy to drive. I think the first meeting that I did with it, the difference between my fastest lap and my best 10 was it was something like 4 1,000ths of a second.
Blimey.
So it's really consistent. What I'm not sure about yet is in that if you put it in the hands of a super fast driver, whether it actually shows a.
Do you remember the old BMI car?
Yes.
Which couldn't tweak. Had the hockey sticks, impossible to tweak.
Yes.
Brilliant club car, but they couldn't. But the top guys couldn't get anything out of it.
That's what I'm not 100%.
Because I loved that car. It was great, but it reached a ceiling because it didn't have that ultimate front end of the very fastest guys need.
This appears to have a very positive front end. We'll see. So, but yes, in terms of it does seem very impressive. Bit of a panic there to get everybody out on the track. Casey having to put Chris's car down and ends up just very slightly.
And his hat fell off.
His hat fell off, and Chris's car ended up not quite on the line. That's actually quite putting the car down. You've got nicely prepped tyres with fresh additive on. You really don't want to be putting it in the dirt at the side of the track. If you can get someone to put you down on the racing line, you will thank them forever. And I think that might be, is that a retirement for Chris? I think it may be. He is
struggling
in. Yeah, that is. That's a breakage there for Chris. So something's popped off the car at the front of it. Not quite right.
It's only 2 heats to count, so it's not the end of the world. You got
he's got 2 2s already. So. The danger comes for him now if the danger for Chris comes if Ollie was to drop out. Ollie's already got 2 1s.
Yes, so someone now wins this one, like a Zach or a Harley. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Then Chris's 2 2s don't match up against a 1 and a 3. So that's the Chris will be in the unusual position of cheering Ollie on at this point up there. So. That's, of course, the danger of round by round, and Zach and Harley actually having a fairly close battle. Let's
pick up those two. Sorry.
Let's just coming underneath us now. Zach is the first of those 2 cars. Harley the second. They look the same colour. They're not. Zach is the canary red car.
One's got more orange and one's got more fluoro.
Yeah, the Zach's car's actually fluorescent red. Is the actual colour of that. But Harley's fluoro pink. But
I think there should be a rule you've got to run your race paint. But that's just me.
Jim Spencer would be ruined, wouldn't he?
Well, his race paint is just red. He's fine.
These 2 battling over second place. This is going to be important for them. Whoever does get this second place, it looks like Ollie has checked out.
Yeah, he's leading by only 1.2 seconds over.
Well, I think we had this discussion at West London as well. I mean, Ollie's going to be very aware now with Chris having dropped out. That does put Chris, although it's not great for Chris at the moment, it will put Chris at a bit of an advantage in round 4, having very slightly fresher tyres.
It won't matter if he's 1-3 though, will it?
It won't matter necessarily. It doesn't matter. It matters mentally, I think. It's a position of... We saw it at West London with Chris beating Ollie in the finals. It started with Chris running Ollie close in the last round of qualifying. So it's... A lot of this is mental and getting your head in the right space. But what Ollie's going to be doing is he doesn't need to win this over Zach or Harley by a lap or half a lap.
Nope.
He only needs to beat them by a tenth of a second. So he can just not push the car quite so hard, not take that little bit of life out of his tyres, while still maintaining what he needs to do. And you're kind of seeing that now, in that he's leading by, 1.8 seconds? So he's not stretched that gap massively. Undoubtedly, he probably could go a little bit quicker if he wanted to. I mean, what's his lap time, if you look at it, compared to...
15.1.
And what's his fastest lap?
15 flat.
Okay.
I think he's probably in a rhythm now. It's often more dangerous to break your rhythm than to...
There is an element of that. Shades of Senna around Monaco in '88.
Exactly right.
Into the barriers at Portier.
Well, we've all done that. I almost fell off down the hill into the hairpin, the right-hander prior to the station hairpin, they call it, and the casino hairpin.
Mirabeau.
Yeah.
Where Rosberg sort of went.
Yeah.
I
was on a moped.
Okay.
After the race, they kept the track shut for about half an hour
Okay.
before they let the people on. So I was at the pit lane, and I wanted to get back to the broadcast centre, which was the other side, which was the entrance side of the tunnel to the left. So you go down to the tunnel entrance,
You
turn
go down
right.
to Portier.
Yeah, you turn left.
Yeah, there's like a little park there.
And that was where the broadcast centre was. And I wanted to get back, so I got my moped to try and get back before the crowds did. And I was really tanking it along on this moped. And I can ride a bike. And I came in, and obviously there was a huge amount of gunk on the track, and I was literally all sides up and crossed, and very, very, very nearly fell off. However, it looked spectacular, and I got a massive round of applause because they thought I was doing it deliberately, when in fact I was just about to completely ditch a moped at 35 miles an hour or 40 miles an hour going around Mirabeau, and luckily, because I would have hurt.
Yes.
Because I was only wearing I was wearing a race suit, obviously, because we were in races, but no padding or anything, and I don't think I had a helmet actually, which was a bit naughty, but never mind. Honestly, it was so close to falling off, but looked fantastic, and they thought I was showing off. And I was actually going, oh.
No, I've weirdly, because when I went, I ended up walking the circuit backwards. It wasn't possible to run around in its normal direction.
Yeah, because they say they opened. I don't know. I mean, I haven't been there for a few years, and you've been there much more recent than I have.
2016, I went.
Yeah, I haven't been for a race for many, many years. I've been to Monaco, I think, at the last time about 2012 or something, but for a different thing entirely. You stop recording? Give me a favour, you just grab a battery out of that box, because I'm attached by wires here. Should be in the grey box, the brown box.
In there? Yes.
Hang on. So yeah, that was an interesting moment in Monaco.
I think what shocks you is how accessible everything is. You sort of, having been to other circuits like Silverstone and stuff like, you go there, and the fact that there's a supermarket just outside the circuit entrance, and you can have a jambon baguette.
Yes, for only €112.
No, it was pretty normal.
Blimey, because that's the other thing that is surprising, how blooming expensive Monaco was.
Yeah, but yeah, it's just a normal supermarket that things were like sensibly priced.
Good grief!
And you didn't get a burnt to a crisp burger that was.
I remember going to Stars and Bars one night, and that was horribly expensive. The funniest thing about that was, have you been to Stars and Bars?
No.
Stars and Bars is, so if you go down from
it's round from the casino, isn't it?
No, it's on the seafront. So from what's the last corner? Rascasse. You go down from Rascasse.
Yeah.
And Stars and Bars is on the side.
Oh, towards the back.
Oh no, it's away from the track. It's away from the track, but down the harbour. Anyway, Stars and Bars was this. I suppose this is late 90s, early 2000s when those sort of things were in. Probably now it's nothing, and it's basically it's a bar. If it was in America, it'd be called a sports bar. In Monaco, it's called like a destination place, you know. Anyway, so we're in there, and it's got a lot of memorabilia, being a sports bar, but obviously it's all Monaco, F1 memorabilia, which is quite interesting if you're into that sort of thing. But I don't know when it was built, but it was built. I suppose it must have been done about 1996, 97. They gave it a complete refresh, and one of the things they had was this massive picture of David Coulthard on one of the walls, and he was in his thing, and he was wearing his balaclava, and he was kissing his girlfriend.
Okay.
So leaning out the car, like, I don't know if it was a well done or a good luck kiss, but that's what it was. So it wasn't like tongues or anything, but it was him and his girlfriend. So he's there. I don't know if I can tell this story either. So we're actually in Stars and Bars with a friend. The guy who's working with us was a very good friend of DC's, and we were in there, and DC was in there, and DC was in there with a completely different girl.
Oh.
Canoodling with her beneath this picture of him kissing his girlfriend, who was officially at the time still his girlfriend, and it was like you're thinking. And of course, the great thing was no camera phones in those days. It was, it was late 90s, no camera phones, because otherwise it was the perfect shot. Of this actually of the driver cheating under a picture of his girlfriend. Now, in fairness to DC, I think that relationship was pretty much dead very soon afterwards.
At the time.
But it was we all had a huge laugh at it, and we weren't even sure. We weren't sure that he must have realised his picture because he's quite. But whether she realised what she was doing underneath the picture of the previous girlfriend. But it was very funny.
What are we looking at on track now?
God knows.
knows.
I'm just taking stories now to pass the time.
Anecdote.
It's the Alfa Romeo. Hey!
It is the Alfa. Did we get an answer on that? Whether the Alitalia livery was ever used on a 155?
That's a proper question, that is.
In period?
Right, I've got the internet here. Let me just see. Put you on hold, call up.
Okay. Don't know.
Luke Westwood says body shells don't own proper cars anymore. He's got a point about that.
Well, yeah.
They've gone silly recently, haven't they? They were quite close for a while.
They were quite close, but there was a bit of a hole left that when the GBS or Global Body Spec was written. There was never any restriction on the height of the nose because the shocks always really governed the height of the nose of the car and of the body shell. And then with the drive towards shorter shocks, or in the case of the automatics, rotary dampers, there's that disappeared and the front just dropped down. Are we about to have an Alitalia-shaped revelation?
It's not revelation. The ones I can find are all off a set of Corsa, which isn't real, of course.
No.
And you were absolutely right. The real cars, there's a lot of Martini liveries.
There would be Martini ones, and there would be I guess it's the Alfa livery.
Then
itself,
there's some
the
red one with the snake.
Serpent, yeah.
Yeah. And in fact, the Alfa Romeo Martini Alfa Romeo Tamiya kit, which we're looking at here, comes in standard as Martinis. Now, obviously, he's got himself an Alitalia sticker set, which is great, but I can't find an in period.
I'm just wondering because the decal set looks to fit the body shell too well. So I was just wondering if it was
well,
ever...
it's possible, but it's just there are no real pictures.
Yeah, it would have to be like an Italian touring car series race.
Yes, the problem is, of course, you have to be careful now because the pictures look so good for the
renders,
the virtuals, that it's really hard to tell. No, I mean the Imperial 155s I can find are alpha coloured or Martini coloured.
Yes, they're the two. I think they're the two sort of recognisable ones. Martini ones with the DTM cars, weren't they?
Yeah, this one, and the DTM ones obviously were silhouette cars anyway. They were just which actually that's what that one is. That 67 car.
Wasn't there that because there was that race where Nannini took a little bit of revenge, wasn't it, at Avis? Did you ever seen that one where he got taken out of the championship contention by
I think I found the sticker set here. There is a Decra sticker set, but I just don't think it's real. Because Decra obviously would have been...
Well, Decra was a German...
Yeah, it's fictional skins, it's not real. It does fit well, I must admit, though. I suppose if you can get I think there's a Italia decal kit for the Mito, which you can buy a body shell for on the mini platform from Tamiya.
It's always a funny name, that car. It sounds like a Yorkshireman that's sort of
the Mito?
Yeah.
Well, to me, it was a weird re-steel because, of course, the Kajiva Mito was a learner bike. Well, it was styled during one of these weird periods where everyone owned everyone else. It was styled like a mini Ducati 916, when for a while Kajiva were owned and Piaggio owned Ducati. Of course, Ducati now is owned by
Audi.
Yeah, God, I'm loving this. This is great. This is you know all the questions. I
just thought it sounded like the name. It sounds like a Yorkshireman sort of like hit his foot on the coffee table. It's like me toe.
Boom. There we go.
Yeah, they're taking the flags down across the back of the circuit now. Actually, oh, we've got the drivers on the roster now. That's,
why is that not? Oh my lord, that's all gone horribly wrong.
This is the
MTC
drivers.
I've been changing the wrong number the last 2 times. I've been slowly advancing the round of the event we're at, so we were at round 7 here, rather than changing the heat number.
So race number 8.
Yes, it was. We were in round 8 there. We've gone somewhere else. Got that right now. But yeah.
Looking at the drivers on the rostrum, Sean back closest to us, wearing the shades.
L&I models for the 155 sticker set, says Luke.
There we go.
So there we go. In fairness to it, it's a combination that should have existed.
Yeah, it's not a completely. You wouldn't expect it on a BMW or something necessarily, would you? But no, it's the kind of thing that you would have expected to see out there. MTC about to go. Ollie Payne set to lead off. Ollie Payne leading from Sean Batt. Sean running the Martini livery on his car.
Well, let's find out if that's correctly in period.
I'm not sure. In fact, I'm not sure what body shell that is that he's got on the car. I don't think it's a. It's not a replica of anything. I don't believe. There would be the opportunity to run one of these. But certainly some Martini stripes on the car.
Anytime, any place, anywhere. Well, there's a wonderful taste you can share. It's the right one, it's the bright one. That's Martini. There we are, 1980s advert for you.
There you go.
Sorry about that, but normally I get cut off when I start singing on Radio Le Mans, so I just thought I could give it a go and keep going.
No, fair enough. That's not a problem. We'll have to find a purple car for the Cadbury's or something. We'll see if we can get milk tray in or something.
All because the lady loves milk tray. It just goes to show she's not very discerning, to be honest, because it's a cheap, awful stuff milk tray.
There's a petrol station down the road. I'm sure we can probably go.
All because the lady loves some bloke turning up, literally breaking into our house for like a £1 box of chocolates.
Where are we at the moment? We're with Ollie Payne at the moment leading. Let's drop back one car to Sean Batt. Sean running a
weather's completely changed, by the way. The wind has dropped down, the sun's out. It's a completely different day.
It is. No rain.
Wind's back, though. I was changing again.
It's gusting across the circuit.
Don't we all occasionally?
Oh. Sean hustling his car through the traffic as he's trying to close in on the back of Ollie Payne.
He's a hustler.
He is. Sean running a car of his own design, actually.
Really?
Yes. It's running gear from a Mugen touring car, but yeah, quite a few of the MTC cars are
home builds.
Home builds or conversion kits. They tend to get a all the running gear off of a touring car and run shorter wheelbase, shorter belt, obviously, but very heavily touring car based. Sean trying, and Ollie's not really escaping at a huge rate of knots. Let's see as they cross the line what the gap is between them. It's about 2.5 seconds. He's doing what he can. Quite a lonely run though for Sean that we're watching at the moment. He's watching Ollie disappear away from him and the rest of the pack falling back behind him. Let's see who this what white and green coloured car is that's just going through out on towards the main straight now. See who he is.
Nope.
I think he's just pulled off into retirement, has he? No. That was car number 6, which we don't appear to have a 6 out there. Let's pick up Tom for a bit, Tom Dadswell. It's the all orange coloured car. Heading down the main straight now. This car running in third place. Bit of over rotation there, a bit enthusiastic on the throttle. But actually started at the entry to the chicane, tail wagging the dog a little bit there. He took too much speed in, changed direction, just about hung on to it on the exit, but would have lost some speed.
Is it on the straight?
There was a car off the side of the circuit. It's quite easy to do here actually. You take too much curb coming onto it, and as you said earlier, you should lift the front up and get it a little bit airborne. If we drop one car back to Ollie Payne, the white and pink coloured car, Ollie our leader, let's see as he's made it through the extra lap, and I think he's the only car that's made it to the extra lap. So that corner that Ollie's just gone through, quite easy there just to run your nose over the curb, flick it up into the air and slide across. On it passing some traffic through the chicane for good measure. See Ollie quite crafty as well, not pulling it right off the circuit into the parking area, not wanting to pick up an unnecessary amount of dirt on his tyres.
They're not doing what they do at the end of F1 races. They try to get as much as possible to add to the weight.
Well, they're not having to reuse the tyres, are they?
No.
In F1.
Of course, some people you try and add some fuel might have helped more.
Yes. Or if you were Tyrrell, top up your brakes.
Yes, with lead shot.
Yes. I don't know what you mean. Yeah.
Could have happened. Who knows?
Could have happened. Yes, this was Sebastian Vettel's 1.2 kilos.
Yeah, well, what I liked was when they've actually said, well, yeah, the fuel wasn't there after we literally vented it away by accident, right? And you're going to carry on appealing? No, not so much.
Yeah.
I mean, it's disappointing because he drove very, very well, and it wouldn't have made much difference one way or the other, but that's one of the most black and white rules going.
Yes, but I suppose the problem is stopping on your warm-up lap. Oh, sorry, on the cool-down lap is a huge red flag to the scrutineers to say, please check the amount of fuel that I've got left.
Well, they're going to do it anyway. It's interesting. I don't think they do the whole top 10. They certainly do the top 3, obviously.
It's a very good drive by Esteban Ocon.
Hey, you've got to take your opportunity when you get them. That's what he did.
Absolutely. I think he probably owes Fernando Alonso a few beers.
Yeah, but the interesting about that was they were saying what a fantastic job Alonso did. It was a good job. But if you actually watched Hamilton as he followed him, Hamilton just wasn't risking anything, because Hamilton, unlike Verstappen, who hasn't got the concept of winning a championship, he wants to win every corner. And
yes, he knows that.
My argument is that Verstappen was completely responsible for the Silverstone incident because he shouldn't have been there. Because he didn't need to be there. He was 33 points ahead. He could have let Hamilton have the corner and got him later with the faster car.
Yes, absolutely. And you look earlier in the year when Lewis backed out of it.
He should have backed out of it. And he would have. And in worst case scenario, he'd lost 7 points. But he almost certainly would have still won the race.
Yes.
But it's that brain.
It's that instant.
I've got to win every corner. No, you haven't got to win every corner. You've got to win every race. And you looked at Lewis when he was trying to get through past Alonso, because he knew he was doing well, because he was 4th or 5th against nothing at the time. He knew he had a 12-point gain at that point. He could have thrown it up the inside on 2 or 3 occasions and didn't.
Yes, because
he was too much to lose. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying for a moment that Alonso didn't drive really, really well. But there was also that element where he was only ever going to go past with an easy pass, and it was in the end, despite Alonso saying he was the greatest driver ever, it was actually a mistake by Alonso to let him through.
Yes, that opened the door to it. Yeah, he wasn't going to.
But there's a narrative on all these things. But
no, I'd agree with that. That he had. Lewis had everything to lose at that point, and played the game. We're watching the F1s actually out on circuit at the moment.
But this is why I felt that it was completely required. Let's pick at the McLaren, which is the last one, the orange car going round onto the main straight now, because we tried following him before and he kept doing that, kept falling off.
So
what I have particularly enjoyed in some of the more ridiculous recesses of the internet is people saying that Bottas did it deliberately. And I'm thinking, so Bottas worked out during a straight the exact angle where he could hit one car to take out one of the Red Bulls, and then him spear off and get the other one. It's like that is like nuclear physics Nobel Prize calculation.
Yeah, you're probably crediting him with a little too much.
But that's the Dutch conspiracy theories for you. It's really amusing.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure they.
I mean, it's very unfair. I did feel for Verstappen. He was exceptionally unlucky in that one, but I don't think there was any malice involved.
No. I mean, did you see some of the pictures of the amount of material missing from his car?
Yeah, he did really well. But it just goes to show that even you stick the best driver in a rubbish car, he's not going to win.
Yes, indeed.
And his car was, I mean, the only person of any worth he overtook was Ricciardo. Ricciardo's car was damaged as well. So.
Yeah, that was. I mean, I'm sure McLaren were probably wishing that it was Ricciardo that had terminal damage rather than Norris, but that was.
It's another story entirely, isn't it?
There is. Speaking of that, this McLaren that we're following on circuit looks a little more Ricciardo than Norris at the moment.
He's got the turn in right. Just that's the problem with Ricciardo's got his turn in, but he's turning in too much, I'd say here. Who is it, by the way?
It is the number 4 car, Jonathan Ellis.
Is it still Nigel Mansell winning? Is it?
It is still Nigel Mansell winning.
He's got a bit of zip in that as well, actually.
Well, they always did, didn't they? That was a pretty potent engine.
Is this as close as it looks, or is it lapping? No, this is super close. It's first and second, Ashley. Just going through the infield now. It's the Williams, the yellow and white car. That's it. That's actually a battle for the lead, which, given the stagger, actually means he's not winning.
Darren Gale.
It's actually the multicoloured haloed car, which I assume has got a. Is that just a standard out of the box colour for the chassis, isn't it?
No, it's
is that not just a charisma paint job?
I think it's an interpretation of what a BMW car would probably look like.
Well, you can know what they look like because they're racing them in Formula Pointless. Sorry, Formula E. Sorry.
Well, at the moment.
Well, yeah. For just one more. That's it. They're off, aren't they?
They are. Apparently, Mercedes are at the end. Of
Mercedes haven't said anything yet. Mercedes, who's actually going? No, is Mercedes going? No, it's Audi and BMW are definitely going.
Yes.
Mercedes haven't necessarily committed to the new cars, which are coming in 12 months' time or 14 months' time.
Yes. And,
they're looking for different virtue signalling. They're going to do their virtue signalling in Extreme E for a couple of years, and then go from there.
Although, did you see the race of XL, Lucas de Grassi's move under the...
No, it's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant going through the pits.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Perfect. So nearly worked as well. Although George Russell's exit from the pits at Hungaro.
That was funny.
Can I go? No, I'm going anyway.
No, you shouldn't. Oh, bugger. Just drop back to 7th, be fine.
Yeah. Hope no one notices. I was kind of wondering how he'd done it till I saw the onboard. And it was like, oh, okay. Our leader's just been on his roof, but Darren Gale's still going to get that, is he? No, I think that's promoted Aidan Gale to the lead.
Wow. It's a Gale force.
But they're both running similar body shells, that's why.
Oh, they are, you're right. They are very hard to distinguish between.
One has a black halo, one has a white halo.
It's a black wing and a white wing as well.
Yes.
So the 2 is the...
the 2 is Aidan. So Aidan gets that by a quarter of a second.
No, there'll be big arguments at home tonight. Well, it's round 3, but there'll be arguments somewhere at some point.
I was just driving along, etc., etc.
Minding my own business, officer.
Race number 10.
Yes, we're going to be with the more inexperienced drivers. For want a better terminology.
There are a couple of guys in here that are going to be beating us within the next few years.
Obviously. That's what happens.
That list of I used to be able to beat him.
Yeah. Gets shorter every year.
It does.
It gets longer every year, actually, think about it. You know, people you can beat get shorter every year.
It does.
Oh, it's getting very windy now. You need to put your mic like that. become your own windsock. The sun's out though. It's windy and sunny.
It is. Bit of an odd combination. Some of these guys with reverse as well.
Blimey.
Archie Matthews.
Oh!
Lead away.
There's been a disaster. There's been a muffin on the ground.
Oh no.
I actually got a text about the muffins. It's alright, Ash. They're still edible. We're off with this one.
We are. Archie's led away from Oliver. Finley Lanaway in third. Kenny Hyde, Maverick Adams, Harry Standing and Ethan Webb. Archie Matthews leading. Heads out down the main straight. Being chased by... in fact, is that Finley leading? I think it is Finley.
He got a slightly quicker first lap, yeah.
Yeah, so the 3 car of Oliver Woodall actually is trying to chase down.
Which is the 3?
3 car is the Fortnite car.
Oh, right.
That one that's just on its roof.
Right.
Out of shot. So it did look.
Have we showed everyone during the course of this today?
I'm trying to think who we haven't picked up yet.
Drop back one, Ash, to the yellow and blue. I don't remember we showed the yellow and blue car. Here he comes down the main straight.
Is this what number's this?
It says 21, but that's obviously not the actual number. It's number
7.
7. So that's Harry
Standing.
Standing.
Harry just heading out towards the main straight. It can be quite difficult actually, particularly for some of these juniors, I imagine.
Even seeing, yeah.
Well, stood at this end of the rostrum, or the end of the rostrum nearest the camera, that corner, that hairpin just as you head out towards the main straight, trying to judge exactly where the apex is there.
Yeah, actually, Ash, I'm going to set you a challenge here, because these guys are going quite slow. I want you to go see if you can do some super tight action. This is what you like. It's probably a bit random as well, but they aren't going fast, but this is good. I want to be able to see the whites of the eyes of the driver or the whites of the eyes of the marshal. There we go.
You can see the blades of grass.
We can. This is going to look fantastic on the stream. But the car's like, oh.
I think we've got some kind of breakage at the front of that one.
The steering wheel has gone. Car number 7. Lovely.
Over to one side.
Just pick up that blue car that's gone past him. That is car number
4.
That's
It's
the wrong
Kenny
one.
Hyde.
It's the guy in the infield now. Ash is he's going onto the main straight. In a second, he's now onto the main straight now. That's Kenny Hyde in the 4. Same as the 4, super tight. Let's go for it. Super tight. I think he's a little bit more doing the arc he's supposed to do.
Kind of. He's certainly.
That's a nice shot.
He's certainly making the entrance to the corner. It's the.
I'm just judging by the fact that he's actually staying in the middle of the frame, which is obviously because he's doing what Ash thinks he's going to do. Right, it's fine, mate. You can ease back off now. It's all right. I was just about of interest.
It's more, I think, the temptation like that corner that we've just been through there. It's take too much speed in and.
That's unlucky. He ended up getting an over rotation because taking the curb there.
Well, some of these corners here are a little bit deceptive. It's like once we get to the end of the main straight, so we're just following now down the straight, and you want to be slowing almost at that point in order to make that second apex. You need to be lifting off the throttle earlier than you think to get the car to rotate. It's so easy to go charging in with all that speed and then just disappear straight past where you want to be, and it slows you up so much. A bit of a challenging track in that respect. And it's something that you've seen with a few of the local drivers, knowing where to extract the speed from the circuit, and they know where all the bodies are buried, as it were.
I really hope there's no bodies buried. Well, body shells, obviously. There's plenty of body shells being buried.
Quite possibly. Let's. What have we got? We've got 30 seconds to go out there. So who is leading? We've got Archie leading it with the number 1 car. He's the purple-coloured car, or the mainly purple-coloured car. Let's pick him up as he runs for the flag. A little bit of movement on the nose of that actually as well. Could do with a bit of foam between the front bumper and the front of the body shell. I think you can just see a slight oscillation there on the nose as he runs over a few of the bumps. Well, certainly we can see it trackside. I don't know if it's visible on shot on the camera. Carving his way through the traffic. He crosses the line to finish. Parks it up quite sensibly as well. And fancies another lap just because. Just heading round. So into the rookie race now. So these are the drivers who have done less than 10. I don't know if that can't be 10 races total. That's got to be 10.
10 competitive races.
It's got to be 10 meetings.
No, 10 races.
10 races.
10 races.
But then so that's 2 meetings. So by this point of the series,
No, perhaps it's 10 meetings, isn't it?
Yeah, because otherwise they'd only do.
Well, perhaps it was at the beginning of the championship, and they're not promoting them in between the championship.
Yeah.
They hadn't done much anyway. Put it that way.
No.
They're not wizened old fools like us.
You know, yeah. So
train! Well done, Ash. Got the train on board. Excellent stuff. That's the first proper train shot we've had.
Can any train spotters tell us what that is as well? What train that is?
It's a modern one. No, the train spotters, they like modern trains, do they?
I don't know.
I don't think so. Isn't it all about steam and diesel generators? I don't know.
I have confidence in our viewership.
Do you? Blimey, okay. Misplaced confidence. I heard one. Sun's come out, but it's actually got chillier, which is weird.
So we have realised that all of the drivers in the rostrum have added together have competed in less races than we have. Quite comfortably.
That's what you over this year. Oh, I thought you were going to take a random one then, Ash. Oh. Who are we with? Oh,
we are with, at the moment, that was...
still is.
It was Elliot Griggs.
Oh, jeez. Lewis Onion's leading at the moment now. Upside down.
Pick up his car. Where's Lewis Onion's car number 9? Let's see if we can find him. Trying to.
Is that light blue car? Appears to be driving quite well.
That's car 10 seems to be.
Yeah, coming out.
That's Ryan
Light
Knight.
blue car coming in, about to go on the main straight in about 2 seconds, Ash.
That I believe is Ryan Knight.
I mean, it may be like a one-off. I just saw 4 really brilliant corners he just did, possibly, but he actually seems to really have quite a bit of a handle on. Yeah, I've absolutely cursed him, haven't I?
Yes.
I'm very sorry, Ryan.
I'd quit while you're ahead, Nick.
I don't know. I'm going to give him a second camera bit of love as well. There we go.
There we go.
I think he's good round there. He's good through the chicane.
Yeah.
Oh, that was nasty. Got himself on the wrong bit of the track and then he rolled it because he went over the outside the curbs.
Who else seems to be going well? Car number 10 is still showing as leading, but I can't see any cars out there with a number 10 decal on them.
That's who we got. That's who we're with. He's just scrapped
Oh,
half.
sorry, yes.
He's just jumped half a lap, though. In fairness, which is a little bit naughty.
Lewis Onions is running in second. Let's see if we can find
Onions.
car number 9.
Any idea what colour it might be? Oh, the purple one looks exciting. Who's that?
The purple and white.
Through the chicane now, the purple one.
Car number 11. That is, well, according to that, that's Ryan Knight, but I don't believe that is. But yes, that does look. It's got the wrong number on there, but it does look rather enthusiastically driven.
Yeah, but it's also staying on the track in the right part of the track. Look at that. That's really good.
That is actually.
Oh, sorry about that. That was really good. Can you see his number? Is it 11?
He's got 11 on there.
I think that might be Poppy, who's car 1. I think that might be Poppy, actually. Poppy Hyde.
Let's have a look.
So we shouldn't be saying he, we should be saying they, and now we can say she.
But yeah, there certainly isn't a car number. There isn't a 1 out there. That was a nice bit of, sort of curb hopping and using the curbs to change direction.
Well, I don't know. I think it's most likely Poppy, and if it is, she's driving pretty well, actually. To be honest, for a beginner.
Yes, absolutely.
Oof.
Down the main
Managed to get
straight,
past the yellow Porsche there. That was lucky. Oh, that's the problem when you go too fast on these tracks. You just hit the grass, isn't it?
It is. You just
got away with it.
A little wide.
No, that's not Poppy. I think that's Ryan Knight.
That is Ryan Knight.
I think that's Ryan Knight. So therefore, the blue car we were with before was probably Poppy.
Well, that was the 10 car.
Yeah, which I think is Poppy. And I think this is Ryan Knight, is that car we've been looking at a second ago in the purple. And that's only based on the updating I've been seeing on the screen. This is a slight issue, obviously, for people who are trying to cover radio control car racing. When you haven't got the correct numbers on your car, it makes it a little bit more difficult for us when we don't know the people involved.
Yes.
I do think that's Ryan, just because where the updates we're getting, and he's leading by quite a distance and looking pretty good. So well done, Ryan.
Yeah. It does look like it's making the most progress out of anybody. So, where do we think Lewis Onions is? Because he's running.
What car number is he supposed to be?
He's supposed to be car number
9.
9.
Okay. There's been a couple of cars that have had problems. I'm not sure if they're still out, but.
I think Lewis is the car that's got the 10 on it. The blue car that we were following earlier.
Oh, okay.
I believe.
Well, it's adding to the thrill, trying to work out who's who, isn't it?
It is. And, well, just they're crossing the line to finish. So that is the end of round number 3 of qualifying. So we've got one more round of qualifying and then the 2-legged finals.
There's a gap in between that. 20 minutes for the raffle and stuff. So we're drifting now into round 4.
We are. So, see if anybody gambles and throws on new tyres for this.
Oh, the round 4 gamble. Could happen. Sorry about the sniffing on camera there. Apologies, people.
Just getting ready for
Heat 1.
Heat 1, 17.5. Scott Hargrave, Bryce Little, Guy Dean, Trevor Little, Casey Granger, Ben Webb, Pete Timms, John Widley, Dave Michael.
All right, there's an important conversation here. At the end of this round, there is a break, Ash, of about 20 minutes.
Otherwise known as lunch.
Sort of lunch. I think it's going to be about 3:30 by the time we have the break.
Kind of the concept of time sort of disappears, doesn't it, when you...
Okay, so we're back with the 13.5s, aren't we?
17.5.
17.5s. I always get that wrong. I also think that blinky speedos are a really bad idea.
We had this discussion at West
I
London.
know. I'm not changing that, Mo. I haven't changed my opinion.
I know. They're easier. They're easier.
They're more expensive.
They're easier in the sense of, whoa, that's the car in second place.
Oh,
I think that was
it's a good problem.
guided. No, he had he appears to be quite potent towards the end of the main straight.
It's got a bit of an extra oomph on it.
Yeah.
Oh, the bronze car just fell off the track.
Bronze is a
difficult colour.
yeah.
Let's find the bronze car, Ash. It's going through the chicane now. Or the chicane. Who is the bronze car?
The bronze car was car number 8, which it says it's John Widley, but he isn't out on the circuit at the moment. So again, another misnumbered car.
No, John Widley's on the circuit. It's on 2 laps. Could be car 8.
It is car 8. It's definitely got car 8 on there.
It's running a bit slow. That is him. Yeah.
Okay.
The refresh is a tiny bit slow through the internet.
That's why we're not necessarily seeing it. So let's have a look at John. Yeah, it's an interesting colour choice, I think. Kind of
Awful.
well, it's very British-like. Do you think that car's got a velour interior?
Oh, I'm sure it's a Vanden Plour Allegra, absolutely. Might be a princess, who knows?
It kind of needs a vinyl roof, doesn't it? That's it understeers like a product of 1970s Longbridge.
Yes. You wait in a minute, the car will go on strike.
You're right, mate.
Well, we don't want out all out. Come on, boys. Not going to build this car anymore. It's not a good. I don't want to. It's no fun. So they run 8th here or just 10th, I see.
Well, they run 8th IC as well.
It's a bit tiny for 8th IC, isn't it?
But then Colchester is as well. It's yeah. I mean, I
They
think
run 8th at Colchester.
yeah.
Good grief.
I think Nelson Piquet's description of like trying to drive around Monty. What was it? It's like trying to ride a bike.
Bicycle in your bathroom, yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, that must be quite apt, I'd imagine. But yeah, I can imagine an 8 scale round here. Coincidentally, I think round here and round Colchester, David Spashett always does well with 8th IC.
He's good at the left and the right turning bit.
Yes, rather than the outright power.
Just that the 8th cars obviously have a much bigger platform size, don't they? And they would be a bit. I just think they'd be a bit big for this.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously the main straight's okay.
Yeah, it's got the length on it.
Well, it's when you get the switchbacks, you're gonna notice. You're gonna struggle with those. Let's who's running at the moment? Car 3, Guy Dean. Let's see if we can find him out there. Car 3 is oh, didn't we identify he was this multicoloured car that was the yellow and blue one, despite having the number 5 on it.
Yeah, I think the non-right colour is very naughty. There's 1. There's 9. There's 6. There's 5, which is 3.
Yes. 5 is masquerading as tonight. Matthew, 5 is going to be 3. That's Casey. We know Casey's running Chris's colour scheme.
5-2. So it's one you want to see. Multiple car at the end of the main straight now, Ash, coming underneath you right now. It's got mostly yellow at the front and the back, and then it's got a bit of red and blue. That's one which James wants to tell me about. Possibly.
Thanks, Nick. No, a bit of understeer on the exit of the corner there, but he's got some good horsepower. Heading round, finding his way through traffic. It's quite nice. A little bit of hesitancy there, but seems to get through okay. And now he's got in front, just wants to pull away a little bit. You see in the background, actually, they're taking down some of the gazebo, or trying to strap down some of the gazebo, so it must be really windy.
The wind has picked up. We are a little bit sheltered, despite what you can hear on the microphones.
Yeah, we're sort of hidden behind the rostrum, but so yep, car 3 has finished and just rolled it to a halt. Of course, that's probably the last run he's going to be doing on those tyres for today, end of round 4. So a new set coming up for the finals.
Ah, here comes the wind.
Here does come the wind. Properly windy.
That's why you need to batten down your gazebo.
Indeed. Ready for heat number 2. Dave Clift, Mark Payne, Chris Blackburn, Mark Passingham, Ross Delander, Harry Jeffries, Luke Jury, Chris Sheldrake and Jody Simons.
So now, qualifying round 4, heat 2. I must remember to change those numbers. When we've got different timing systems, does it automatically? It's much easier.
Yeah, we're a little bit different in the UK.
Yeah, it's always the way.
RC exit or something.
Yes.
Couple of minutes before the start, everybody just pulling up on the line.
That's a long one.
Did we get an answer to that on the?
No,
on the
we
feed?
haven't got no train lovers, I'm afraid, today. We're train lover free. So as the wind, as you can hear, really does pick up. 25 seconds to go.
It does. Dave Clift set to lead away from Mark Payne, I believe. Indeed, Dave Clift does lead away from Mark Payne. Opens it up down the straight for the first time. We drop back, find the all green coloured car, car 5, Ross Delander. Oh, he's just parked it on the blue stuff. Just about to come out onto the main straight now. This is the car of Ross Delander we're running with. He was 4th at the end of that last lap. He's going to drop back a little. Bit of over rotation there coming onto the straight. Thought he had it. That's always an entertaining moment. Yeah, I've got it, I've got it, I've got it.
I don't got it.
No, I haven't. No.
He does seem to have a little bit of oversteer in that car.
He does.
Oof, a lot of oversteer on that car.
did quite well to haul on the anchors there and stop. Harry Jeffries just closing in. In fact, Harry's just cut his way. Let's pick up Harry's car, actually. The yellow, white and pink coloured car. Harry being quite sensible here and picking his battles. Keeping out of trouble, running his own race.
He's certainly not shy of taking a bit of curb, is he?
He's not. But he looks distressingly in control of that.
Yeah, it's irritating, isn't it, really?
It is.
Great, he's 8. Whoa!
Sounds like he's improving on this run as well, judging by the tones.
Because I don't suppose he's got new tyres, he's just got less old ones his dad's given him.
Yes, but I would imagine they'll be in better condition than a lot of they'll have had the right product applied to them at the right time.
Yes, I know what you're saying. They've been well managed.
They will. I don't think he's any disadvantage in that respect.
No.
Put it that way. What have we got? 3 minutes. Mark Passingham running in second now. Let's see if we can find Mark Passingham. He is the white, purple and green coloured car.
Where is he?
He is just coming out onto the main straight now.
There we go.
There we go.
Oh, he's frightened that green car off the track.
He has. So this is Mark Passingham being followed by Mark Payne.
All the marks.
All the MPs. Though no expenses claims coming in from these guys. Again, two of the more experienced racers in the field. I think they've both been racing as long as you, haven't they, Nick? Or before you.
Mark Passingham comes into our club. When our club was running indoors, Mark used to come every now and again to Milton Keynes.
They come up to Tamworth occasionally as well. So a bit of a trek. They're sort of Reading-ish locals, aren't they? I believe. Good run coming together, though, for Mark Passingham. He is, in fact, I think he's taken the lead.
He's taken the lead, he has.
He has. Dave Clift in front of him. I just noticed, yeah, that was Dave Clift's car in front of him. Dave having made a mistake with 30 seconds to go. Mark started out third, so he started out 2 seconds behind. That's definitely less than 2 seconds behind them now. So this will be a challenge for Dave Clift to try and
He was
escape.
0.7 of a second ahead on the timing, but right on the cusp of a lap.
Yeah, I think this is a matter of Dave Clift having a faster car, but whether he can escape far enough down the road within the time remaining. We're into the last 10 seconds, so I think Dave Clift is... Mark Payne's finished. So
Both Passingham and Cliff got the extra lap.
it's just a matter of, on this extra lap, whether Dave Clift can pull enough. Needs to be 2 seconds. He's escaping. He'll be aware.
It's going to be close.
It's going to be close. I think Passingham's... No, Dave Clift got it on the line
By 0.16 of a second.
He did. That extra lap did it. I'm sure Mark Passingham does not know quite how close he came.
But he will now, and it's forever preserved on the interweb.
It is. With our slightly inaccurate prediction. Well, it was a... What was it? In the words of the late great Murray Walker, it was a prophecy that immediately came wrong.
That's right.
Top heat of 17.5 set to go. I think Glenn Westwood, Tim Langdale, Billy and Ben Kane been the guys that have been fighting it out at the front. See Billy having his diff warmed
Oh, it's bad news for Ash. It's a shorter gap between qualifying and the finals.
Oh. Bit of a resort as well for the finals by the sound of it. With the
Yeah, the Tamiya stuff goes out first. They get home in time for school. Not really school, 'cause it's holidays, obviously, but you know what I mean.
Yes. Yes, school holidays. Glenn Westwood looks like he's got a fully painted shell this time.
Oh, he's showing off now. He's giving it some, is he?
He is. Yep, he's actually painted something other than the roof and the.
Well, you see, decided he wants to kind of show his wares.
It does. The nose of that looks rather positive.
Is it sitting on the nose? Is it?
It is. See if it calms down, settles down. It might just be a matter of bringing tyres up to temperature. Timmy trying to go with him. Ben Kane sitting in third place, rubbing his hands together. That was Dave Ringsell in the weeds. This is our leader then, Glenn Westwood. 1 minute in. Let's drop back one car. It's Timmy Langdale. Really nice line through that chicane there from Timmy. Hits both apexes. Let's watch it again on this lap, see if he manages exactly the same. Car looking really, really good out there. Glenn leading this one by, what is it? It's about half a second from Timmy. Ben Kane, one car further back. Let's see if we can pick up Ben's car. The orange, white and blue coloured car. Glenn and Ben both Aldershot regulars. Timmy, an Ada club member. Mistake from Ben there's going to have cost him some time on this lap. Quite possibly pushed Dan Morey up into third place, has it? Not quite, but it's going to be pretty close. There's a car upside down on the straight.
Is there a bit of problem in there, Carl? Fell off and then can keep going after that.
Yeah, I think he's broken a front hub or something. Got a wheel at a nice jaunty angle.
Lovely.
Let's move one car back again to the white coloured, silvery white coloured car. Looks like pearl white.
Oh, she's a nice girl there, Pearl White.
Black rear wing. This is Dan Morey. Sensibly driven from Dan. And Eastbourne regular. That pops over the curbs quite nicely. Good run coming together, so expecting to see Dan somewhere in the middle of the A final. He's been sort of floating around 4th, 5th all day. Glenn Westwood leading out front. Let's see if we can pick him up again. He's on the main straight now. Just coming through and through the chicane underneath us now. No, he's just about to head out towards the main straight now, Ash. There he is on the main straight now. There we go. That is our leader, Glenn Westwood. Got the gap up over Tim. As we come into the last 5 seconds. So Glenn and Tim make the extra lap. Ben Kane misses out. Good run there from Glenn right at the end. Race 4, first heat of 13.5. Blinky, Charlie Colby, Tim Timms, Victor Georgiev and Mark Smith. Though there were only 3 of them, we didn't see.
Yeah, there was. Yeah, we know 3.5 because didn't Tim Timms turn up about 4 laps in?
Yes, and we had Morgan Williams, the ringer, in. Morgan flying under the radar a bit. It looked really quick in practice, actually, although it didn't. Some say he may have decided not to show his hand. Others say he might not have plugged his transponder in.
One of the two.
These cars with a little bit more power than what we've just seen out on circuit. But power is nothing without control.
That'd make a good slogan.
Or something.
Oh, it has.
4 cars set to take to the line. Morgan Williams in the middle of shot there on the screen. Looking focused. Or not. Morgan leading away with the aqua coloured car. Very Ronald Volker inspired body scheme, colour scheme.
Colour shell.
Colour, yeah.
Body colour. Shell scheme.
Shells, it's kind of, it's certainly Ronald's go-to colour, isn't it, for single colour paint jobs.
Oh, that's not his go-to turning though.
No, that's yeah, a bit of a donut there from Morgan, and again.
I don't know whether he's run out of rear gripper. He's got things set really weird.
I think he's exploring the boundaries of the traction circle.
Well,
I think.
Is this something you're allowed to do these days?
Finding the limits. Yes, he's definitely finding the limits. It's his car's being driven enthusiastically, I think, is probably the description.
He's letting it all hang out.
He is. I see as he closes down Tim Timms. So slips it up the inside. So Morgan going to try and get back to the front. Let's pick up Charlie Colby, the white and green coloured car, leading down the main straight now. Charlie's going to be trying to escape from Morgan. Morgan going to try and close him down as best he can. Morgan edging closer, but it's a matter of whether he can get back to the front of the field in time. Charlie desperately trying to escape. Morgan running in third place at the moment, although as he just moved up into second, he has some 3 seconds back. So he's not only got to catch Charlie, but he's got to pass him and pull out by 1 second. Timms puts it on its roof on the straight. That's going to slow Charlie up a little as he comes past him. Let's drop back and pick up Tim's car, actually. The white and orange coloured car that's doing a good impression of a hovercraft at the moment.
Is it full of eels?
It doesn't look... It looks like a challenge to drive, I think would be the description. It's got that nice understeer into oversteer look. It wants to go straight on, and then, yeah, it looks like he's...
It's rarely described as nice, to be honest, that.
No. They're kind of like wrestling an octopus.
Oh,
with the
it's fire, fire.
It is.
Close up, we got a fire.
We have got a...
Is it a engine fire or an...
that looked like motor rather than battery,
yeah.
I think. But hurriedly unplugged.
Unplugged, but fine, that's okay, yep.
That was, yeah, that was a motory. And the smell...
That's just money.
Yeah.
It's not dangerous.
No, but it smells... I mean, that motor will look like a McDonald's apple pie with a goo oozing out.
Oh, I like a McDonald's apple pie. Do you remember they used to do the ones which had mincemeat and custard in them?
No.
Why am I so old?
I mean, we know that they're hotter than the surface of the sun, aren't they?
Yes.
Effectively.
They are effectively designed to burn your entire mouth to pieces. Now, just explain for our viewers, why would that motor have melted?
Probably over-geared. But it's a little bit of a strange thing because we've been running all day, so hard to say.
John T says that was the train we saw was the 2 o'clock Brighton to Southampton.
Okay.
It's probably the right run, in fairness, down the south coast, but you know. So it's overgeared to get a bit of extra speed down the straight.
Yes, which is this is going to add fuel to your anti-blinky tirade.
Yes,
isn't it? That yes, but you need to pull large gearings, and it is a possible consequence of that. But you can't smoke a motor.
Smoke me a motor back for breakfast.
That train's coming back from Southampton.
Oh. There's a 4-coacher. There's been a 12-coacher going past before.
Did you see it passing through the shot there? Getting ready for the top heat of 13.5.
That'll be heat 5.
It will.
I'm going to find a way of putting this thing I keep holding on to so it would permanently not do this. I'm going to need to work out a way how to do that. Will that do it?
You know what? You need kind of like a turnbuckle there, don't you? That's got.
I need something that's. Because when we were in the other corner a second ago, I could lean it against stuff, but that's not there because since we got rain, we moved.
Well, how about using some tape to form a diagonal?
It's not the stupidest idea ever.
The tape's up there by the bottle of water.
All right. Just so I know what's going on and where everything is.
Sorry.
Jeez. Give these people a job. I think they own the place. That's the sound of a man using tape he's been told to by James.
Does that work?
Well, it's working better than what I was doing, so yes, well done. Thank you very much for your tape-based solution.
Field engineering. It's not a bodge. We have engineered something in the field.
With gaffer tape, obviously.
Of course.
As it got brighter, I couldn't really see anything because the angle of the screen wasn't great. Here we go. Top 13.5.
Marcus leads away from Billy Fletcher. Billy, of course, getting the last round. Marcus having set the fastest time in round 1. Ash Whiffin running in 3rd. Liam Hendy running 4th. Liam actually leading. Set the fastest opening lap, which promoted him to the lead.
Nope.
Mistake from Marcus.
That's quite... Is that it? Or is he going to carry on? No, he's carrying on.
Yeah, Marcus has dropped himself to the tail of the field. Billy Fletcher will be...
Pick up the two white... So there's 2 white cars just going through the start-finish now, Ash.
Yeah. So first of those is Billy Fletcher. Second is Ash Whiffin. I would think Ash is probably in front on the clock.
You're right.
Yes, he is. Looking at that. So the second of the 2 cars in shot is our leader. That's Ash Whiffin.
For those of you like me who find this spaced qualifying slightly irritating, don't forget that we are going to have 2 rounds of proper racing coming up next.
We will. When you definitely don't want to be making that mistake that Marcus has done. Ash trying to close in on the back of Billy. Billy trying to get away from Ash. Ash leading this one by dint of the fact that he started out 1 second behind and
he's got a very, very good line through the second part of the chicane.
He has.
He's dancing. He's taking an awful lot of curve, which is fine because his car's able to do it. He's just dancing through.
Through the chicane. There we go. Just hops over the curb very neatly, like Nick said. Billy's car rotates a little better coming onto the straight. Really positive nose on Ash's car there as he flicks through the chicane. So of these 2, Billy's car looking maybe a little bit more stable with some of the high speed corners. Billy having maybe a little bit more confidence at high speed. Ash having slightly better direction change at low speed. Playing out in terms of, well, similar lap time.
16.02, exactly the same last lap they did. And the gap between them is 700ths of a second, though oddly the guy behind is ahead, if that makes sense. That might have changed now, I think. No, it's now 400ths of a second.
Very, very close between them. Started out 1 second apart. Billy will be trying to eke that gap out. Ash will be trying to draw that gap in. What Billy really won't want is for Ash to catch him and pass him, because then he knows he's definitely behind. When it's in the situation that it is at the moment, there's always the opportunity just to eke out that gap. Billy looks like he's maybe pulled out that gap very slightly. Has Billy gone back to the front? Billy is at the front at 3 minutes. What is there? There's
1.5 minutes to go.
1.5 minutes to go and just over a tenth in it. Ash has got some traffic to get past. Nicely does it. There's effectively nothing in this. It'd be awesome to see it
Ash has gone back ahead there, hasn't he?
Billy's in front now.
No, I was really interested. I thought Ash had got that one there, right?
No, 6/100ths of a second between them. This is changing pretty much every lap. Both of them make a bit of a Horlicks of the chicane. Both of them trying everything they can. Neither of them improving. Billy still leading this one. 7/100ths now between them.
Eking it out, a couple of hundreds to go.
It's so easy. A tiny, well, it's not even a mistake. It's just running very slightly wide through a corner. Billy now 6/100ths in front. Nothing in it. Absolutely nothing in it between these two. Billy's still got this one at the moment. He's got it up to just under 2/10. This is their last lap, and I think Ash has just made a small mistake, so I think Billy's going to get this.
Looks like it.
Billy has got that one. So Billy gets that by, in the end, a comfortable 7/10.
Oh, just showing off.
Small mistake from Ash at the end there. Drops him back down the field. I think we're going to see there with Marcus with 2 round wins and Billy with 2 round wins. So I think we're going to see Marcus on pole because he set a faster time, and Billy second. Ash will be third on the grid. What are we going with now? Heat number 6.
It's our modified heat. It's our press record heat, Ash. Well, I think this camera's very, very close. I can just lean out to it. Almost. Right. The wind continues to whistle, but at least we've got a bit of sun as well. We've got about 7 different seasons at one go here, James.
We have. Getting everybody up on the rostrum. See Chris Granger just putting his car down. See if he can. This will be interesting actually, with Chris pretty much sitting out the last round. See if he has any kind of tyre
Extra
advantage.
oomph.
Well, he's starting off second, so you can see Harley close in behind Ollie, and Zach close in behind Chris. So they're all wanting that spot of the race.
Quite sure who's 3rd or 4th at the moment between Harley and Zach. I think it's probably Zach, isn't it?
Harley was off 3rd, Zach was off 4th.
But that'll be on time rather than points.
Yes.
So where they go.
Ollie away from Chris, who did the hot lap on lap 1. In fact, Zach's done the fastest opening lap and made a tone that suggested he's improving. And my God, he's got some straight line speed there. Zach has. Let's move back to him, the first of the 2 sort of orangey pinky coloured cars.
So has he gone for the new tyres then?
I don't know, but he had some pretty.
Oh, mistake from Chris again.
That's from Chris.
Oh, disastrous. Has he broken the rear end on that? Or is it just a funny angle the car's at?
No, that's broken.
No, broken, yep. Like he got those 2 early runs. This could be bad news for him though. Zach's going that well.
Running with Zach at the moment then. Zach is, where is he? Ollie flicks to the top as he crosses the line. He's just over a second behind Ollie, actually, at the moment. Closing in on the back of Ollie Meggitt. Past him.
Let's drop back to Harley. So she's back 1 car now in the other pink car, not the pink and white striped car. See what she can do. She's had some good results and some average results.
Yeah, I think Zach's speed on the opening lap, possibly he's found a better tyre prep maybe, and just showed it on the first. It just started out quicker. sometimes you get that if someone finds something that just turns the tyre on
You
immediately.
need to move forward one car, Ash. You were the wrong one. One of these 700 pink cars. I was wondering why the gap was getting much bigger. That's with Harley now, with Ollie Meggitt earlier. How's the lead looking now for Ollie?
Ollie's lead is, where is it? 1 point, about 1.2. It's difficult. He's made it onto the extra lap. Let's see when Zach comes across. 1.1 seconds from Zach. So Zach started out 4th with Ollie first. So there's 3 seconds between them when they started. Still running with Harley's car at the moment. Looks very smooth out there. Pretty calm and composed.
Should we go back and get a bit more Ollie action?
Yep, he is...
underneath Ash now, yellow and white.
He's just about to catch and pass
I like
Ollie
this.
Meggitt, the other Ollie.
The other Ollie. Ollie over Ollie. Ollie lets him go very politely.
He does.
Who's that? Ollie's
that
broken down.
Yeah,
Lots of heat going on in those cars.
there is. Not quite as hot as at West London, but
No, that was a car. I'm surprised as many cars got to the end than it did, because that was silly hot.
it was. That was incredibly hot.
The helicopters coming to land over there. We've got trains and helicopters, radio controlled cars.
Like an airport.
It is an airport, it's Shoreham Airport, but it's a very, very light aircraft airport, isn't it?
True, yes. Ollie heading round, just keeps on banging in the laps. Just going to bring it home.
And Homie has brought it.
He has. So Ollie takes that one from Zach, from Harley.
2 seconds. It seems a lot easier than just 2 seconds ahead, which what he was in the end. But it did seem really quite,
Yeah, but I think it's, as we were saying earlier,
it's a stagger as well, isn't it?
There's a stagger, but it's also not feeling the need to take that extra edge off of the tyres. Once you're out in front, the aim isn't it's to with round by round. It's not to get to the end as fast as possible. It's just to get to the end while still leading. So. What do we got now? Tamiya GTE.
Adult Tamiya. Or experienced Tamiya, should I say?
Experienced Tamiya. Adult Tamiya is probably a specialist.
Adult Tamiya is completely different. Let's not go into that now.
Yeah.
All sorts of things with motors fitted to them, but we won't talk about any of them. I'm sure there is some sort of. I'm sure that exists. Because the Japanese are very ingenious, especially when it comes to those sort of things.
That's where they've got nitro-powered models as well.
Oh, different train.
Oh, different train.
A pink and purple one from First Great Western. It's exciting.
We have turned into train spots.
Well, much as I've enjoyed Ash's camera work today, as far as the car's concerned, he's been pretty remiss on the trains. We only had one really good train shot so far. He's missed the first one we've seen with a completely different train company.
Gratuitous train shots.
Well, is there anything? I'm not into trains. I'm not against trains. I'm neutral towards trains. That makes sense.
Italia Alpha set to lead away.
He never actually raced in real life, I'll tell you about it. Let's be honest about this. This man's, he's racing a lie. It's a lie, I tell you.
In fairness,
Yeah.
of how many cars do you see liveried like Ollie's car just was?
No, fair enough. Yeah, that's fine. It's a great livery. Who's in second?
Who is in second? Martin Reeder's in second with that's a Ford GT, I believe.
Yeah, let's have the Ford GT, shall we? A bit of Ford GT action. Drop back one.
Ford GT with an antenna tube.
Antenna tube GT. It's quite a good run through there as well.
It was. You can see all of they look a little bit with the damping on these cars. They don't appear quite as compliant.
No, it's they're a TT02. They've got a very, very short stroke environment. And
you can see it's almost like a washboard section here. There's like a little oscillation in the nose.
I built a couple of TT02s for a friend over Christmas because he wanted to do something with them. And the standard models have quite a lot of play in them.
Okay.
So by the time you've got, and depending on how much hop-ups they have, you've got a lot to move before you start actually picking up controlled movement.
Okay.
I mean, they are what they are. They're not very expensive and they kind of work, but they are even worse than hoodies for needing X-rays for needing hop-ups to make them work properly. Have you ever seen a properly hopped up TT02?
Not with everything.
There is literally, I don't think, anything in the original kit left. There might be like a couple of screws, but everything ends up being replaced.
Well, no, the screws would be like hex head, wouldn't they, rather than...
There are some of it, but literally it's amazing. I think there's about 4 bits that get left, and everything gets replaced.
I'm sure the body clips are reused.
I'm sure they're not. I'm sure they're anodized a special colour. But that's great.
We actually had this. There is a company out there that do left. They've got the bent body clips which many people have, but they do left and right-handed versions of them, so that you can.
I used to have left and right-handed clips.
Yeah.
Do you not have those?
No. We always used to have remember the huge transponder.
Yeah,
body
I mean
clips,
they weren't. I think there wasn't like I didn't buy 2 separate. I just got different ones, and some were left and some were right.
Okay.
And then you put them on the correct side, so they'd be less likely pinged off.
Yeah. Someone's disappeared under the fence.
Because pinging off was a constant problem. I ended up getting when I actually did touring cars. I got the unpingable offer ones with a special ring around them.
Oh yes.
I went for the extra 2 or 3 grams just not to lose the
not to lose your body
clips.
clips.
Yeah, but I wouldn't do that in 12. Couldn't afford 2 grams. Not in my driving style.
The something out there sounding a little bit second-hand. I think it might be the Alpha.
This is not me. Back one, Ash to the pink and white, which is a Nissan GTR. I think it was. Yeah, it's a Nismo GTR.
It is.
Being driven by
Number 3.
Steve Adams. Then
Steve Adams.
does he have a family?
He does. Maverick is his son.
That would be the Adams family, wouldn't it? I suppose. Are they crazy? And I think do you know? I've got a horrible feeling I did this joke about 2 events ago, so I'm going to stop.
Got a sense of deja vu.
I did. I suddenly went, no, I've done that. I mean, it's several weeks ago. Several events ago.
That Alpha is sounding rather sick. I mean, it's pretty authentic.
Only if it's electrical fault.
Well, if you listen to it down the straight, it does sound a little.
He snapped his chassis at Westland, didn't he?
He did, but listen to it.
That sounds like a tooth's gone.
Yeah.
That sounds like a drivetrain tooth's gone.
It doesn't.
It's not really holding him up, though, is it?
It's not, but it's just. I mean, it's quite authentic. It sounds like a clutch bearing's about to fail on it. Yeah, it's with authentic Alpha noises.
I would point out, I owned now for over 2 years, and it was absolutely perfect. Did not have a single problem with it.
Did you drive it anywhere? Or?
Yeah, it's a quadrifoglio. It's fantastic. I drove it everywhere. It's the best I've ever owned.
That is a rather grating noise. It's like someone running their fingers down a blackboard. But like you say, it's.
Let's pick up the Alpha when he goes past the car now, Ash. That's it. We'll go with the leader. So one for the forward, that's it. That's the outward.
Here we go, here comes the noise.
Sounds like a slightly unwell calf.
Yeah.
No, Mum, I'm feeling a bit ill. Oh, I don't like my milk. Oh, that sort of thing.
But it's only down the straight. It's
Something's rubbing.
Yeah. That's GTE done. Ready for MTC.
MTC today presents. So apparently we're going to have a shorter gap between the heats and the finals, which is obviously bad news for Ash in his attempt to get fed. It's not great news because I want to go to the toilet, but you know, hey ho.
MTC's getting set to go. Ollie Payne already secured his pole position with 3 round wins. Sean Batt, I think, already secured second.
Oh, train, big long one, a 12 coacher.
Oh.
Oh, Ash doesn't know what to go for. He's going to show the 12 coacher. There we go. 12 coaches of fun.
Just goes on and on and on.
It's not like an American drive. I remember being stopped in Texas, in Austin, and we stopped waiting for a train to go past, and I counted 106 carriages. It's a freight train, 106. Get an In-N-Out burger, which apparently is the greatest place to go. I must admit I thought it was all right, but it wasn't, I don't quite know what this legend of the In-N-Out burger is. It was nice. It wasn't, you know, stunningly brilliant.
Seconds to the start of race number 8. Ollie Payne going to lead away from Sean Batt and Tom Dadswell.
Hold on tight.
Wind picking up again. Yeah. That's really going to unsettle these cars for being very short, narrow track.
Not so far though.
No, they've got away okay. Ollie leading away with this one from Sean. Kind of got the impression Sean's been sort of within range of Ollie all day, but never quite got there. Let's drop back one car from Ollie to Sean. So Sean, the white and blue Martini liveried car, running with Sean Batt at the moment. Nicely done through that chicane. Obviously a little bit easier with these narrower cars, that you've got a little bit more space to manoeuvre in the middle of the chicane. As we were saying, I can't imagine those like 8 scale cars, how you'd get one of those.
Yeah, there must be
through there. I mean, even navigating the entry to the pit lane must be proper effort with one of them. Sean Batt having a pretty lonely run in second at the moment. In fact, everybody's kind of... there's no close battles going on out there, I don't think. Tom Dadswell just puts it on its roof in front of us.
Let's go back one more, Ash.
To the orange coloured car. That is Tom Dadswell.
To third. Having had a bad lap.
In fact, that's for the green car of Michael Chapman within range of him. So, yeah, the green car is our 3rd place car that we're running with now. It's Michael Chapman. Was running in 4th place, but the mistake by Tom Dadswell just promoted him very slightly.
Well.
Michael trying to hang on to the back of Tom. They started out 1 second apart. And I think Tom has eked that gap out. He has. Tom, yeah, stretched that gap already. So next up, Michael is going to be lapped by Ollie Payne and gets it all kinds of wrong going onto the straight. Ollie does quite well to avoid him.
Oh, dear.
Cartwheeling down the straight and on his roof on the outside of the straight.
Should be all right. I don't think he's damaged it.
No, it was fairly...
No, that wasn't the greatest piece of marshalling ever.
It was.
Am I wrong, actually? He has damaged it. Oh, well, there we go. What do
yeah.
I know?
That's the universal symbol from the Marshal, the universal symbol from It's Dead Jim.
And here comes that helicopter into land, by the way, just for those of you interested in the local public and transport movement.
You think the aero is going to affect the... In fact, did you... That was at Silverstone, wasn't it? The Lance Stroll.
Moaned that the helicopter was too close in the downdraft.
Well, you could see it on the onboard, couldn't you? As he drove underneath, the whole car just got a bit squirrely underneath him.
I think that helicopter, by the way, I know you can't see it, but I think that helicopter is doing either doing a bit of a joyride or it's someone who's learning how to fly. He's coming up and down and doing hovery things. It's not just...
We have a beginner helicopter pilot. Where are we? We're at 4 minutes. Let's pick up our leader on the main straight now, Ollie Payne. He is the white and pink coloured car.
Is he?
He is. So Ollie leading.
Pink?
Yes.
It's orange.
That's pink.
Oh well, don't go to our colour-blind test then.
Ollie's cars are white and pink. We could be generous and say it's kind of like the Marlboro colour scheme that appears. It's perhaps orange on screen.
That's probably what it is.
Ollie rattles it over the curbs. A few seconds to go. He's the only one that's made the extra lap. Victory lap for Ollie. Wind picking up out there again.
Celebrating the gust of wind.
Yeah, he is.
So we see all of these guys will be out for the finals.
They will. Where are we now? Formula One.
Jeez, might dust up my nose now, love.
F1 cars just making their way up to the line. Paul Ellis, Aidan Gale, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis and Andrew Thorpe.
Heavy was kicking in here. Something Southern Coast is really getting right in on me. So we've got a couple of seconds now before we get the
F1's
5 big... Oh, hey, look, we've got the plane on camera now. That's a light aircraft. Excellent work, thank you, Ash. Oh, there's a plane flying over a train there. It's exciting.
Planes, trains and automobiles.
Absolutely.
Radio-controlled automobiles.
There we go.
Yeah, Everybody leading away, and there's a bit of tyre warmer paper blowing across the straight. It's a fairly potent start from one of the Gales. I think it's Aiden, signalling his intent to give Paul Ellis some a chase. Having taken the last round, and I think the tone suggested he was improving as well, which could set him up for an unlikely TQ. Oh, he's improving, and the car in second isn't, so it's difficult to tell whether he's going to set a new fastest time overall. What we're listening for is for both of the front two to be improving. That would put Aiden in a really good position, that he would know then that he's going to do a faster time as well than the current fastest.
I mean, he's got quite a large lead actually. He's 2 seconds ahead in a minute.
He is.
Not pulling out much. Not pulling much out more now.
He's not. But what we don't know is whether he's on for a fastest time. If he wins this with a faster time, they'll both have 2-1s, but he'll have the fastest time overall. What we can't tell is that is whether he's certainly doing a quicker time than he's already done, but we're not seeing that. There we go. That was what we were looking for, that second high beat, which suggests that Paul Ellis is now setting a faster time as well, which means the fact that Aiden Gale is in front of him means that Aiden will set a fastest time than the current overall fastest time.
I'm absolutely with you.
If that makes sense.
It does make perfect sense.
So, and that's one of the things, that conversation we were having earlier about the improvement beeps, one of the ways that you can use it to judge whether it's not just your improvement beeps, but where the pace of the entire run in general. And whether it's generally a quicker run or whether it's just you recovering. So Paul Ellis has now dropped off of the improving pace. So Aiden's back to having a question mark in his mind as to whether he will set a faster time.
I think he will, because he was when they were both setting up, he was a couple ahead, and now he's 3 ahead.
He is, but it depends if Paul, when he set his fastest run, made a mistake a couple of minutes in. Maybe not.
Runs off average lap, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't. It's where you were at that point. Aiden's still leading this one from Paul Ellis. It's about 4 seconds now. Fairly comfortable.
He's managed to pull it out at this point, hasn't he?
He has.
Which obviously is bad news for Paul, because it means this is the pace moving into the finals.
Yes, and looks like Aiden's going to get himself on pole position if he continues at this pace. Looking like he's improving. Just waiting to see Paul improving as well. So Aiden is definitely looking like he's going to take a couple of round wins and set the fastest time, which will guarantee him pole position for the finals. Finals starting in around half an hour's time, I believe.
Yeah, there's a shorter gap. It's only 25 minutes. I think it might be down to about 15. There's a limit to how short it can be, because the first... Was this 10?
This is 10, yeah.
Okay, you need to do this without me because we're a bit problematic, I think.
close battle going on at the front of this one. Finley Lanaway leading from Archie Matthews. So this is the silver coloured car and the purple and white coloured car. Just having a little bit of door handle action going on. Just heading out towards the main straight now. And one of the leaders puts it on its roof. So we're running with the silver coloured car all the way around the outside. That was brave. Gets away with it. So Finley Lanaway, fairly comfortable lead now. Finley Lanaway coming up, making his way through some traffic. Being chased by Oliver Woodall. So Finley setting a faster time than he has done currently and still leading. Although Oliver Woodall, he's behind him on the track and started in front of him, so he's behind him on the clock as well.
We've got Ellis Briggs with 11 laps. Ryan Knight 10 laps, Popping 9 laps, Emily 9 laps, Frankel 6, Will 6, Zeb 6, Ellie 5, Phoenix 5, and James 5. Okay guys, we're going to go a quick little break, we're going to turn things around very quickly.
You're eating something, come down.
we check it, we have a change of order. So, you're listening, the speakers haven't told me what direction. Hope you can hear me. Right, Tamiya rookies are up first. We're going to need some volunteer marshals on this one for the 12 cars. Race 2 is going to be the juniors. Race 3, heat 3, is 17.5 Blinky C final. 17.5 Blinky B final is race 4. Race 5 is Tamiya's Gte. Race 6 is MTC. Race 7 is Formula 1. And then we've got top of the shop, A finals. 17.5 A final is race 8. Race 9 is 13.5 A final. And race 10 is the modified.
I've got something.
Okay. Are you on? I'm on. We're on.
I believe I'm on.
We're going back with the Tamiya Junior E final, as you can see. I need to take off the short break announcement, because it was a very short break. I also
Yes.
need to turn us back onto Facebook, which we were off. So you may have to do this first one yourself, mate.
Okay, no problem. Tamiya Junior E. They were the last lot to go out, but going to be first on this time. Elliot Griggs set to lead away from Ryan Knight, Harry Standing, Maverick Adams, Poppy Hyde, Seba Okamoto, Amelia Adams, Phoenix Timms, Lewis Onions, Frankie Fletcher, Ellie Smith and James Binney. Of course, these cars going first so that they get done earlier come the end of the day, able to leave earlier. Elliot Griggs set to go from pole position. Waiting for the countdown to start.
That was exciting, isn't it?
Looking at our pole position man, Elliot Griggs. Second place, Ryan Knight. See if they successfully make it through the first corner. Jump start there from second place man. So, bit of an optimistic move from Ryan Knight, and actually takes the lead. So,
on.
Ryan Knight leading into the end of the pit wall there. Elliot Griggs, you might say that's poetic justice. Elliot Griggs now with a fairly hefty lead. But let's move back. Let's pick up our second place man, Ryan Knight, the white and purple coloured car. Had a bit of a jump start, but we've got him in second place. Running in second place from car number, I think that's car number, Harry Standings popped out in third place. In fact, that's a change for the lead because Elliot Griggs has been off the circuit. So we're running with Ryan Knight, the leader, being chased by Elliot Griggs. Battle for the lead going on. Ryan Knight, the car we're running with, currently leading. Elliot Griggs chasing him down. Coming together with some traffic there. Lead two right together now. This is the battle for the lead. See a change for the lead. So let's run with Elliot now. In front, the yellow, blue and white coloured car. This is our leader. Running with as we come in towards the 2 minute mark. Leader's on his roof. Maintains the lead at the front of this. Still got Elliot leading this one. Second place, still Ryan Knight. Harry Standing running in third, so it's as you were off the grid, 1, 2 and 3, running in that order. Leader having a little bit of difficulty navigating the end of the main straight. Second place closing in. Leader still looking relatively comfortable at the moment though. So having a bit of a coming together with another car down the main straight. Gets away with it. Ryan Knight trying to close him down as we hit 3 minutes, or head towards 3 minutes. Just made a mistake, and the Leader's on his roof. Let's see, Leader back on his wheels, and Ryan Knight is almost back with him. In fact, that's a change for the lead. Well, Ryan Knight had just taken the lead. He just puts it on its roof. Elliot Griggs still leading this one then. So he's lost the lead twice on that last lap and gained it back again. Despite all this, everything that's going on, this chaos going on, Elliot Griggs and Ryan Knight still pretty close together on circuit. Elliot still leading it with this car that we're following, the white, blue and yellow coloured car. He's on his roof coming onto the main straight. Just trying to find his way back out onto the straight, so we're going to have a change for the lead. Ryan Knight now leads the white and purple coloured car. Let's pick him up. He's just come around through the sweeper. He's just coming through the chicane underneath us. So a huge lead now for Ryan Knight as he crosses the line. Ryan Knight to the front, and Elliot Griggs is still in second place. But the lead now for, well, the leader's just put it on its roof on the outside of the main straight. He took a little bit too much curb as he kept it going.
No,
He's on the grass again. Another mistake, so we're going to let Elliot close right in. Elliot's just coming out onto the main straight now. So the lead two still pretty much together. Almost. Where have we got? We've got half a minute left. As they cross the line this time, there's not going to be an awful lot between them. Ryan leading this one from Elliot by, let's have a look. It's about 3.5 seconds. 3.5 seconds. About the length of the main straight. With 10 seconds to go. Not sure if they'll make it across the line. I think Ryan will. No, Ryan finishes. So Ryan Knight takes that one from Elliot Griggs. Ryan Knight got that one then from Elliot Griggs. Harry standing in third, Maverick Adams in fourth. So welcome to you if you are just joining us here this afternoon. We're RC Racing TV, bringing you live coverage of the finals from King of Clubs, being held at the Adur circuit, which is near Shoreham, south coast of the UK. Just seen the Tamiya Junior E Rookie A final. That's for drivers who have taken part in less than 10 race meetings throughout their racing career. About to see the Junior E Junior final. These are for drivers with a little more experience. Still junior drivers, but Archie Matthews, Oliver Woodall, Finlay Lanaway, Kenny Hyde and Ethan Webb will be out next. These drivers having taken part in a few races. We're then into 17.5 Blinky. Then MTC, the Formula 1, then we've got 17.5 A final, 13.5 A final, in fact it's the only 13.5 final, and then the modified final up last, race number 10. Then we start all over again. Five cars out there on the grid.
Okay, followers ready, drivers ready. Have we got enough cars out there? We're all out there.
All 5 cars out on the grid, ready to go.
Ready, willing, and able.
Drivers ready then. Here we go. Juniors, Tamiya Junior cars.
Archie Matthews set to lead away from Oliver Woodall. Been a fairly close battle between these two. Here goes the countdown. Slight jump there from the car in P4, Kenny Hyde. Didn't really gain anything, so sure that will be okay. Good battle for the lead going on already. These two been the class act of the field, Archie Matthews and Oliver Woodall. Very sideways from Oliver coming onto the main straight. And Finley fancies a run at him actually, and Finley all the way around the outside. That's given Archie Matthews a huge lead. So we're running with Archie at the moment. Looks like we've had a retirement from one of the cars. No, still running. Archie's lead after 1 lap is 4.5 seconds. Nice work if you can get it. Here we got popped out in second, Oliver Woodall. Oliver running in second place from Archie Matthews. This car that we're running with now looks like a absolutely huge lead. Let's see what it is after 2 laps.
Is it a fortnight?
Almost. It's 5.5 seconds. We've only got 3 cars circulating at the moment by the looks of it. Let's drop back 1 car to the blue coloured car. This is the car of Oliver Woodall running in second place currently. Some 7 seconds off the lead. Leader pulling away by a second a lap. And lap the field before long. Got a 4th car running out on circuit now.
No, they're spoiling us.
It'll get frantic later. There'll be 10 cars in something. There are 10 cars in some finals.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, I've just seen as well, Mark Payne's BQ.
Oh dear.
Oh, that's my seat, Mark.
Does he know?
I don't know. Worst place possible to be, BQ. All the coulda, woulda, shouldas.
Absolutely, yeah. You can't do any better than you are. You can only do worse.
You can.
It's a battle for position here between the yellow car and the blue car.
There isn't. The yellow car had dropped out.
Oh, okay.
Earlier
Damn.
on, so there aren't really any battles for positions. You've got the... Oh, in fact, Archie's only 6 seconds down the road. Closest battle at the moment is the battle for 2nd and 3rd, which is this car that we're running with at the moment. If we move back to the silver coloured car, that's the 3rd place car.
I think it's good to have some low-key files to begin with, just to ease us into it, you know, so you don't get too excited too early.
Yes, this is Finley Lanaway.
Excellent.
Yes, this is not action-packed.
It's got that sort of je ne sais quoi of nothing.
This is, yes, a bunch of cars circulating. When we said earlier that finals can get a bit more entertaining than...
They can, just not this one.
I'm sure we shall see some interesting finals at some point.
Guarantee it. No, I've guaranteed the interesting final now, which is a bit of a disaster, but there we go.
The modified finals from West London were gripping, weren't they?
Yes, I hope we'll get the same again.
We shall do.
If Chris doesn't break down again.
What, you mean like, I can't take it anymore?
No, my car's not working.
Okay.
No, the other way would be interesting, probably again, be good TV.
Slightly dramatic. Bit of dramatic license. This battle for 2nd could end up with something. I mean, what is there? 35 seconds to go.
And the gap is only 2.
Yeah, it's a mistake away from being close, I think.
No, there's plenty of chance of mistakes. That's okay.
Okay, Tamiya Gte Heat, really coming to the end of its race. Mr. Matthews, a lead, all 11 laps, top 3.
Archie Matthews leading this one, and actually the gap's come down. Oliver Woodall was like 5 seconds behind him.
Finley's finished.
Finley's finished in 3rd, so not really a battle for the lead. I think Archie is just bringing it home. Archie brings home the win.
Well done, Archie.
Who have we got next?
17.5C.
So results in that race in Archie Matthews of 13, Ollie of 14, Finley of 12, Wilford of 7. Again, car failure for Kenny, unfortunately.
Scott Hargrave, very keen,
A lot of keen people here.
getting himself on pole position.
We've got 6 in this one, haven't we? We've got 7.
We've got 7.
7.
Scott Hargrave, Bryce Little, Trevor Little, Luke Jury, Dave Michael, Ben Webb, John Widley. Seconds till the start. Scott Hargrave set to lead away the white and green coloured car. Twitch on the steering from Bryce Little there. And they're away cleanly. That was a good launch there from Scott Hargrave.
The car in second just spun its wheels, didn't it?
It did. Bryce Little did not move off the line particularly well. Scott Hargrave leading this one quite comfortably then.
Well,
let's move back a car to our second place man, the white and pink and blue coloured car of Bryce Little, and Luke Jury giving him a chase. So Luke Jury trying to catch him down the straight. Luke Jury, the white, pink and yellow coloured car. You can just see in the back of shot. There we go. This is our third place man, Luke Jury, trying to chase down second place man Bryce Little. Scott Hargrave got away comfortably at the front.
He's a country mile ahead, isn't he?
He's got a decent lead. This is sort of threatening to develop into a good battle for second, although as we said that, they both binned it. So what was our third place man parked on the outside of the main straight. There we go, recovered by the marshal and popped back on the circuit. So let's see where we're at now. Scott Hargrave's going to have a huge lead. He has got an absolutely massive lead. See how this plays out as we cross the line. Scott Hargrave leading this one by, well, let's have a look, Still waiting for the next man to cross the line. It's like 6 seconds. Ben Webb with the 6 car is running in 3rd place. See if we can spot the 6 car out there. Believe it is the the purpley coloured car that's just about to come past us now. Trevor Little's got himself up into 3rd place with the 3 car. So the 3 car is this pink coloured car here with the pink antenna tube.
Nope. Right, so who are we with? Who's this purple car?
This car we're running with is car number 5. That's Dave Michael, our 4th place man.
So we need to move forward to the all pink car, about to go through the chicane, Ash.
So running order at the moment is 1, 2, 3, as if to prove that qualifying works. Though we have got 1, 2, 3, 5, 4, so not quite, almost. Qualifying almost works. This is our 3rd place man we're running with, Trevor Little. Trying to chase down Bryce Little, though the gap is pretty large. In fact, the lead 2, the gaps come right down between the lead 2. Gap is currently 3 seconds. So keep an eye on that. Just as we come into 4 minutes. Let's pick up the leader again, the white and green coloured car. He is just about to come out towards the main straight now. So just on the straight now. There we go. This is our leader. At the 4 minute mark. This is Scott Hargrave, led from lights not quite to flag.
Well, I think we haven't got the flag yet.
We haven't got the flag yet. Bryce Little has scythed the gap in half and more. So I think coming up to 30 seconds to go, looking relatively comfortable for Scott. Just needs to avoid any mistakes. Bryce not having enough pace to close in on him too much.
It's got touring wrong.
Scott crosses the line. A couple of seconds to go. Bryce is going to make it through as well. Oh, Bryce doesn't quite make it. So Scott actually has a victory half lap, knowing that no one can catch him. That's always a good feeling.
It is a good feeling, to be honest.
That is a good feeling.
That's really what you want to have. Obviously, in my case, I have many, many victory laps, of course, you know.
Well, when you're the only person that makes it through onto that extra lap, it's always good, always nice. Sorry, just having a piece of mango.
You keep going with your mango.
Bruce Little with a 14, Trevor Little with a 14, Luke with a 14, Ben 14, David with a 13, and John with a 13.
17.5 Blinky B final next. Mark Payne, Michael Chapman, Ross Delander, Chris Sheldrake, Chris Blackburn, Harry Jeffries makes it up into the B final. Jody Simons, Guy Dean, Pete Timms, and Casey Granger. So Casey also making it out of the bottom heat into the B final this week.
Hello to Michael Wolf, who's a junior. He is great for the young guns. The whole thing, the whole junior side has been very effective on this. Hello to Rodrigo Anadango as well. Sorry for those of you who have been watching on the YouTube religiously. We had a 15-minute outage due to some. Luckily, didn't miss much. We missed a couple of Tamiya races, but we had a technical issue which we have solved. Broadcasting the field, always a challenge.
It is.
Okay, so B final now for touring, and then we're going to start this. We'll start a run of A finals, include the Tamiya A final, the MTC A final, the Formula 1 A final, the 17.5 A final, the 30.5 A final. There's only one race in 30.5, and then finally race 10 will be the modified A final. And we'll do it all again because it's 2 legs.
It is. Although, of course, if you're in 13.5 and someone asked how you'd done, you'd say you made the A final.
I certainly would. I won the British Open Championship once because I was the only car that finished in a very wet race with only 9 people to begin with.
Mark Payne leads away from Michael Chapman. Ross Delander running in third. Oh, over rotation there from Mark Payne, and Michael Chapman does really well actually not to get into him, but does get into him. Ross Delander says thank you very much, I'll take that. So Ross Delander leading this one from Michael Chapman, who's popped out in second. Mark Payne has dropped
5th.
Yes, he's dropped down to 5th. That's just about the worst thing that can possibly happen when you're on pole in the B final, apart from ending up 10th. Ross Delander leading this one.
More problems in the 4th and 5th have come together, and the 4th place man is broken, I think.
Oh, and got a Casey Granger facing backwards on the straight, gets collected.
No, that's his 4th man got going again. He had a tuck. Oh no, the 4th place man has gone. We have lost the 4th place guy.
We have lost 4th place man.
I think it was Chris Blackburn, but we'll
it
wait.
Is, so has that put Harry up into
third? No,
Harry's in 4th.
No, it was a different 4th. It was Chris Sheldrake who broke down. Chris Sheldrake in the car 4 in 4th broke down. Jay Simmons didn't start. Casey Granger had some problems in his 8th. So it's Delander from Chapman, from Blackburn, from Jeffries, and we're currently looking at whom?
We are looking at Delander, the green car, with Chapman in 2nd place. This is the battle for the lead that we're watching. The green car versus the pink car. There's a change for the lead. Well, it's not really a pink car, it's a purple car. That is a change for the lead. So purple car is now leading. Michael Chapman, Ross Delander giving chase.
Oh,
Ross Delander chasing too hard. That's dropped him off the back of the pack. So who's going to have popped out in 2nd place now? In fact, I think Chapman is still in 2nd. Sorry, Chapman leading. No, Chris Blackburn with the 5 car.
So it's 2 from 5.
So 5 is I think he's the yellow and blue coloured, like golf liveried car. I believe the 5 coloured car. 5 coloured? 5 numbered.
5 number car, he is. Yeah, he's the arrowhead.
He's the golf liveried vehicle. So fairly big.
And he's just in so he's just ahead of Delander.
He is. So that's the
2nd and 3rd. Let's look at 2nd and 3rd underneath you now, Ash. Blue and orange nose, and then the greens in 3rd. That's it. Oof!
Oof!
Double cross there.
There was.
And a triple cross. And that's not done either any good.
It hasn't.
But it has put Delander into 2nd.
Delander now running 2nd, and could do with chasing now. Mark Payne got the headlights on, back in 4th place now, and trying to recover from his what can only be described as an atrocious start. Chapman is leading this with the 2 car. He's gone. He's miles away out on the straight. Delander making his way through the traffic. We've got him on screen at the moment as we're 3 minutes in. Chris Blackburn and Mark Payne look like they're fairly close on track. They are. They're on the main straight now. So Chris Blackburn is the orange and blue coloured car. Mark Payne the green and white one behind him. So just as they come through and are coming together there between 3rd and 4th place. Chris Blackburn still hanging on to 3rd there. Mark Payne trying to close in on him. Poleman Mark Payne trying to get back towards the front of the pack.
Chapman a long way ahead now. 8 seconds is his lead from Delander.
It's a huge lead that he's got. I think Delander threw it off whilst battling with him, and neither of them had a huge advantage over the other. Who are we running with at the moment? We've got Mark Payne on screen. He is the 4th place man. He is trying to chase down Chris Blackburn in 3rd as we come in with 1 minute remaining. See if Mark can get back up to 3rd before we go and find the leader. In fact, the leader's not a million miles off of lapping this battle for 3rd place that we're looking at the minute. Mark Payne closing in on Chris
If he could lap
Blackburn.
him, if he did lap him, make it much easier for us to find him.
I can see him now.
So half a minute to go, so we're all right, mate.
So
Another lap and then we'll see what's going on.
we'll see what's going on. This is the battle for third place we are watching at the moment. Mark Payne running in fourth place with the green and white car. Chris Blackburn with the yellow and blue coloured car in third. What have we got? 15 seconds left. Our leader's one car back, so let's pick him up. The purple coloured car. That is our leader, Michael Chapman, running in splendid isolation.
Having a lovely time.
He is.
It's a lap of honour.
It is. Lap of honour for him. And just out of shot, Mark Payne has a bit of a coming together with...
He's got a very heavily tucked body, but he's got,
He
got
has,
away
but
with it.
he's got away with it and crosses the line in third place. So Mark Payne pops out in third in that one. So Michael Chapman from Rosterlander in second, and Mark Payne just hangs on in third place.
More mango.
More mango. Can't beat mango.
Okay, next up is the Tamiya GTE final.
First of the A finals.
Well, sort of the kids were sort of A final as well, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, true. Yes, good point.
So you got to see the countdown for that one. Haven't quite got the runners and riders yet, but there will be.
So we'll have Tim Harrop off number 1 with the Alitalia Alpha 155. Martin Reeder,
the non-Canon Alpha.
the non-Canon Alpha. That was no Canon Alpha.
Well, it's not Canon. It wasn't actually a real car, was it? You see.
No.
Well, it's a real. No, I'm going to loop myself into around my own self again. But yeah, you know what I mean.
Yes.
So, first A final. This is a Tamiya A final. You get a fantastic mix and match of cars here. A couple of different chassis, lots of different bodies. Some of them recognisable. We keep to the Alpha because that is very recognised now. We've got recognisable Ford. We've got a recognisable Nissan, and then we've got a couple of blobs.
We have.
There's always a blob.
Should we see if the Alpha's fixed its clutch bearing failure or
Or whatever it was. Sounded quite serious.
It did. It sounded very authentic Alpha though. Very authentic Alfa Romeo, just picking up a random noise midway through the race down the main straight.
Okay, who go then? Tim, Martin, Carl, Steve, Gavin, Harry, and Mike and me.
Here they go.
Tim set to lead away from Tim Harrop, set to lead away from Martin Reeder. Better start there from Martin actually, all over the back of Tim as they go through the first couple of corners. Tim just about hangs on to it, gets a better line on the exit from the chicane.
Yeah, Harrop extending almost immediately, isn't he?
Reeder's going with him. There's not a huge gap being pulled out immediately.
He has fixed that clutch as well.
He has.
And he's not making the weird noise that was made to come to the chicane. The Alpha from the Ford.
It is. That's a byword for reliability there.
But there's a Honda in third, so it should win.
Well, yes. Honda NSX running in third place.
course,
That'd
all
be, the number 4 car of Steve Adams.
All these are, of course, actually Tamiyas with different body shells on them, but
They are.
the Alpha 155 is the DTM version of the Alpha, hence the ridiculously low nose, because, of course, it wasn't actually covering an engine because the engine was in the middle.
Indeed. Not the Alpha 155 Silverstone with the rather large splitter and
The wing in the
odd
boot.
spacers. Well, the wing was fitted, wasn't it?
No,
It
it's
was
in the boot.
spacers.
The wing was in the boot.
Wasn't it spacers
No,
for the wing?
The wing was actually in the boot.
Okay. I thought the wing was fitted, but it had risers to lift it into position.
My version of the story, which may even be wrong, was that the wing was in the boot.
Okay.
All the aero kit was in the boot, basically.
Okay.
Which would make sense, because it would then mean that it wouldn't have to homologate it for the road, but it would homologate it for the track.
Yeah, I thought they were supplied with the spacers to put them in the right positions were supplied with it. We're somewhere in.
Anyway, well
the
done,
truth
well
somewhere
done,
else.
Alpha,
Yes, well done, Alpha, for spotting
for
that.
reading the
loophole.
rules. So, with the slowly drifting back second place Ford.
Of Martin Reeder, he's having a bit of a lonely day, isn't he?
Harrop, who's had some reliability issues with this car in the first couple of rounds we were watching at Colchester in West London. Since he got the new chassis after he split it at West London, that thing's been a rocket ship, and it's had no issues beating everything else.
No, and it's kind of one of those things you wish you changed it earlier. Sometimes you've been, I don't know, you've had a couple of meetings that are slightly off, and something doesn't quite feel right, but you think it's you or whatever, and eventually you'll have a failure.
Yeah, then you have to place it. Actually, I was going to say drop back one. Yeah, so let's pick up the Honda, which is the green and white car, just coming underneath you now, Ash.
That's the car of Steve Adams.
Give him a bit of love.
It is. It's the number 4 car of Steve Adams.
Steve's car looks, again, seems to be going a bit better here than it did at West London. Well, we haven't got the Formula E car, which is disappointing. I suppose that's at Berlin today.
Yes. In pieces, probably.
Yes.
Judging by what's going on at the moment, but I think it's Martin Reeder actually that runs the Formula E car. That I think he's got a bit more of a challenge being presented to him today. So not having the luxury of being able to run the FE car. But it is quite interesting over the course of the season how things ebb and flow with different types of tracks. This is a little bit more stop-start than somewhere like West London. Probably quite similar, or a little bit more similar to somewhere like Colchester in its layout. Not somewhere like the first round of the series, Aldershot is a bit more open. So yeah, various different circuits have different characteristics. And some people click with them, driving styles click with them. That's an excellent bit of parking from that orange car. Well,
certainly Harrop's style is clicking with this one, because if you open the frame out slightly, he's about to lap third place, man. When he laps, just go with him, Ash. That's it.
There we go.
So that's our leader with a minute to go, and he's lapped up to third. His best lap, he's about 8/10 better than Martin Reeder's. His best is only about 4/10 faster, but his average lap is 8/10 faster. He's just easing away every single lap by 3/4 of a second.
Edging forward.
So only some sort of major failure can stop him now. Oh, hang on, it's an Alpha.
Wouldn't be authentic otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Still seeing that slight oscillation of the nose on them over the bumps. As we identified, the damping on these not quite as advanced as on some of the
unless you've got
cars.
All the hop-ups in the world. And even there, it's got a very short stroke with a narrow, because it's got quite short wishbones because of the way the chassis works.
Okay, so the wheel rate is quite high.
It's unidirectional as well. The front and the back are completely sort of interchangeable.
The wheel rate is quite high.
Exactly.
We're going into proper nerdy mode now.
Oh, yes, hello.
No.
Harrop wins, 15.301. He's going to win by about, I don't know, 8 seconds, 9 seconds?
He does.
Still going, he hasn't won yet. He's actually won by 13 seconds. Wow.
Getting on for a lap.
So now we have the MTC A final.
4, 3, 6, 5, 7, 8, 2 minutes to race 6.
You have more mango. I have an MTC A final.
Sorry, a bit of sustenance.
I'll let you off.
It could be what mango's not that bad. As things go.
Couple of minutes to go. And the MTC final golf. We haven't, I must admit, I promise you, we haven't had a cracker yet, so we are due it.
Nothing's really burst into life, has it?
I kind of feeling that, but the 13, I mean, I think the 17.5 Blinky might not be that one, but I kind of think the 13.5's got a very big potential to be it.
It has at the front. I don't know. 17.5's kind of looked.
Glenn's looked a bit sort of sorted. Up against Tim Langdale and Ben Kane, both locals. We've got this one, the MTC A final. We had the F1 A final after that.
Yeah, this is sort of Ollie Payne's kind of bossed this all day, really, from Sean Batt in MTC.
What's that body shell on the car in about 8th place? Is that like just... Is that an optical illusion? It's actually really weird.
I think it's just the colour scheme where it's black around the wheels and it's it makes it look like there's stuff not there. It's like black and turquoise.
Wind up again.
Ollie Payne set to lead away from Sean Batt.
So we are going to go 10 seconds. Marshall's ready. Go.
Sean Batt gets a slightly better start than Ollie, but can't make it pay, can't get alongside. Ollie now looking a little bit more in control of his car than Sean. In fact, Tom Dadswell challenging Sean for second place. And Sean puts it on its roof going onto the straight. That's really not good. That will help Ollie Payne out massively. The only person
Didn't really need the help, did he?
He doesn't, but the only person that looked like he can really challenge him on pace has dropped himself to the tail of the field.
And now the second and third are having problems as well. So this is Sean Batt, just had a spin.
And Tom Dadswell, and who is car number 4 is Michael Chapman. Again, he was out there earlier, wasn't he? With
no, Sean Batt's dropped back. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, Sean Batt's right back to.
He was Sean who fell off. Right, sorry, I do apologise.
6th place.
Must try and do this out by looking at the screen rather than my own brain.
Someone's got 3 wheels on their wagon. I can see.
No, I'm still rolling along, but who is it? Is it Ollie Payne?
It's not Ollie Payne. No. Ollie still has 4 wheels attached to his wagon, and is leading by a fairly dramatic distance. You know you're hoping for a close final.
Yeah, it's nothing, is it?
Yeah.
It's all right. I'm ever optimistic.
Are there any close battles going on? Sean Batt's having a bit of a fight back. He's the he's just coming out onto the main straight now. The last of the cars on the main straight now is Sean Batt. Let's watch him as he
Martini coloured one, if you know what I mean, Ash. He's got the stripes showing out the inside the all-white car, which is the 5 of Remo Casidi. Sorry. Oh, they've hit each other. Is it going to be a wait or think about it? No, it was a think about it.
Oh, and bit of retribution going on there.
Oh, that's all gone to heck in the hand car.
That has.
And the Harridon's car has broken down, I think. So the net effect of that is 2 cars are broken after that accident.
Ollie's about to lap the second place starter, Sean. So Ollie Payne
has gone past second place starter. We're staying with the second place starter. I think the second place starter might be about to get. We've gone past the 4 there. So Chapman's broken down, Harridon's broken down, Remo Casadi's broken down. Batt we're with, who's quite a long way behind Knight. 4 seconds he's got to make up.
But he's looked like he's had some pretty decent pace. So Knight with the what's he got? The 6th car, Mark Knight. Ollie Payne is about to lap the 3rd place car as we approach 3 minutes.
So it's a reasonable gap. So if you're looking at that, it's
we might see Sean Batt close in on Mark Knight.
It's got it down to 3 from 4, but that was mostly because I think Sean lost some time.
That's definitely coming down quite
Mark
dramatically.
Lost some time by being lapped. That time round, it's gone down to.
It's a little over a second now.
1.1, yeah, big mistake.
So just coming onto the main straight now. That's the battle for 3rd place we're about to see. So this is the car of Sean Batt that we're running with. And that's Mark Knight directly in front of him, the 3rd place car.
Very quick gain.
It was.
I think he just needs to be a little bit circumspect in how he gets past at this point.
Well, it's how much further he can. Oh, round the outside. There we go. It's how much
Buffalo
further.
Girls.
It's how much further he can get. That's the. I think at this point, I'd be knowing at the 4-minute mark. I think
14 seconds. He's not going to get past Tom unless Tom makes a mistake.
No, I think I'd be making the assessment at this point just to bring it home. if that was me holding the transmitter up there on the rostrum. Let's pick up our leader. He's just about to come onto the main straight now. Ollie Payne looking pretty comfortable. Very comfortable. Exceedingly comfortable. Drifting it sideways onto the straight, doing a bit of a Gilles Panizzi. One arm out the window and waving, doing some donuts for the crowds, or something like that. Leading pretty comfortably anyway, down the main straight, and this for the final time. He's made it through, the only one to make it onto the extra lap, and a significant way round it. So Ollie Payne taking the win there.
Nice
in
one for Ollie.
The MTC A final.
Next is the Monotex Formula 1 A final, leg 1 of course.
It is. Aidan Gale, who we saw take pole position in the last round from Paul Ellis, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis and Andrew Thorpe.
Okay, results from that one then. You've got Ollie Payne with 17, Tom Deswell 16, Sean Beck 16, Mike Knight 15, Romeo 14, Marino, sorry, 14, Kent 13 and Michael 11.
Okay, clubs round 5. Thank you to Schumacher. Thank you to MB Models. Thanks to Tamiya. We're RC Racing TV. We've got one more event definitely this year, which is in 2 weeks' time. Over the Bank Holiday Monday, the Sunday and the Monday, we're going to be at Hearts Nitro for their Grand Prix. That's 1/8 of Rallycross. You'll be hearing my dulcet tones. You'll be seeing the movement of camera from Ash. It'll be a different James. It'll be James Parry assisting us rather than James Stewart, who's doing the talking today. Hello, James.
Hello. Thank you, Nick.
And we will be back for that. And I've absolutely no idea there's anything else this year. There's an outside chance, and I whisper it, there's an outside chance of an RCGP at the back end of the year, but don't tell anybody I told you that. And when I say outside chance, I mean outside chance.
Very.
Because everyone wants to do it, apart from this thing called coronavirus. It's got a real kind of bee in its bonnet about RC events.
Aidan Gale looking to lead away then this one from Paul Ellis, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis, Andrew Thorpe. Going to see how they take off the line. Rear wheel drive cars these. Maybe a little bit harder to get moving without any wheel spin.
They're off.
They are off. Aidan gets a slightly better start, but they're running line astern. Paul Ellis trying to find his way past Aidan early doors. Battle for the lead going on.
This should be a good one, theoretically, because they have ebbed and flowed during the day.
They have. Paul Ellis.
Paul got the pace towards the end, didn't he?
Aidan
got the pace towards the end, sorry, yeah.
He did, yeah. He found later on, just managed to piece together a few good runs. These two have looked a little bit quicker than the rest of the field.
It's a halo effect, you see.
To come through the chicane. Aidan leading, sort of drifting the car sideways. Aidan looks like he's taken a little bit more entry speed into the corner and sort of drifting the car sideways slightly. Paul looking a bit more measured with his entry speed.
Yeah, we're on the second place man Paul Ellis at the moment.
We are, with the Williams Renault liveried car from the early 90s. Some decent straight line speed. Darren Gale making a valiant effort to hang on as well. In third position at the minute. This battle for the lead not really turning into anything yet. Just two cars very similar in performance. A little drift there. Paul Ellis, our second place man that we're running with. Let's move forward one car onto the leader. This is Aidan Gale that we're running with. So he passes the McLaren liveried car.
Oof. Oh, he rolled. He got away with that one.
He did, and I think Paul Ellis had made a mistake off shot, so had dropped the back of the pack anyway. Aidan Gale then from Paul Ellis, Darren Gale, Andrew Thorpe and Jonathan Ellis.
It's a 6-second lead.
It is.
Oh, some
Just
bumping
a
and
little
boring
bit-
on the back of there.
Yeah, that's just a very small coming together. It's all right. Aidan's got enough of a lead. It's always something that you're conscious of when you've got a lead like that. When you catch traffic, that you, although they're supposed to get out of your way, but you can be a little bit more measured. I think you feel a little calmer in yourself when you approach
Speak
them.
for yourself.
That's the theory. Battle for second could be fairly close soon, actually, between Paul Ellis and Darren Gale. Just on the main straight now. In fact, Darren Gale's just driven around the outside of him. So Darren Gale up to second. It's a Gale 1-2 now.
They're blowing the opposition away.
But
Don't say you're just annoyed you didn't think of it first.
I know. Something about the winds of change. Or
That's
something.
it.
Yes.
It's coming like a hurricane.
Yes. Darren Gale running in at second now. Similar liveried.
Limerick. It's livery.
Yeah.
I've got a limerick
Yes.
in my livery.
Yes. Similar liveried car.
It's not dropping Paul since getting to him, but
He's not, and Paul looks like he's got a turn of straight line speed.
perhaps Paul's finding it a bit easier with a target to acquire rather than just driving around against the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. You do often find that when you've got something or someone to focus on and tow you round. You tend to run quicker. Let's watch these two down the straight now as they open it up. There you go.
Whoa.
Ooh, round the outside. Oh, that's really close between Paul Ellis and Darren Gale.
Darren's had a terrible couple of corners there.
And yep, slides it off into the barriers.
Better go and find our leader again with half a minute to go.
We should.
There he is, just about to go into the chicane now, Ash, the car one.
Just underneath us. Yeah, numbers on these cars are a little bit hard to identify, so this not really turned into a blockbuster final.
All
either.
right, shush. I've promised.
We got 3 more chances.
I've promised.
There we go. Aidan
Just got caught. Just got caught.
He-
In three by 12/100ths of a second.
just
And
missed it.
Aidan Gale takes that one in a racing based walkover.
Yes, from Paul Ellis, from Darren Gale. So the start order was obviously 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the finishing order was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Blinky A final,
Damn blinky A final.
17.5. Glenn Westwood from pole. Tim Langdell, Ben Kane, Dan Morey, Billy Kavanagh, Gareth Hobson, George Munns, Dave Clift, Dave Ringsall, Mark Passingham. Glenn Westwood with the fully painted body shell this time. Timmy having his diff warmed again. Glenn Westwood lining up on pole. Tim Langdell second, Ben Kane third. Glenn gets away well from Tim. Ben applying some pressure to Tim. Glenn looking comfortable on lap 1. Already got that gap stabilised. They're running line astern. Just what we want to see, no rubbing of Lexan. Tim trying to break the toe of Ben. Get a bit of a run on Glenn if he can. Tim looking a little bit better off the end of the main straight actually. Looks like his car turns in a little bit more crisply. Probably fresh tyres for both of these guys. So Tim Langdell trying to find his way past Glenn Westwood. Good battle going on between these two. Nick's got the race he was asking for.
Finally.
Good battle for the lead going on here. Seeing Glenn Westwood, the white, blue and yellow car, leading this one from Timmy Langdell, the white, orange and purple car. Flow through the chicane once more. Small mistake there from Glenn. Opportunity for Timmy. Coming out onto the main straight now once more. These two pulled away from the rest of the pack. Timmy looking a little bit more comfortable in the high-speed sections of the circuit.
Just dropping off there, isn't he?
Very, very slightly. I'm not sure if he's dropping off or whether Glenn's just feeling a little bit more comfortable. I think Glenn's just settling into it. Perhaps a little bit edgy at the start on fresh tyres. Makes the car a little bit edgy, struggling a bit for confidence. Good run through the chicane for Timmy though. He's not all over the back of Glenn anymore. Keeping a watching brief. Certainly the closest race that we've seen so far today for the lead. Glenn Westwood leading from Timmy Langdell in second. Glenn starting just to edge away.
It's out to 8/10 now.
Good exit through the chicane there from Timmy. Closes in. Starting to reel in very, very slightly. Probably about, oh, small mistake there from Timmy. Just ran a little bit deep through the corner, but gap probably 6/10.
9/10.
9/10, okay. Need to calibrate my stopwatch a bit better. Stopwatch by eyeball.
Yeah, I think it must be quite a bit frustrating for Langdon. He's just seeing Westwood just able to get that couple of hundredths a lap and just ease away. Yep. Very low level ease, you know what I mean? It's never getting closer each time, it's just getting a little bit further each time.
Ben Kane pulling into retirement. Out of shot, so that was our third place starter.
Just shy of a second now.
They've just both passed Mark Passingham for a lap on him. Dave Clift going to be their next victim. Glenn Westwood just edging away from Timmy.
And it's kind of, the traffic's just brought them a couple of tenths closer together. I think it may have stretched them back out again that time. And they are now back out to 9/10 again, so it's been kind of a little bit of elastic there. It went down to 7.
Yeah.
And you look now, Timmy's looking a tiny bit closer, just as Glenn got a little bit off-sighted by the other car they were lapping.
He did, but that's going to pay itself back when Timmy gets up to Dave Clift. That's going to pay itself back. So 4 minutes.
In fact, Tim made a mistake of we didn't see really. He lost 4/10 of a second that lap somehow. It's now 1.4.
Sort of, this is a close race, but it's not really gripping, is it? It's not exploded into into life like it threatened to in the opening laps. Glenn Westwood looking like he's going to take this one with what have we got? Let's move forward one car, Ash. There we go. That's our leader, Glenn Westwood, with 30 seconds to go.
Yep, he's got 1.4 seconds of a lead.
And no real traffic to speak of in front of him. I think he's got Dave Ringpool in front of him.
He'd be pleased with this. It's very clean running. He'd be happy to put this one down. He had a lot of problems in the finals last time at West London.
He did. That's always good to get the first one in the books. Get that leg out of the way and know that you've got it in your pocket.
That's it.
So there we go. Glenn Westwood takes leg 1.
1.6 seconds in the end, so...
Tim Langdale second. You see as well, they're thinking about it when they pull off the track. They're deliberately not pulling into the,
they've got to use
the dirty area.
They've got to use those tyres again, haven't they?
They have got to use those tyres again. So that was the 13.5 Blinky A final.
No, 17.5 Blinky.
17.5.
Now we've got don't you get your head of yourself. Now it's a 13.5. This is quite interesting because there's going to be quite a big spread front to back, so you might see a lot more lapping action.
Yes.
But at the front end, there's some good chance we might see the top 3 of Askell, Fletcher, and Whifford actually have going for it.
Well, Liam Hendy's been quite quick as well. What will also be interesting to see how Morgan Williams goes, because Morgan was in the heat below and never really had any anything to judge his pace by. So this could be either a huge dawning realisation for Morgan that he's been struggling somewhere on the circuit all day and not really realising it because he's been the fastest one in his heat, or it could be that actually Morgan finds that extra little bit of tenth, finds a tow rope out there somewhere and manages to run with the other guys. So it'd be interesting to see how this develops.
Best of luck, guys. Keep it clean. If you do, unfortunately, tag someone, do the honourable thing, please. The world is watching.
It's not really the world.
Chris Betts acting as race referee,
Chris Betts, all right.
Reading the riot act to
reading some sort of act. Okay, so we've got this one and one more, which is the modified for the first round of finals, and we'll immediately go to the second round of finals, or leg 2, back with the junior Tamiyas.
Chris Betts in a cruel act, making Dave Ringsall kneel down, destroying his knees.
Wind up, so this is going to be a bit of a challenge, isn't it? The wind's way up.
It is, the wind is way up.
It's quite chilly.
Marcus Askell set to lead away from Billy Fletcher.
There they go.
Good launch from the top 3, 4, 5. Top 5 have already made a break for it. And small tag there from Liam on Ash. That's immediately promoted Morgan up into 3rd place. Marcus Askell leading this one then from Billy Fletcher. Morgan Williams running in 3rd place. Like we said, be interesting to see what Morgan can do from a lower heat. He's not run with these guys all day. It's the first time he's been on track with them. Could be a good opportunity for him.
Askell looking good so far, though. He's put down some good early laps. He's got himself best part of a second lead over Fletcher.
I think Billy's going to be under pressure from Morgan in a minute, actually. Morgan looking like he's closing in. Morgan's car looking really good through the chicane. Hopping over that curb, or the second curb on the exit of the chicane nicely. Let's see if we can pick him up.
Back one to the blue car, Ash. That's it.
Let's just watch on the exit of this chicane here. Just looks really good, really crisp as he just pops it over that second curb and carries quite a lot of speed. Billy now actually looking like he's starting to go after Marcus. So let's move forward one car to Billy, the white coloured car. The first of the white coloured cars. He's trying to chase down Marcus Askell.
Just over the second between them, James, about 1.07.
Okay. So Tim's about to get lapped by the leader. So Marcus has lapped Tim. He's Now Billy has lapped him. So Tim doing his impression of driving a moped on the motorway again, just having everybody come past him.
Fletcher just dropping off slightly from Askell. It's gone up to nearly 1.2 seconds.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit more hesitant through the traffic. We move forward one car to pick up Marcus, the white, orange and blue car, sorry, down the main straight.
At least he put some race paint on, so that's a plus point for Marcus straight away.
It does help. Heard the scraping of Lexan there in the background.
See why they're an orange and white one. Number unknown.
Number unknown. Probably, I think it was Tim's adding to
his
day of woe.
We made the A final, in fairness.
We did.
Because everyone did.
Everyone's a winner at St Barnabas's.
Everyone's a winner, babe.
Marcus Askell cutting his way through the traffic. Let's move back 2 cars to the white car. This is Billy Fletcher that we're running with.
Dropped off 1.5 seconds now. He's going to need a bit of a hand from somebody else. I don't think he's going to get back on pace.
How long have we got? We've got 2 minutes left. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get there on pace. Morgan still running in 3rd, giving a pretty good account of himself. Billy sort of yo-yoing backwards and forwards, it looks like, between looking like he's closing on Marcus and being reeled in by Morgan. Difficult to see. Now this could get interesting for Marcus. Let's move forward to Marcus. They've gone past Tim's again.
Leads down to a second, so yeah, he has been held up slightly by the traffic.
He has. Four minutes. Marcus now out in front of the traffic. Billy closing in. That looks like less than a second now. Looks like Billy's been a little more incisive coming through the traffic.
It's about 7/10, but
it's
I don't think he's even going to. The thing is, he's got to try and catching is one thing possible, but I think he's going to struggle to catch him. He's got it down to 7.5, so it's just a couple of hundreds faster a lap. But he's only got 2 laps. He needs 12.
Yeah, we've got 30 seconds left to go, so it's pretty unlikely. I think Marcus can relatively safely bring it home. Billy can see him and he's throwing everything at it.
Down to 0.6, but I just don't. I think he's not going to get even close enough to kind of worry Marcus at the moment. Marcus can see him, but there's a half mistake or unfortunate spin gap between them. Final lap back to start.
There is.
Down to say about 0.664. So Marcus put the foot down on that one. So Askell
Marcus just needs to bring it home.
A couple of corners,
Traffic
and he's
gets out
going to
of the
be
way
okay,
very
I
nicely.
think. And he's just don't clap at the corner, and well done. Good win for Marcus there.
Billy finishes with a flourish and crosses the line backwards.
As you do.
Well, I mean, here it's a little bit. Technically, if you drive flat out for the line, you won't make the next corner. You end up overdriving a little bit out of that last corner, just to make the line or to jump across the line.
Yeah. So we're recording this one, Ash.
This the modified A final set to go.
Yep. Be easier.
So modified A final. Ollie Jeffries on pole from Chris Granger, Zach Smith, Harley Eldridge, Ollie Meggett, and Charlie Colby. All set. Wind is picking up nicely.
As always.
Just as we want.
So they run through. There's only 6 of them in this.
There is 6 of them, and this the last final of this first round of finals. Only 10 finals rather than 11 heats as there were earlier.
So Chris Granger on camera now needs to find somewhere finishing the race. He's not even finished the last 2.
He didn't. A couple of breakages.
Did still qualify second though.
He did. That was virtue of his 2 second places earlier on, and a faster time than Zach. Ollie Jeffries gets away from Chris Granger, Zach Smith running in 3rd, Harley Eldridge in 4th. These 4 being a bit of a class apart from the other guys, Charlie Colby and Ollie Meggett. Ollie Jeffries leading, Ollie Meggett bringing up the rear. Oh, an Ollie sandwich.
Yeah, Jeffries looking particularly good already.
He is.
He breaks away. We're with a 3rd and 4th.
Trying to edge away from Granger.
Which is the Smith versus Harley Eldridge battle. Currently being just led by Smith, but they're getting quite close. Eldridge, and they're hard to tell apart. Hopefully you got a good colour definition on your screen, but it's the lighter pink car in behind that's Harley from the reddier pink car of Smith ahead. And James is now doing very important to us with the gazebo running away. He's glad he had those extra cakes earlier.
I've had no cakes today.
Previous historical weight is helping here. So still Jeffries leading, and Jeffries has pulled away a gap of about 1.5 seconds already on Granger, who's another. But battle is the battle for 3rd, James.
It is. We are watching the battle for 3rd at the moment. Zach Smith just about hanging on to this one from Harley Eldridge. Just trying to see where either of them have got an advantage. Straight line speed seems pretty equal. Pretty equal all over the circuit, in fairness. Really, really difficult to spot any great advantage. Small mistake there from Zach Smith, and actually a really good move there from Harley. It was a tiniest of mistakes from Zach. Just a little bit too much curb, and that was all the invitation that Harley needed. She was straight in there.
And didn't hit him as well, which is very well driven.
Absolutely. And of course, with these modifiers, you don't really realise how quick they're going. And Zach trying to find his way back past Harley now. You don't really realise quite how fast these cars are going until something goes wrong. And then you realise quite how much energy there is going on within them.
Yeah, they're running the back of the straight. They'll be hitting close to 60 miles an hour at that point.
They will be. Zach now looking like he's quicker than Harley if he can find his way past.
So Granger is 2.5 seconds behind Ollie Jeffries and just about 3 seconds back to Harley. So the top 2 have broken away, but not with each other.
No, they've sort of gone a little bit separate to each other.
Harley seems to have just got. Zach's got a lot of problems coming off that long sweep at the end of the straights. He's really putting a lot of engine in the rear of the car.
There is still, although they've reduced it, you can see the lighter coloured bit of tarmac. There is a bump there still, and you really don't want to be on lock there if you can avoid it. You want to sort of straighten up the steering, just to avoid having your rear inside wheel unloaded, because it can just unsettle the car slightly and make it a little bit nervous. So just blend off a little bit of steering lock as you cross that bump and transverse that bump where the 2 pieces of tarmac join one another.
Jeffries lead out to 3 seconds. 3 minutes would be a bit bad, but 3 seconds from Granger. Granger has a similar lead to Harley, and Harley, you can see there's this visual lead to Zach for 3rd and 4th.
So this is the battle we're running with at the moment.
Mistake by Zach coming out of the exit. Mistake by Zach there coming out of the chicane. Has lost him 3 or 4 tenths.
It has. a little bit more comfortable. Oh, Harley makes a mistake and spins it in the middle of the sweeper.
Is it broken?
And I think that's broken Zach's car as well, has it?
She's had something fall off her car.
And Zach's car looking a little bit second-hand at the front.
So something actually came off Harley's car at that point. I don't know what it was. It was picked up. I don't know whether it was before or after the accident, but that's gone.
I think maybe she took too much curb and took an inside corner off at the end of the straight and span round. So caught the curb on the inside.
Let's pick up our leader. That's Ollie now in the yellow and pink car, just going around the back of the infield, about to go on the main straight, Ash.
So he's now lap third place man, Zach Smith.
Well, Smith's lap time's probably dropped off a cliff at this point, but it doesn't matter because they've got a long lead over fourth and fifth.
They have. Granger still running a lonely second.
So
got 20 seconds left to go.
Question is, did Harley brake then crash, or crash then brake?
It's going to be difficult to tell in a bit of a post-mortem. I mean, she was offline facing the wrong way when Zach collected her. Whether that was offline because the car had broken, I think she probably touched the curb and broke the front, and that's why the car was prone on the line. It's quite easy to do there. Ollie Jeffries takes the win.
Granger second, Smith third, Charlie Colby fourth, Meggitt fifth, and then it's Harley Eldridge. So that concludes the first leg of finals, and now we're going to do it all again.
Off we go again.
As we start, I have to get this correctly written down as the
Junior E.
Yeah, there we go. That's why I put it down the bottom. Put too many pages down. This is the Tamiya Junior E-RO final.
So this is the rookie final. This for the drivers who have taken place in fewer than 10 races. The drivers that have taken part in fewer than 10 races throughout their racing career. Elliot Griggs going to lead away from Ryan Knight, who took the win last time out. Harry Standing, Maverick Adams, Poppy Hyde, Seba Okamoto, Emilia Adams, Phoenix Timms, Lewis Onions, Frankie Fletcher, Ellie Smith and James Binney.
And the wind, when it comes, is giving a good old idea. I think we might lose the gazebo.
At some point. I'm trying to hang on to it.
It's a good job you're doing as well. Okay, so this first leg, who won the first one? Was it Ryan who won it?
It was Ryan Knight won it. So our P2 starter. So quite a full grid coming up here.
Oh, that doesn't help. That's been a complete Horlicks of a start there.
There was, but that was quite a good launch from
Wow,
Ryan.
That was a reinterpretation of the circuit there by Ryan Standing, I think it was. Or Harry Standing, sorry.
Car number 3, yeah. That's,
in fairness, he's in the lead, but he didn't do the whole of the track.
That's a minor consideration at this point.
None of them seem to have been scored.
No, because the first time across the loop would be under the minimum lap. So the first time they've crossed the loop won't count. It'll be the next time when they register, which is why in the finals you always get 1 lap less than you do in qualifying.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that happening before, but never mind. There's a lot of cars off the track at the moment in the grass. So it's Poppy Hyde leading.
No, Poppy's not leading. The reason that there's a minimum lap, which is why the minimum lap will be set to something like 30 seconds before it'll ignore any loop crosses within the first 30 seconds. Poppy has.
So who is leading then?
Who is leading? Ryan. Side of the track.
This is going to be who wants to win this, isn't it?
It is. So that's the universal symbol for it's dead.
So it's Ryan back in the lead again.
Ryan will be showing in the lead when he crosses the line this time.
there's 7. Amelia Adams is 3rd, I think.
Just trying to pick out what exactly is going on out there. So Ryan having some issues getting down straight. Just trying to figure out exactly who is where now. Ryan looking like he's having some issues running in a straight line. Poppy's still showing as leading with the 5 car, but the 5 car's not.
That can't have been Poppy who broke down, because she's done 2 more laps since she broke down. So we're having an issue kind of identifying. This is the problem. I'd just like to say that if you don't put the correct numbers on your car, how the heck are we supposed to know who's who? So it's the 5 car we're looking for is leading.
Which is the car with the 4 and the 5 on it. So this is the blue car here.
Right, that blue car is leading. So I think she is actually leading. I think she's really leading. And that's who we're with. It's
Now
off the
in
track
the grass.
now. Yeah, but that's not too much of a problem because you're a bit off the grass. Oh, that's the problem though. That was relatively poor marshalling, to be honest. Because she is a lap ahead of Ryan.
Like I said, I think that was a slow first lap. Ryan on his roof. So coming into the last 20 seconds of the Junior E action for the day, or Junior E rookie action for the day.
Well, let's give it to Poppy for now because she's scored leading.
She is.
Oh.
So Poppy on her roof.
Yeah, because she hit an absolutely meandering other car.
Yep, so Poppy showing, yeah, as we thought, she'd missed the first lap because she's showing as 2. So it's not picked her up on the first lap. She's got an extra lap to do. She still won it, but she had an extra lap to do.
How strange.
Because her first lap was slow. That didn't trigger it.
Well, she won it anyway, so that's good news, right?
She did. She did win it.
Poppy from Ryan, from Amelia, from Seba, from James, from Phoenix, from Lewis. That was quite a confusing race, I'm really honest, even without some of the other issues.
It was.
Ryan Knight, 9 laps. Emily Adams, 8 laps. 7. James 6.
Who do we have next? We have coming up next, we've got the Junior E A final. This just for the juniors rather than the rookies, so this for drivers with a little more experience. Archie Matthews, Oliver Woodall, Finlay Lanaway, Kenny Hyde, Ethan Webb.
It's risky to be walking out there as a marshal.
It is.
Who knows what could go wrong and how quickly.
Value your shins.
I'd value my shins, sir.
Well, we did a little bit of marshalling earlier, didn't we, before, whilst we were getting set up.
There has been some marshalling in the past, yes.
A little bit of action going on.
Here we go.
Archie leads away from Oliver. It's a good clean start, he says, as Kenny Hyde slides along on his roof.
That clean.
But already a battle for lead going on, and some reinterpretation of the track, and a bit of an assault from Finlay on Oliver there, just as Oliver was shaping up to take the lead. Oliver off track, so it's a huge lead for Archie. Or it's going to be after lap 1. So Archie's crossed the line. Let's wait for second place. And wait. And wait. There we go. That's so what is it? It's after lap 1, it's a 7.5 second lead for Archie Matthews over Oliver Woodall. There's actually a battle for second going on. If we move back 1 car to the, there we go. That is our
That Lanaway.
That is no, that's our third place man. That's Woodall. Lanaway's running in second. So this is Woodall, our third place man at the moment. We're watching him try to chase down second place man. Huge lead already for Archie Matthews. Looks like he's just about to pass someone.
Stopped. I thought they'd broken down. They stopped.
No, it almost looked like they were lying in wait for the leader to come
I've
past.
set a trap. Ha ha ha.
So we've got a Oliver Woodall parked off the side of the track.
So we're with. Where's the leader?
We are with Oliver. Our leader, Archie Matthews, he is this purple-coloured car just coming through the chicane underneath us now.
There we go, Vash, pick him up. There he goes into the start of the lap. So he's got a nice, comfortable lead.
He has. He's got a. It's come down from the 7 odd seconds it was. Finley running in second with the silver-coloured car, the asphalt silver-coloured car. Let's move back 2 cars to that sort of silver and red-coloured car through the chicane on 2 wheels. Quite impressive. This is Finley Lanaway we're running with in second place. Finley taking fairly big chunks actually out of the lead. What's it down to now at 3 minutes? It is about 3.8 seconds. Not inconsequential, but
No.
It's not insurmountable either. It's going to take a bit of a mistake, I think, from Archie.
He's backing in quite nicely, I must admit.
He is. Car looks pretty well balanced.
Yeah, drop. That's it. The silver car on screen at the moment. Last time round, didn't gain any time at all.
You got to consider as well, a lot of these drivers will have never been to this circuit before. So with it being their first time here, I mean, Archie Matthews, Eastbourne Club member, Oliver Woodall, doesn't actually mention which club he's from, but don't believe there's any ADA regulars. So if this is their first time
Yeah, got a load of track.
at the circuit, then they're going to be learning the intricacies of the track. All tracks have them, and oddities. And you suddenly click with some places, some tracks and not others.
Yeah, some good lappery by both at the moment.
There is, but the gap's come down again. We're at the 4 minute mark.
3 seconds now.
Yeah.
Not quite sure how. I didn't see any real mistake from.
No, I think it's just genuinely Finley's a little bit quicker. I mean, that gap looks like it's come down quite a lot less than 3 seconds now. What have we got? 30 seconds left to go. So running with the second place man, leader is just out the front of our shop.
1.4, yeah.
It's getting pretty close.
And the rush of blood.
That's ended the chase.
Let's pick up our leader, Ash, get him over the line.
Like our leader, the purple-coloured car.
So, slow and steady wins the race. Well, no, it wasn't slow, but you know what I mean.
Steady wins the race.
Not quite as quick, but still good. Wins the race.
And gets a victory lap to himself.
Pleased that he's turned a lot of good laps there, Archie, in these finals. You just turn laps, and that is the key when you're learning.
It's the key all the time.
But after a while, you have to turn laps and start pushing. But he's just turned nice laps. Well done. Good performance indeed in the Junior Junior E Jew final.
Junior junior final.
Yes, rather than the rookie final.
Yes.
I'm glad we know what's going on.
Yeah, well, those drivers who have taken part in more than 10 races throughout their racing career. We have got the 17.5 Blinky C final coming up next. Scott Hargrave, Bryce Little, Trevor Little, Luke Jury, Dave Michael, Ben Webb and John Widley.
And the wind.
And the wind.
It's a very brief period during this day where I took my jacket off, and it's, when I say very brief, I mean very brief.
Yeah,
and now I wish I had an extra layer.
Yeah, it's not
I
ideal.
bet Ash is pleased it's a good scaffold. The scaffold he's got up on is a very, very good scaffold. He's up, what, 9 feet in this wind. He must be chuffed as a scaffold to keep him there.
Well, there's some
He's not
impressive
wobbling all over the place.
There's some impressive triangulation
There
going
is.
on at the base.
Someone's really done some good geometry on it.
They have.
Oh, I meant to do it ages ago. Whoops.
Just establishing like Chris Granger has brought a boy with him to do his marshalling on his behalf. Getting set for the start. Scott Hargrave going to lead away. Scott gets away quite nicely there from Bryce Little. Scott Hargrave leading, and as he led the first leg relatively comfortably. Let's move back one car to the 2 car of Bryce Little. And he is currently running in second place from Dave Michael. He's made his way up into 3rd.
Oof.
That's, well, in fact, this is the battle for 2nd. So car number 3 now of Trevor Little running in second place from Dave Michael and Bryce Little. On screen we've got the pink car of Trevor Little, second place man at the moment. Scott Hargrave absolutely checked out again. He'll be cursing himself on the way home. Now an Adur regular, so not a huge journey home for him anyway. Wind is starting to pick up
It
again.
is, isn't it? Yeah, it's getting very windy.
It is getting incredibly windy.
It's a long lead.
Big lead for Scott Hargrave at 2 minutes in. What's his lead? It is best part of 10 seconds. Second place man is Dave Michael. No, it's no longer Dave Michael. Luke Jury. Jury's out in second place. Where is, what are we looking for? Car 4. Let's see if we can find Luke Jury. He is the, where is he? Car 4. He is the white, pink and yellow car. Kind of looks like he's trying to be Ollie Jeffries, but not quite. Little less detail on his car. But, let's see if we've got him. That's him on screen. This is Luke Jury.
apologies for the wind noise. Not much we can do about it, really.
No.
It is quite a lot blowier than it looks on the camera, if that makes sense.
Yep, Gazebo's doing a good job trying to disappear
off.
over the fence. Running with Luke Jury at the moment in second place. Scott Hargrave has absolutely checked out, and in fact he's about to lap our second place man.
That is showing off.
It is. So our leader, let's drop one car back for our leader just as he comes past second place man for a lap. Just because he can. And puts it on his roof
he's
before
not
he gets
doing it.
there.
He was going to do it, and now he's not doing it, and now he's being attacked by some quite relaxed marshalling there. I think the marshal was concerned about his ankles more than anything else.
Yeah. Oh, and another coming together. You know, that would be... It would be rather foolish to break your car at this point, having had such a substantial lead.
Well, it's going to be a lot smaller, but it's still going to be substantial.
Yes. Let's have a look as they cross the line. What is there? 35 seconds to go, and his lead is...
Forever.
Yeah, it's still pretty large.
Still got 15 seconds. You can see how much. Obviously, Luke must have had a problem that lap as well. You can see how much time he lost. He couldn't. That's more than the lap he's got at this point.
It's not quite a lap. He's entering the main straight while second place is exiting.
They're doing 19s and 20s, yeah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, there's...
You in the last lap now?
He is. So Scott has won this because he's the only one on that extra lap. Scott Hargrave then taking the win with a dominant performance in both legs.
Yes, he's probably going to think he shouldn't have been in the C final.
Well, it does always beg that question. Yeah, it's a bit of a bittersweet moment when it kind of
Look
makes
at
you
me,
feel
I've dominated it. Yes. What does that mean? I don't know. I've dominated it.
Yeah, there's that initial, that feels quite good, and then, you get that sort of dawning realisation that, I really shouldn't have done that. Because then what really hacks you off is when you get home and you look at the results and you think...
I would have been third in the B.
Yes.
Oh, we've all been there, mate, I can tell you.
Yes, the time that I've done.
If only I qualified, if only I hadn't done all the bad things I'd done, and just the good things I'd done, I'd have been great.
The coulda, woulda, shoulda story. Speaking of coulda, woulda, shoulda, we have the B final for 17.5. Mark Payne, who...
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Well,
he had a terrible first final.
I mean, he finished third in the end, but he recovered it somewhat.
He was in most positions as well as third, wasn't he, at some point?
Yes. So, Mark Payne, Michael Chapman, Ross Delander, Chris Sheldrake, Chris Blackburn, Harry Jeffries, Jody Simons, Guy Dean, Pete Timms and Casey Granger. Mark Passingham rubbing it in for Mark Payne by offering to put his car down on the track for him, which is it's always good when that happens and you get to put down a mate's car for them in their final. So Mark Payne set to go.
Here we go, 30 seconds. Payne, Chapman, Delander, Sheldrake, Blackburn, Harry Jeffries, Jody Simmons, Guy Dean, Pete Timms and Casey Granger. So the two lads both in this one. Casey had a pretty poor race and Harry's wasn't massively good last time round.
He
was 5th or 6th in the end.
Yeah, he was up in 4th at one point.
Yeah, I must have looked up at the wrong points then. You know when you look up and see someone like, ooh. So we have the gamut of the age range here, don't we? From retired Mark Payne to 8-year-old Harry Jeffries.
Yes. Mark gets away quite well, and a little bit of that's worked out quite well for the front two.
It's got away very well.
Made an awesome start actually from 6th on the grid and popped out in 3rd place. So great start there from Harry Jeffries, carving his way through the field.
It's Payne from Chapman. That's green from purple. Chapman won the first leg, of course. And actually, Mark's now proving that with a bit of clear air, he knows what he's doing.
Leading from Michael Chapman. Harry still running in 3rd position at the moment.
Oh, Mark, bit tail happy there, and it's getting a
Battle
bit
for the
closer
lead
now.
on screen. Just watching as they head round onto the main straight. Chapman looking like he maybe got a bit more pace if he can find his way past Mark Payne.
Oof.
Mark not particularly confident over the curbs there. So Michael Chapman trying to find his way past. In his haste to make his way past, makes a small mistake. Looking like a good battle there. Closing in on Casey. Michael Chapman trying to find his way past Mark Payne on screen. Casey Granger just in the front of shot, about to be lapped. So Mark opens it up down the straight.
He backed off
Casey
there.
gets out the way of the pair of them.
Not really. No, he did. Yeah, he didn't. He did. I think, in fairness, I wouldn't call that against Casey. I think he just got a little bit confused about what they were trying to do to get past him. But he parked it nicely when he got the chance. But it was interesting. Mark backed off, I think, at one point. I think that's slightly. I think Casey thought he was going to come past me, and Mark backed off.
That's what it looked like. Yes, it looked like Mark was being a little bit circumspect. I think in
I
passing.
understand why. I'm leading. I'm about to overtake a 10-year-old. I think I might also be circumspect. But obviously, it's obviously quite a talented 10-year-old, being the son of a multiple champion.
It's a bit of a double-edged sword. Yes, trying to balance that. Mark still holding on to the lead then from Michael. Head out onto the straight once more. You know what? Harry Jeffries is still running in 3rd place in this.
At the corner of my eye, he had some action the first 2 or 3 laps, and now he seems to have got himself a nice bit of space.
No, Ross Delander's
no,
with him.
no. Oh dear, change the lead there.
Change the lead.
Mark will wait for that. I knew he'd wait for that one because that was that. But he was very unlucky to lose the lead in the first place, and that confusion with the back marker. Obviously, he just tagged Chapman there, so he waited, which is absolutely Mark Payne. You know he's not going to try and take advantage of that tag. So now he's got a problem. So I think Chapman might be quicker.
It has looked that way, certainly, but of course that was Chapman following was quicker. But it's easy to appear quicker. Oh, there's
that
a
makes you
mistake
much
there
bigger,
from Mark. That's going to make a huge difference. Let's see if we can pick up Harry again now.
He's dropped down to 6th.
Okay. He has Ross Delander is up. No, Ross has dropped back as well.
I think he might be 5th this time round.
Ross is behind.
Yeah, he's got to 5th, back up to 5th again. Got 1 minute and a half to go. Lander's back past the Jeffries again, so that's kind of changing by the half minute. Pick up our leader, the bright purple car. She's doing some traffic passing as well. So it's Chapman from Payne, from Sheldrick, from Blackburn, from Lander, from Jeffries.
Obviously Chapman taking the win last time out as well.
Himself a bit of no man's land at the moment.
He is.
Which is fine, because he's got a minute to go and he's leading, so it's not a disaster on that front. It's, oh, hurrah, I'm in no man's land.
Yeah, but it's always, I don't know, it's nice to have a close battle with someone. Sometimes. It's nice to have a close battle with someone if you come out on top.
Exactly, that's the key point. Oh, I've really enjoyed this race. Why? Well, because I ended up winning, to be honest. That's what I've really enjoyed about it. But
Yes, you enjoy having a close race with someone if you prevail.
Yes.
Let's pick up Michael Chapman. We're running with him
down
now.
21 minutes, with him. Yeah, so it's 12 minutes, 21 seconds now. With the leader, it's fine.
We've got 21 seconds to go. Yeah.
21 seconds to go. He's got this lap and one more, basically. And he'll take another double win, so another person with 2 wins and securing the B final with not necessarily ease, but certainly with a nice, solid score. Payne still scored in 2nd.
And 2nd and 3rd will do him pretty decently, I think, in the
second.
overall.
Yeah, he should be 2nd with 2 wins against him. Because he will be 2nd because he had pole.
Yes.
So he'll be 2nd.
And, that's a good... Ross Delander... in fact, I've been waiting for someone to do that all day. Get it wrong through the chicane and break it against the end of the pit wall through there. And he's done it on...
You've been waiting all day for someone to do that?
Well, not in a nasty way, but I know it's a potential, and of course someone has done it. Yeah, but that's a good. I mean,
He lost his place as well. Harry Jeffries got that 5th in the end.
but he left that for the last lap of the last race of the day. I mean, at least he hasn't got a rush to fix it.
Good point.
Looking on the bright side.
That was very positive. I thought I like the way you spun that one. Tamiya GTE final now. So that's the miscellaneous Tamiya final.
It is.
As won, or as led many times by the
Alitalia Alpha. Tim Harrop. He's going to lead away from Martin Reeder, Carl Matthews, Steve Adams, Gavin Lanaway, Harry Hontzer, Mike Griggs and Mick Hendy.
So we got the GTE final, and then we got a few more finals still to go.
We have got all the A finals after this. We've got F1. We've got
MTC.
We've got MTC.
We've got MTC, then F1, then the three touring car finals.
We have
Leg 2. 16 seconds to this race, which is Tim Harrop, Martin Breeder, Carl Matthews, Steve Adams, Gavin Lanaway, Harry Hontzer, Mike Griggs, and Mick Hendy for the GTE final, which we led away by the Alfa Romeo in the wrong livery. Well, for reality, but
historically inaccurate livery, I think is the term. But he does, in fact, lead away from Martin Reeder.
Good shown by the GTR. Carl Matthews in 3rd. Now this is exactly how the last one started.
It was good.
With Reeder hanging on for about 2 laps, then just slowly being gapped.
Reeder looking for the inside, and
he's looking better this time round.
He is. A bit of temperature gone out the track, maybe, possibly. Small mistake there from Martin Reeder. Just let Tim Harrop get his nose in front. Tim Harrop leading this one.
From Reeder with the blue Ford. They're obviously all Tamiyas. Drop back, Ash, to the pink and white GTR. There's all Japanese battle between the Nissan and the GTR here, which is
Honda v Nissan.
Which you just managed to get the whole thing, the denouement of the whole thing. That was Carl Matthews in the pink and white car and Steve Adams in the green and white car. 3rd battle. Pink and white is a Nismo GTR model with a older NSX Mark 1 being driven by Steve Adams.
I think you still fancy the NSX though in that particular battle.
Don't know. Depends how tuned up the GTR is. A road-going NSX only had 286 horsepower.
On paper?
No, in reality it had 286 horsepower. That's what they had when they came out.
Allegedly, they had a little more.
Yeah, I know. It wasn't a tax figure, 286 something.
I believe so.
They say it went super powered like cars are now.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. When you consider, I mean, I don't know how much power your Audi's got. I know
560.
Okay, you win.
The track will go to 707. It's very interesting power that the Audi's got. It's like a turbine. You don't know you're going fast until you are. You look down and go, oh, I'm going very fast indeed, officer. I didn't realise.
I didn't realise. It's quite
like a turbine. Just goes.
Yes. Yeah, it's a bit odd. I mean, my turbo diesel, which is that's a kind of a weird power delivery in that you've got nothing, everything, nothing.
The second and third are right together now, aren't they?
They are, yes.
It's Reader and the pink and white of Adams. I think Reader must have made a mistake. There's Adams on camera. Reader's just ahead of him.
I mean, Harrop's only a couple of seconds in front. So, I think he's managing to pull it out again. Quite acrobatic through the chicane, just seen in front of us.
Minute and a half to go. What is going to be another double A final victory for a driver. Well, not necessarily, but it looks like it's going to be.
It's heading that way.
Let's find our leader. Ash is the alpha. Just going through the, about to go onto the main straight any second now. About now.
Heads off down the main straight once more.
No unpleasant gearbox noises. So whatever was out of mesh or needed oiling has been sorted out.
I think, like you say, it might have been the body shell rubbing. It was only down the main straight, so little bit of a bodywork issue.
If he'd been running on foam tyres, then he'd chunk one, but of course that doesn't happen with rubbers.
No. I think most people would have a meltdown if you tried to run touring cars on foam tyres.
Well, they do, don't they? They used to in the States.
They used to, yes. Very fast they were too, but they were trued down to rubber bands. Tim Harrop with 15 seconds to go. Looking pretty comfortable from Martin Reader. Very comfortable, in fact. It's about half a lap in front. Tim Harrop takes that then from Martin Reader. And last change of paper for the day.
Oof, exciting. So next up we have the
MTC.
MTC, a final.
So we have the Ollie Payne show.
It has been a bit, hasn't it?
A little bit. I think Sean's sort of maybe able to run a lap with him-ish, but Ollie can consistently run
You
at
would
that.
hope so.
Run at that sort of pace. Ollie Payne going to lead away from Sean Batt, Tom Dadswell, Michael Chapman, Romo Cassidy, Mark Knight and Peter Harridance. Looks like reverse grid going on out here as well. Just they've decided amongst themselves to back the grid up. So we're going to see Peter Harridance lead away. Slight jump there from Peter. That didn't quite go to plan. So already we have got Ollie Payne up into third place from what was 7th on the grid. Sean Batt and Ollie Payne running second and third, having started off 6th and 7th. Tom Dadswell leading. So the 5th, 6th and 7th starters running 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Sean and Ollie putting on a good show down the main straight. Ollie got some pretty immense top speed in his car. Ollie now trying to chase down Tom Dadswell. Down the main straight once more. Ollie opens it up. Not this lap, but suspect if he's still behind when he gets to the straight next time round, he will just drive on by. Here we go. Yeah, not quite. Not quite. But Ollie trying to find his way past Tom Dadswell. And, oh, does it through the chicane. Great move by Ollie. Oh, Tom back in front, so we're going to watch as they come down onto the main straight this time. Ollie opens it up. Has he got enough? There we go, straight past on the inside. Tom Dadswell drifts straight back underneath him. Tom and Ollie not particularly taking this seriously, and Sean Batt running in third place, joining in. Sean getting involved, trying to go around the outside. This looks entertaining. I think there's a little bit of choreography going on out there, rather than flat-out racing going on. I'm not sure if they're trying to win the first place trophy or an Oscar for this one.
Oh, you little minx. Minxy minx.
Well, there's they started out with a reverse grid, so
Right.
which messed up the order a bit. But the three guys that looked very quick were in that order. And oh, Sean leads now, so Sean Batt leading. Ollie trying to get a run on him down the straight. Tom Dadswell running in third place now. Ollie having a sniff at Sean.
Is that legal?
Yeah. Trying to find his way past as they come out onto the main straight and opens it up. Ollie's got very good straight line speed, though. Yeah, Sean not bad either. Oh, Sean and Ollie decide to take a slightly different line through the chicane there. So they head out onto the main straight once more. Ollie gets it a little bit wrong and lets Tom have a look. Ollie now decides, basically they're doing this until they get the 4-minute call. I think this is
Right.
I'm sure we've all done this when you say you're put on a demonstration race to something like the NEC or something like that. You put on a demonstration race for the crowd, and it all starts. Oh, there's a mistake there from Sean. I think that was a genuine mistake actually that put Ollie to the front. It all starts out very gentlemanly and quite good, and then yeah, you get the 4-minute call and someone will put quite a robust move on somebody else, and then it just descends into an all-out, flat-out race. Tom Dadswell now leading this one from Ollie Payne and Sean Batt. Ollie shutting the door, well, slamming the door repeatedly on Sean's head by the looks of it.
It's quite windy.
It is quite windy, and Ollie having quite a significant pace advantage over Tom down the straight. So that's the 4-minute call. Is that the signal for them to go? Are they going to start taking it seriously now, or is Ollie's now leading from Sean, from Tom, which is kind of the order we've been seeing all day? Is Ollie going to check out now with just coming up to 30 seconds to go, or is he going to engage in a battle with Sean once more?
Looks like he's off to win the trophy.
It does, yeah. It looks like he's decided that he's had enough of playing around. So
I would now like to win my trophy.
yes, I've had some fun.
About to start the last lap. I think he will just get this last one.
He will.
And everyone else?
Sean doesn't. So Ollie just
So he's won
Ollie
it.
just gets that extra lap.
Well, at least therefore he is the winner.
He is
Well, both legs again. Double legging again.
double legging again.
Oh, I've lost all my pieces of paper whilst I went away for a few seconds then.
Getting ready for the F1 race now. Second leg of the F1A final. Aidan Gale, Paul Ellis, Darren Gale, Jonathan Ellis and Andrew Thorpe.
So you've got minutes to go for that one. And then we have the 3 touring car finals. A lot of excitement over the left as the kids thinking about their big prizes in the big raffle.
Looking to see what they
May or may not get, yes.
might or might not win. Normally you end up winning a pack of body clips after.
Oh, I like a pack of... don't knock a pack of body clips.
Always useful.
Gale from Ellis, from Gale from Ellis. Then Thorpe.
Yes.
Do you remember who on the last one? Was Aidan Gale on the last one?
Aidan Gale won the last one. Leading away, Aidan Gale gets away nicely. And change of lead. Paul Ellis.
Nope.
To the front. And the 2 Gales are together. I think it's Aidan still leading Darren. Yeah, it is. But Paul Ellis leading from the front. Actually got a fairly decent jump on the start of this one.
Just seemed to get away, didn't he?
He did. Just wonder if that's maybe a little bit of temperature coming out the track now.
These things are on the edge of biting you on every corner, aren't they?
Well, they've got a very long wheelbase for their width. So they always tend to sort of understeer into oversteer. It's what you were saying earlier about having too much lock, and it's really easy with these to have a little bit too much steering lock on them. You sort of understeer, wind too much lock on, and then all of a sudden it'll bite and fire you to the outside of the circuit.
It's an impressive lead that Paul's got himself here.
It is.
Unfortunately, it doesn't matter that much because if Adrian's second, he'll still win because on the count back of being on pole.
Yes. So he needs he needs a little bit of a favour doing to him. But absolutely decent lead pulled out from Paul. We're running with Aidan at the moment.
Darren's just behind him. Darren Gale's about a second and a half behind him. The lead is...
Yes, but that would be a very quiet car ride home, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah.
If
that got taken out.
Yeah. And yes, Darren's just realised the error of his ways and put it on its roof to remove the possibility of that.
So it's 2.2 seconds is the lead at the moment.
I do remember actually that a 12th National down in Plymouth that I travelled down with Mick Farrell. And I remember in the final Mick crashing out on about lap 2. And the first thing that ran through my head wasn't, yes, I've gained a position. It was, I'm going to have a crap journey home.
Did you?
Yes. Mick famously even-tempered. Yeah. Yes. It was quite a quiet journey home. That one.
So the lead's down to about 1.
Well, it was, but Aidan's just had a half spin, so that's extended the lead again. Aidan looked like he was coming back at Paul Ellis slightly. It's going to be, what, about 2.5 seconds now, I think?
A bit longer by the looks of it.
Probably. Let's have a look.
No? 3 seconds. 2.7, you're quite close.
2.7, relatively close. I'm just about getting my eye in. Give it another couple of races and I'll have it perfect.
Give it another couple of rounds, you'll be fine, yeah.
Yeah. I'll have this dead pat. Of course, it's different with the different speeds of the different cars. The visual gap is, as to how much time it is varies.
Pulled half a second back that time.
It's not out of the question that he'll get there. What have we got? A minute and a half left.
Minute and a half. I mean, we could have done without that spin earlier.
He could, and it would be a fairly catastrophic dropping of pace. It would be a sort of, it kind of be like Fisichella at Suzuka in 2005, loss of.
Blimey, I can't even
loss of
wait
pace. Well, that was the one where Raikkonen won from the from like nearly the back on the last lap, where yeah, that'd be a fairly substantial loss of pace, but not quite. It's which of the gales is that?
Well, there's one blowing a gale. Let's move forward to our leader, Ash, because he hasn't had much love and he's leading Paul Ellis.
Yes, he is. And I think he's just lapped the third place car of Darren Gale, which is why it looks like there is a gale close to him.
Perhaps it's
no, in fact it's not. That is the battle for the lead.
How's that happened?
That is a battle for the lead going on.
I think that's why Ash couldn't find him for so long, because he wasn't doing the speed he should have. So first and second right together, nailed together, as they start what may be their last lap. I think it is their last lap, actually.
I think they'll probably just sneak onto another one.
No, I don't think so.
No, they will.
They won't. They will. They won't. They did just.
They did. Change of the lead on the last lap.
Oh,
little touch.
No. This is all going for it now.
This is all going for it. So this is the battle for the lead on the last lap. They've both made it.
Nice out the inside. Beautiful. Oh, braked off.
Swap for position. Aiden just hangs on around the outside through the chicane. Little bit of door banging. Didn't mean anything. Aiden still got that overall. Paul Ellis took the win in that leg, but Aiden will get that with his pole position. What have we got next?
17.5 Touring A final.
Yes. Glenn Westwood, Tim Langdell, Ben Kane, Dan Morey, Billy Kavanagh, Gareth Hobson, George Munns, Dave Clift, Dave Ringsell and Mark Passingham.
Minute 17 to go.
It is. Timmy getting his diff warmed again.
Warm my diff, Timmy.
Warmed his diff.
Warm it, baby.
Getting his diff just warmed as they go to the line, just to make his car a little bit more consistent.
Looks like everyone's passed their electricity check, their battery check this time.
Yeah, I think they're a little forewarned. It was kind of sprung on them at West London, which, whilst you should be under it all day, it's just getting ready.
Okay then, here we go. 10 seconds is coming in.
Glenn Westwood leads away from Tim Langdell. Ben Kane looking quite racy there in third place. Ben, an early retirement from the early leg might give him a slight tyre advantage on this one. He'd only done a few laps, like 3 or 4 laps. So Ben potentially on new tyres, almost first run. Just be nicely scrubbed.
Not much point though, because he isn't going to get that high up whatever happens, is he really? Having a non-score.
No, not overall, but still, it's even winning a leg is a nice feeling. Gives you a nice warm glow, but that won't help. Going sideward, leading from Tim Langdell. We kind of had this last time as well, didn't we? But well, I don't know. Timmy's looking a little bit more racy this time. He never quite this close to Glenn, was he before?
No.
It's looking like he's got a little bit more pace, possibly. If he can get a bit of a run on Glenn.
It's saying a bit of sniff around the back. Better initial acceleration down the straight from Glenn there.
Yeah. Glenn. Oh, slight mistake coming through the chicane, but let Timmy get next to him. Timmy trying to cut back and gets great move.
It's a 6 corner over and under, then they've both had an accident.
They have, and they're both off the circuit, and that has who's that left in the lead? That is the yellow car. I think that's car number 5.
That's going to be Billy Kavanagh, isn't it?
It is Billy Kavanagh leading the yellow car.
I'm not sure where Glenn's dropped back to.
Glenn has dropped back to 4th.
So he's okay, because all the people ahead of him were behind him.
There are. So, yeah, I think he's fairly safe. Ben... I don't know, actually. Dan Morey's somewhere in the mix in this. Possibly. Dan running 2nd at the moment from Ben Kane. Billy Kavanagh, the yellow car, leading. This the battle for 2nd and 3rd that we're watching.
And Westwood about to join it.
It is. This is going to be nice effort. The curb hopping there from Ben Kane. Dan Morey struggling a little bit for horsepower down the straight. And
It's like Westwood car's undamaged from that accident, at least.
it is.
And he's obviously he might just wait for the R2 to take themselves out. No, he hasn't got to do any of the work, because they are absolutely knocking 7 bales of X against each other, aren't they?
They are. Well,
Ooh,
Ben is.
Dear.
Oh,
No, another big accident for Westwood.
it
He's got
was.
going again. Hasn't lost any positions, but he's not going to get back as high as 2nd. That's for sure.
He's not. So Ben Kane, who is on screen now, running in 2nd place. He's trying to hunt down Billy now.
He's not far behind Kavanagh.
He's not.
And we'll see Kavanagh just there. He's a fluorescent car just on the side of the screen.
So Billy Kavanagh from P5 on the grid. And benefiting a little bit from the coming together. Obviously, he had to get up into 3rd place in the first instance from the coming together between Timmy Langdale and Glenn Westwood.
Scrappy race, this one.
It is.
We've seen a lot, and I'm hearing a lot off camera.
That was Timmy again, trying to come through the traffic, but lead 2 almost together. Ben Kane now right with Billy Kavanagh.
Westwood's still going to win this overall, but it's obviously this is the battle for the actual victory in this heat.
Well, Westwood is in 3rd
He's
position.
in 3rd. Kane didn't finish anywhere, and Kavanagh wasn't in the top 3.
Yeah, so still watching this battle for the lead. And actually, how far back's Glenn Westwood? He's 2 and a bit seconds off.
Minute to go.
Minute to go. It's not going to take much of a coming together between these lead 2. Glenn Westwood is charging in the
that's a
background. Good run there. Ben
Well
Kane
done,
takes the
Kane.
lead.
He's got a little, he does seem to have more power than Kavanagh the whole time, really. And he's
He does, but Glenn Westwood's not a million miles back.
I don't think he's going to be able to do much in.
I think
2
he's going
laps.
to get Billy Kavanagh. I think.
May well do, actually.
I think
Been an eventful race for him.
it has.
No, he's got so much more speed at the end of the straight. I think Billy needs to look at his motors and speedo settings, because he's
Well, Glenn's now up into 2nd from Ben Kane.
not
so
particularly heavily fought there by Kavanagh, to be honest. I think he accepted it was the problem. I think he thought was if he doesn't let him through, there's every danger that there'll be a coming together at the very high end of
this,
the.
Ben Kane, jumps out the way. Bit of a
No, is that a team thing?
Aldershot Club. Yes.
So
Aldershot Club team move there, I believe.
Westwood's going to win the 2nd leg after being in 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th at various times during this race.
Indeed.
Ben Kane picks up 2nd after his breakdown in the 1st, and Kavanagh comes in 3rd.
He does.
Well, well, we've got an entertaining race at last. That's good news.
We have got an entertaining race, action filled. What have we got now? The penultimate race of the day.
After this round, the overall results of this final are 1, 2, 4, 5,
13.5 Blinky. The A final, the only 13.5 final.
2 minutes.
So we only have a full again, 13.5. Askell, Fletcher, Whiffen, Hendy, Williams, Colby, Graves, Smith, Tim Timms, and Jack Collins. Oh, we've got some. Look at that! We've got some canoeists now. It's exciting.
Canoeist.
Yeah, look on screen. We found some canoers.
Oh,
That's
okay.
not public transport though, Ash. So I'm not sure if I'm allowing you to film it. Oh, windsurfer! Windsurfer! Here he comes. Very bad windsurfer by the looks of it.
Yeah, that's not gone well.
He appears. Where's he going?
That's,
He's gone. He's off screen.
he's off screen.
There we I just need to see. This is marvellous zoom on that camera. The whole world's here, down by shore and by sea. The 13.5 Touring A final.
Marcus Askell going to lead away.
Remind me, Askell won the first heat as well?
Yes, he did.
From Fletcher, wasn't it?
He did. It was Ash Whiffin that dropped back, wasn't it?
Yep.
So. Yes, because Morgan the sandbagger
Got third, yeah.
He got third.
Here we go. God, it's cold.
It is.
And they're away.
They are. Good launch from Marcus and from Billy. Yeah, Marcus comfortable in the... Oh, a bit of a body tuck there from Billy. Just over one of the bumps. Pop back down again. But will be a little bit disconcerting for him. Just see if it does it again as they cross the line this time. Just watch as they go. No, got away with it that time, so it didn't happen. Although, oh, Billy a little bit sideways. Marcus Askell looking not comfortable, but he's not exactly under threat either at the moment from Billy Fletcher.
Close it was last time. And
no, it's a small mistake off the end of the straight from Marcus there. He just ran a bit deep into the sweeper, picked up a bit of understeer in it. Billy took a tighter line through it. If you watch, it was just down here. He's got it tighter that time. Front four have kind of gone away. Morgan not looking quite so racy this time. Billy not sure where to look in second place. Does he look forward to Marcus Askell? Does he look behind him to Ash Whiffin?
It's like life. Do you look forward or do you look back, James? That's the question, isn't it?
Got to look forward. Always look forward.
Because you need to learn from the past. Second and third very, very close and on camera. That's Fletcher and Whiffin, both with pure white cards, which is not useful to anybody. The yellow and black trying to catch him up is Liam Hendy, and just stretching his lead in the amusingly multicoloured card there with some white on it is Marcus Askell.
See different parts of the circuit where different drivers are strong. Tim Tim's about to get lapped again.
Appears to mean Tim Tim's is just that's what's really happened to him today, isn't it? He's had a kind of a day of being lapped.
He's had a day of being lapped and he's blown up a motor.
Yeah.
So.
Great. It's gone well then.
It has.
Got retirement in front of us.
Into the pit lane. That looks like Charlie Colby.
Car 6, is it?
It is.
Askell now has a lead of only 6/10, but it seems like a comfortable lead of 6/10. Oh no, yes, he lost a tiny bit that time.
It is, Billy. I mean, the front three have got away now, haven't they? They've kind of dropped Liam Hendy.
In fairness, Askell seems to be able to re-establish that half-second or three-quarter second lead.
Yeah, Billy Fletcher looking under a bit more pressure from
7/10 is the gap.
Yeah,
Oof.
Billy's looking under a little bit of pressure from Ash Whiffin. Well, Ash looks like he's applying more pressure than Billy is to Marcus. There's still nothing in it though.
I mean, Marcus only came through by about a second last time, but that's all you need, isn't it?
That's all you need, but they've got traffic in front of them as well.
First bit lets them through.
Marcus's problem is that Ash is that close to them, and given the finishing order last time, whilst Marcus can afford to finish second to Billy and still take the overall win, he can't afford to come in third with Billy winning it. So given how close second and third are, Marcus could do with staying in front. It's not like a kind of thing where you've got a massive gap with first and second and can comfortably swap positions.
Fletcher's getting closer, but I don't think he's getting close enough, to be honest.
He did this at the end of the last one, didn't he? He drew right in at the end of it. So his car seemingly a little stronger at the end of the run.
Oh, that was a mistake.
It was. Just
That's
popped up too
thrown
much
him,
on the curve.
thrown him right into Whiffin's hands, and more importantly, that's going to give Asker the win with 44 seconds to go.
It's looking likely if Marcus can just keep his head.
In fairness, he's done all day.
He has. He's done a good job. Not made any mistakes.
Little things
Got
brought
20
Hendy
seconds
back
left
in
to go.
fourth, but they'll get this one and one more.
He will. Tim's doing the gentlemanly thing and getting out of the way. No traffic in between any of them now. So on their last lap. Marcus looking like he's going to take this. Marcus just coming round through the chicane one more time and straight across the line to get it. Billy Fletcher second, Ash Whiffin third, Liam Hendy fourth.
So Marcus from Billy is your finishing order in the 13.5 A final.
It is last race of the day.
It is just because it's getting cold.
Ollie Jeffries from Chris Granger, Zach Smith, Harley Eldridge, Ollie Meggett and Charlie Colby. You could have done with that coat that Ollie's got.
I know, if only I had that coat. Right, time to turn things on. Okay, so we now have the last race of the day coming up.
What everything's built to.
I think Ollie's already claimed the championship, but it's now a case of can someone take the A final away from him? He's not won the last two. But
Well, he won the first leg, didn't he? Which puts him in a very strong
and he's on
position.
pole.
It's,
So things are going to go very badly wrong for him not to win it.
they will have to. In effect,
He need to come third and
come
have a
third.
problem. He's not going to come third without a problem, I don't think.
it's unlikely. Granger just coming up to the line. See him closest to us on the rostrum there.
All good. It's going.
Here we go.
Ollie Jeffries leads away then from Chris Granger. Zach Smith away in third, Harley Eldridge in fourth. These four, some of the top touring car drivers in the UK.
Already easing away is Jeffries, but it looks like it's going to be a challenge from Harley onto
That's Zach on
Zach.
Granger.
Sorry, on Granger. Why have they got the same blipping coloured cars? So Zach looking to have a go at Chris.
Former teammates, these two.
Harley keeping a watching brief. Perhaps they'll touch each other later through.
That's what she'll be aiming for. A little bit wide from Chris there. Just they flick through the chicane. It's the battle for second we're watching. Chris Granger, the all-white car, leading it. Zach Smith, the fluoro red coloured car. Second in your shot. Harley Eldridge, the pink coloured car, just at the back of it.
Zach's very racy at the moment.
He is.
Certainly having a look around all the sides of Chris Granger. Chris, of course, has been in this position, well, so many times for the last 20 years.
little
And he got a touch.
touch
And that's, Harley's a big winner there.
Harley was, as you predicted, Nick. Harley up into second place.
So Zach touched Chris. That put them both offline. Harley swept through. Don't forget, she didn't finish the first race with a mechanical problem. So I think at this point it's still, if they carry on like this, Chris would be second overall. And there's a battle for third. Zach looking left, looking right. Just to remind you that Ollie Jeffries is leading by 2.5 seconds from Harley.
Chris still keeping it tight. Just trying to see where Zach seems to have an advantage.
He came through the complex too quickly, and that was the problem.
It's steering off the end of the main straight, I think, that Zach really looks to have like he's got a bit of an advantage. His car just looks to tuck in, or hold a tighter line at a greater speed than Chris's does.
He certainly does look better at the end of this. Yep, catches right up. I think he hung back to get a bit more of a run through after. I think he's been checked by Chris because there's only one line through there.
There is, and it's kind of, yes, it is possible to be, it sounds stupid, but be too close to the back of someone. If you're quicker through somewhere and on the exit, but you can't, you have to check up in the middle of the corner to scrub that speed off. But this is the closest battle on circuit that we're watching at the moment.
Yeah, it's a 4-second lead now for Ollie. Harley has just under 2 seconds on these guys. So I'm not sure whether they're actually, I think they are slightly getting closer. You can see just flashing out of shot there on the right hand side.
They are, but they could kind of do with having a bit of a chat between themselves and sort of saying, look, we need to catch up Harley, let's not fight between us, let's get up into it, let's catch that gap back and then we'll sort it out when we get there.
Second and a half now, but there's only 2 minutes to do it, and Harley's no slouch.
Absolutely not, no. Very experienced herself now. And Ollie and Charlie going to be lapped pretty shortly.
This might give an opportunity.
It might do. In fact, the pair of them get out of the way of Harley. Charlie gets out of the way of the pair of them.
And Ollie does as well. So down to a minute. Just by the way, Ollie Jeffries is in this race. He's winning it by miles.
He is. We're running with, on screen at the moment, that's Chris Granger. Out the front of shot, we have got Harley Eldridge. In the back of shot, we have got Zach Smith. They got away in grid order. A little bit of a tag from Zach Smith on Chris Granger.
Granger getting much closer to Harley in that last lap.
What do we got? We've got
2 more laps, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, Jeffries might get a third one.
Yeah, but he is winning this and he's doing brilliantly, but it's not very interesting.
No.
So there's this and one more. There's a possibility of this and 2 more actually, but there's definitely this and one more. Yeah, one more.
This and one more.
Chris managed to catch up to Harley quite quickly, but she's managed to stabilise the gap at 3/4 seconds. That frontal red car, as they entered their last lap, is Harley. The white car in the middle is Chris, then behind it is Zach. So someone needs to make a move here, or they're all going to finish in line of order. Ollie's just won the race. Sorry, we didn't show you Ollie. Bang, bang, bang. Actually, no, we can. Right, find Ollie. He's underneath you right now because he hasn't finished his lap. Ash, Ollie, he's going through the chicane now.
There we go, and you've just seen him flash through the bottom of the shot.
Missed him!
We've just seen him flash through the bottom
just
of the
doing
shot.
60 miles an hour. I doesn't mean you should miss him. And so a great performance there by
Ollie Jeffries.
Ollie, which was
Well, it's a great performance by all of them, in fairness.
Well, yes, obviously, but just not worth showing. Right, that's it, really, isn't it?
That is it.
That is it for King of Clubs. Thank you all for joining us on King of Clubs. These 3 rounds we've covered. I have no idea what will happen in the future. We'll do some, many, or all again. I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a lot of fun. So we will see you in 2 weeks' time on RC Racing TV for the Hearts Grand Prix. That's 1/8 Rallycross, and then who knows, there might be some stuff on Karting Live. I don't know, because we're kind of coming and going with all the stuff. Hello there to our marvellous Andy, and he's coming to shot at the bottom there. He's waving at us. James, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nick.
Ash, thank you very much. And thank you to John, who did the filming of the other 2. And we will see you soon on RC Racing TV.